Check. Check, check, check. Second. Second. Check, check, check. I think so. Let's go to the stage. Two, go. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. And welcome to the Guardian Women Festival. Women mean business. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. You're welcome to the Guardian Women Festival. Women mean business. Mr. George, how are you? The stage is there to you. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Welcome to the Guardian Women Festival. Women mean business. Guardian Women Festival, welcome. My name is.
has been
I am a
chosen
consultant
to be
obstetrician
a non-profit
and
organization
gynecologist.
to partner
I'm also the
with the
founder
Guardian
of the
Women
Women
Festival
at Risk
this year.
International Foundation.
We are pleased that you'll be joining
I am
us
delighted
on this journey
that Warwick
in
has been
transforming
chosen
lives
to be
of
the
women
non-profit
and girls affected by gender-based violence in communities across Nigeria. Women mean business. My name is Dr. Kemi Da Silva Ibru. I am a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. I'm also the founder of the Women at Risk International Foundation, WARIF. I am delighted that WARIF has been.
Distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to join you virtually for the Guardian Women Festival. Today, as we celebrate the vital role of women in shaping Africa's future, this year's theme, Pathways to Accelerated Action for Nigerian Women and Economy, challenges us to move beyond discussion and take gender transition has shifted from women getting a seat at the table to acknowledge
Chemistry was crazy from the get-go. Neither one of us knew why. We didn't build nothing overnight, cause a love like this takes some time. People swore it off as a phase, said we can't see that. Now from top to bottom, they see that we did that. Yes, it's so true that we've been through it. Yes, but we got rich. Yes, see baby, we've been too strong for too long, and I can't be without you, baby. And I'll be waiting up until you get home, cause I can't sleep without you, baby. Anybody who's ever loved you know just what I feel. Too hard to fake it, nothing can replace it. Call the radio if you just can't be without you, baby. Yeah. I got a question for you. See, I already know the answer. But still, I wanna ask you, would you lie? No. Make me cry? No. Do something behind my back and then try to cover it up? Well, neither would I, baby. My love is only up and up. I'll be faithful. I'm for real. And with us, you'll always know the deal. We've been too strong for too long, and I can't be without you, baby. Oh, and I'll be waiting up until you get home, cause I can't sleep without you, baby. If anybody who's ever loved you know just what I feel. Too hard to fake it, nothing can replace it. Call the radio if you just can't be without you, baby. Yeah. See, this is real talk. I'm always stay. No matter what, good or bad, thick and thin, right or wrong, all day, every day. Hey, now if you're down on love or don't believe this ain't for you, no, this ain't for you. And if you got it deep in your heart and deep down you know that it's true, come on. Well, let me see you put your hands up. Hands up. Fellas, tell your lady she's the one. Fellas, tell your lady she's the one. Oh, put your hands up. Hands up. Ladies, let him know he's got your love. Look him right in his eyes and tell him we've been too strong for too long, and I can't be without you, baby. I'll be waiting up until you get home, cause I can't sleep without you, baby. Oh, with anybody who's ever loved you know just what I feel. Too hard to fake it, nothing can replace it. Call the radio if you just can't be without you, baby. Sent from heaven, sent from heaven. Now you can wait your whole life wondering when it's gonna come or where it's been. You may have got your heart broken a few times in the past. It never lasts as strong as it used to. It don't feel as good as it used to before. And all the things you used to say, things you used to do, went right out the door. Ooh, no more will you be the one. That's what you tell everyone around you. But you know they've heard it all before. What more can you say? When love won't let you walk away, and you can't help who you love, and you find yourself giving it all away when you think you're enough. Ooh, 'cause I wanna be the one who you believe in your heart is sent from heaven. There's a piece of me who leaves when you're gone because you're sent from heaven. I wanna be the one who you believe in your heart is sent from heaven. And there's a piece of me who leaves when you're gone because you're sent from heaven. Now you can wait your whole life trying to change what they feel from what's been. You may have put your whole life into a man, loving what you thought it could have been. I'll notice when you change and you don't feel as good as you used to before. And everything you used to say, everything you used to do, went right out the door. Ooh, no more will you be the one. That's what you tell everyone around you. But you know they've heard it all before. What more can you say? When love won't let you walk away and it can't help who it loves, and you find yourself giving it all away when you think you're enough. 'Cause I wanna be the one who you believe happiness. I'm better than that. I'm not gonna blast you on the radio. I'm better than that. I'm not gonna lie you in your paleo. I'm better than that. I'm not gonna hate on you in the magazine. I'm better than that. I'm not gonna compromise my Christianity. I'm better than that. You know I'm not gonna dish you on the internet. Cause my mama taught me better than that. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna make it. I'm a survivor. Keep on surviving. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor. Yeah. Make it. I'm a survivor. Keep on surviving.
Turn your lights down low and pull your window curtain. Oh, let your moon come shining into our life again. Saying, ooh, it's been a long, long time. I get this message for you, girl. But it seemed I was never on time. Still I wanna get through to you, girl. On time, on time. Wow. I want to give you some love. I want to give you some good, good loving. Oh, I, oh, I, oh, I. Yeah, I want to give you some good, good loving.
Turn your lights down low. Never try to resist. Oh no. Oh, let your love come shining in into our lives again. Saying, ooh, I love you. And I want you to know right now. Ooh, I love you. And I want you to know right now that I wanna give you some love. I wanna give you some good, good loving. Oh, I wanna give you some good, good loving.
Yeah, Loving you is like a song I replay every 3 minutes and 30 seconds of every day. And every chorus was written for us to recite. Every beautiful melody of devotion every night. This potion might, this ocean might carry me in the wave of emotion to ask you to marry me. In every word, every second and every third expresses the happiness, the happiness, the happiness.
On my way to see my friends, you lived a couple blocks away from me. As I walk through the subway, must have been about 3:15. In front of me stood a beautiful honey with a beautiful body. She asked me for the time. I said the cost of her name, 6-digit number, and a date with me tomorrow at 9. Did she decline? No. Didn't she mind? I don't think so. Or was it for real? Damn sure. But what was the deal? A pretty girl is 24. So is she keen? She couldn't wait. Cinnamon queen, let me update. But what did she say? She said she loved to rendezvous. She asked me what we were gonna do. So we stopped with a bottle of Moet for Monday. Took her for a drink on Tuesday. We were making love by Wednesday. And on Thursday and Friday and Saturday we chilled on Sunday. I met this girl on Monday. Took her for a drink on Tuesday. We were making love by Wednesday. And on Thursday and Friday and Saturday we chilled on Sunday. 9 was time, cause I be getting mine. And she was looking fine. Sweet talker, she told me she loved to unfold me all night long. Ooh, I love the way she kicked it. From the front to the back she flipped it. And yeah, hope that you care. Cause I'm a man who'll always be there. I'm not a man to play around, baby. Cause the one I stand isn't really fair. From the first impression, girl, you don't seem to be like that. Cause there's no need to check, for there'll be plenty time for that. From the subway to my home, endless ringing off my phone. When you're feeling all alone. mad at me. I can just be G. Even though I got my own CD, maybe even on TV, there ain't no change in me. I can only be me. Though I might be on TV, cause I got my own CD. All you will ever see, same OG. I used to be the main one clubbing, but now I choose to stay at home. Most of my friends still thugging, this time the G's will grow. I'm thinking about my future lately, whatever that may be. But now it's clear to me, I can just be G. Even though I got my own CD, maybe even on TV, there ain't no change in me. I can only be me. Though I might be on TV, cause I got my own CD. All you will ever see, same OG. I still love you, babe. It ain't never gonna change, baby. That's right. I'm still for you, girl. On the DM, baby. I'll never leave you, baby. Nah. Cause I realize I need you in my life. Girl, it just ain't right what we said last night. Cause I know we didn't mean it. You feel the love is gone, cause we don't get along. But I can prove you wrong, girl, I swear. Cause every time I close my eyes, I see you. And how I wanna live my life is with you. There is no one. You're all I need and all I want. The only one I ever love. I still love you, babe. Cause without you there's no me. I'm still for you, girl. Even though we disagree sometimes. I'll never leave you, baby. Cause I realize I need you in my life. Girl, who do you think I am? Don't you know that he was my man? But I chose to let him go, so why do you act like I still care about him? Looking at me like I'm hurt, when I'm the one who said I didn't want it to work. Don't you forget I had him first. What you think? Stop blaming me. He wasn't man enough for me. If you don't know, now here's your chance. I've already had your man. Do you wonder just where he's been? And I'll be worried about him now. Now it's time to know the truth. I think he's just a man for you. What are you thinking? Do you know about us back then? Do you know I'm not your husband? Girlfriend, I'm not thinking about him. But you marry him. Do you know I made him leave? Do you know he meant to stay with me? He wasn't man enough for me. Girl, didn't he tell you the truth? If not, then why don't you ask him? And maybe you could be more intense than word about me. And hopefully you won't find all of the reasons why his love didn't count and why we couldn't work it out. Stop blaming me. He wasn't man enough for me. Now here's your chance. See, I'm already had your man. Just where he's been. And I'll be worried about him now. Now it's time to know the truth. I think he's just a man for you. What are you thinking? Do you know about us back then? Do you know I'm not your husband? Girlfriend, I'm not thinking about him. But you married him. Do you know I made him leave? Do you know he meant to stay with me? He wasn't man enough. Six o'clock in the morning, wipe the sleep from my eyes. Felt just like an ordinary day. Just around the corner, such a surprise. Beautiful angel materialized. Time stood still, face to face. You sure we'd met at another time and place. Our eyes met as you passed me by. lives pass me by. Two souls entwined in the blink of an eye. Yeah. And I had to figure out what I've been missing. So I turned to you and asked you if you wanted to. You know we'll be your song, get your tickets for fun. Rendezvous, where to my place, say to. And we can do anything you wanna do. Hey, tonight is your night. Yeah, when you close your eyes, take a minute, take a moment, realize. Do you see me when you fantasize? Tonight will be your night. I'm just sitting here daydreaming about you. And all the things you do, girl, feel so right. And all I know is you're the one for me. That special kind of lady in my life, in my life. Well, here I am writing you a love song, holding back those years. It's been so long, and I can't deny the way that I'm feeling. It's true, so girl, that's why I'm asking you. Can we rendezvous where to my place, say to, and we can do anything you wanna do. Hey, tonight is your night. Yeah, when you close your eyes, take a minute, take a moment, realize. Do you see me when you fantasize? Tonight will be your night.
Guardian Woman 2025. Are you excited? Are you happy? Do you mean business? Or are we joking? Do we mean business? Someone might be wondering, what's that? This year, our call is Women Mean Business. Can you say it with me? If you are a woman, are you a woman? If you're a woman in the room, say it even louder. Women mean business. Let's go. Because no more, just help her now. Just please now. No, whatever it is she's doing, she means business. She's serious about it. And today we celebrate women who mean business. Celebrate the woman who is sitting by your side. Celebrate the woman who is sitting behind you. Before we get into the matter of the day, why we are here, what to expect, who is sitting in here, we will go through an exercise that I understand will make us a bit more present, leaning into self, because one of the greatest gifts we have is already deep inside of us. Some of us call it intuition, right? And they say that of a woman is like this. So let's go through this exercise this morning that will be led by Shekinah. Shekinah is from the Dew Center. Please welcome her with an applause. Welcome. Are you saying something?
Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. This session is to bring us into a mindful state. So you want to sit at the edge.
Ourselves. So the men in the room are the men who will benefit from the women who mean business. If I say Guardian Women Festival 2025, you say what? Women mean business. Guardian Women Festival 2025. Do you know the person who is sitting by your side? Yes? Yes? Oh, so that's sorted. I know you. I know you. Do you know the person who's sitting right behind you? Okay, that's the person to find out who they are right now. Like, the least you can do is find out their name. The least you can do is when you're not seated in this room, where else are you and what do you do? Waiting there for Sokoto, there for Shokoto. You just might be needing her to do business with very soon, right? So the cards are being exchanged. Don't keep the card in your bag. Save the number right now and do what we Nigerians call flash her. Send her a message. Take a selfie with her now. And so you send it to her and say, remember we met, right? so that that bag does not now become what you'll be throwing out 6 weeks from today. You know how we do it after some 6 weeks or 6 months? Hey, all these cards, what am I even doing with them? We'll make use of them because we mean business. In the course of today, we're going to have several very engaging panel conversations that would speak to different aspects of how women are contributing to Nigeria's economy, from finance to care, to wellness, to entrepreneurship, to coaching, to philanthropy, and how we all can make more out of these areas of the economy, especially if we already play in these spaces. Distinguished guests, it is my joy and my honor to welcome to the microphone Guardian Woman number 2, whose idea it is to celebrate women and encourage women to do more, empower ourselves, and lift each other up as we develop the economy. She's not one for tokenism. She's not one for, well, you know, have pity, have mercy. No, she's one for, we are already so enriched, so let's do so much more. Please welcome the woman behind the Guardian Women Festival, our festival director. Everyone, give it up for Anita Ibu. Welcome. I know you still have so much to do. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Come on, we mean business here. Wake up. Good morning. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to everyone for showing up. That's one of the themes today, about showing up. It's not just about women coming here to say how amazing they are and what they've achieved. It's not just about them showing off or us showing off women. We also need those women who've done amazing things to show up for other women. So that's going to be very much part of the theme today. Like Joy said, I want to just thank all our amazing sponsors. We would not be here without you. So I'd just like to reiterate that. We're very grateful for your support, and we want you to make the most out of today. So the theme is Women Mean Business. While this is the case, it's important also to not forget who we are, we women that mean business, and where we came from, the struggles we faced. It doesn't matter whether you were born with a silver spoon or whether you were born in poverty. All women, at some point in their lives, have suffered. So by remembering where we came from, we also have to remember people who were still in those places, sometimes dark places. Let's not forget those women. In all this business of businessing, apologies, that is not good English. Let's also make it our business to carry other women along, to check in, to not stay silent, and to not mind our business when we witness atrocities against other women. Yes, I may win Businesswoman of the Year, but really, are you making it your business to look out for those aspiring to do the same one day? Please check in with yourself. And remember that. Don't leave them behind, the other women behind. Do not get me wrong. Sometimes we also have to be tough in life to get along in life. But we don't need to turn into harsh men or become mean when we're carrying along our business. And I'm not suggesting either that we spend our lives crying over what's wrong with the world where women are concerned. So this event is also not just about that. We're not just going to complain about women issues. That's not what this is all about. But while we are celebrating what women have done, we should also just reflect on them. But I don't want to make that the focus, because complaining is not getting us anywhere. Talk, talk, talk. Women have been through this and that. Yes, it's important, but we have to accelerate the action and not step back and complain. I also don't want it to be a war against the men, because we're here today to network with men. Men are very welcome. Made that very clear. This is not a women's event, but it's an event where we celebrate women, because this is March, the month of women. So we're honoring women this month, but this event could have taken place any time in the year, but we've just chosen it to be in March. But it's for everyone. Both sexes, I believe, should tune into their other side, both their masculine and feminine sides. Women should tune into their masculine side to get it somewhere in life, but men should also tune into their feminine side. So what is a festival? A festival is somewhere where you get a taste for different things. This is not a conference, it's a festival. We want you to just get a taste of the themes that we're addressing and the sectors, and also, of course, the booth available and the exhibitions by our sponsors. Back to the point about March. When I was in London recently, I went to an event hosted by a law firm called DLA Piper. And again, just to reiterate, that was not a women's event, but it was an event that 3 amazing women were celebrated and honored. Women who've done really well in the legal profession over in the UK. So before I finish, I just want to make the point that Joyce also made. This event is about looking at the economy and the role that women play in it. So I decided to choose some sectors that are maybe not so popular or maybe haven't been as established in Lagos or in Nigeria rather. The business of care and wellness, that's a huge one. And I was really delighted to see the interest from Caring Africa, and I'm glad to see them here. Thank you for being a sponsor, and I cannot wait to hear all about it. That sector of the economy is so important because guess what? If women are not taken care of, their children are not taken care of, they don't have wellness and well-being, how are they going to mean business? How are they going to be able to go to work? How are they going to be able to be there and present? How are they going to be able to juggle everything? If women don't have the right childcare, how can they possibly succeed? The business of coaching and mentorship is also important because, again, women need to learn all the time. Economies and sectors are changing, and we need to keep up. The business of public service is very important, and we're very grateful to our minister for putting her name on this event. The business of public service, we need more women out in the public service because we need them to push for change and for policies and also for the deals with other countries. The business of academia and learning, again, we cannot leave that behind. We always have to learn. Now, the last one is my favorite. Sorry, there's also business of financing and investment, and we will hear from Leadway, who've kindly powered one of our panels, but I won't say too much about that yet. Let's leave that to them. So my favorite one is the business of culture. Culture has been defined as the low-hanging fruit, maybe, of the economy. Women have a huge role to play in that because whether it's arts, whether it's fashion, whether it's food and drink, whether it's hospitality, women play a role in this. So we really want to hear about this today. And we are going to be hearing from a man's perspective about how important this sector is. Anyway, without much ado, I will not say much more. Please listen to the panels and learn as much as you can. And also please give us feedback. Thank you so much for being here.
Please appreciate Anita Ibru for giving us a sneak peek into what to expect today in the different panels and the different conversations about the different angles of business that we mean. Thank you so much, our festival creator. Please appreciate her once again. So now I find that many women don't know what business they play in. When we say, what do you do? Should I ask? So what do you do? Tell the person sitting by your side. And don't start with I do. I do. I'm in the business of. So for example, we just had business of culture. If you are in that space that is promoting culture, I'm in the business of culture, I make, I create. I'm in the business of finance, I do. I'm in the business of technology, I do. I'm in the business of care, I provide. Let's identify ourselves in the economy. Let's stop saying, I make dresses. It's not enough. It doesn't show us like we mean business. Just by that slight change in the introduction, does something change in your mind? Do you take yourself a little bit more seriously? And would you now take your business processes just a little bit more seriously by saying, I am in the business of? So now, what business are you in? Say it. Rehearse it. Even if you're saying it to yourself. I'm in the business of art. I'm in the business of philanthropy. Before the end of the day, by the time we listen to all our speakers, we'll be much clearer about what businesses we play in. In the course of the day, we would have some raffles available because later in the afternoon after lunch, we would all be able to win some amazing prizes, from having some voucher tickets to go into the jewelry store, voucher ticket worth 200,000 naira, to go into the jewelry store right here at Federal Palace and claim it. You would also be able to win a 1-year swimming pool membership right here at Federal Palace. Who would like to win that one? Our swimmers, or those who've been saying, I will swim by the grace of God in 2025. Now you have the opportunity to win a 1-year membership. You can also win a breakfast for a family of 4. So come on in here and sit with your significant other. And, you know, some people are saying, but I don't have children. Who said it must be children? They say family. Family can be 2 sisters, 4 sisters. Is it not possible? Now. So stop thinking what you don't have. Think what you do have. You can also win a twin set of Brut champagne, which I'll tell you a little bit more about later. And you can also win what I consider to be like the star prize. Do you want to know? Should I tell you? Say, tell me. Say, tell me. Say, we mean business. Tell me. It's a weekend getaway for 2. Right here at the Federal Palace. It says couple. But the reason why I said for 2 is if you're not couple, uncle, you will find a 2. It will be you and, right? So who would like to win that one? That one, that ticket will tell you when and how you can win it. So just sit down, relax. Say, tell somebody, say, relax. Our keynote speaker today is a woman that we admire so much. She's a driving force behind some of Nigeria's biggest business reforms, from leading over 200 game-changing reforms that transformed the country's business environment to playing a key role in the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation. She's been at the forefront, making Nigeria a stronger player on the global business stage. Under her watch, Nigeria moved up the ease of doing business ladder up to 39 places between 2017 and 2019, 39 spots under her watch. She earned herself the national honor of Member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR, by her hard work. She's one who has worked with global institutions like Harvard, MIT. They've all tapped into her expertise. She used to serve as a lecturer in law, transferring knowledge from one to the next. And today, she's serving Nigeria in one of the highest capacities that is possible. She has served as senior special advisor to the president from the time of Muhammadu Buhari to the time now of President Tinubu. And today, she serves as the minister, the honorable minister for trade. Please welcome Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, who will be watching on the screens.
Distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to join you virtually for the Guardian Women Festival. Today, as we celebrate the vital role of women in shaping Africa's future, this year's theme, Pathways to Accelerated Action for Nigerian Women and Economy challenges us to move beyond discussion and take bold, decisive steps towards building a more inclusive and equitable future. The global landscape is evolving, and Africa stands at the forefront of a significant transformation. I'm pleased that the dialogue on gender transition has shifted from women getting a seat at the table to acknowledging us as a key agent for change in every sector, acting as consumers, producers, distributors, and decision makers across the value chain. Today is more than a celebration. It is a call for us to break barriers, challenge conventions, and accelerate action for an inclusive, thriving economy for every Nigerian woman and young entrepreneur. It is therefore my delight to join you virtually today, to congratulate you on this important occasion, and to wish you well, Nigerian women and African women, as we go forward and accelerate action.
Our most sincere thanks for the intervention and well wishes of, she doesn't know that I'm calling her my big sister. Please, when you see her, tell her. Of our big sister, because we see what she does, how she does it, how she's always advocating for more, and we love and appreciate her, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, who is serving our great country as the Honorable Minister for Trade, for Industry, Trade, and Investment in Nigeria. Please appreciate her again. Sometime in the course of the day, maybe we'll do a thank you, Dr. Jumoke video, and we'll capture it and we'll send it to her, right? When we're all ready, I'll prep us up for it. We have another video from our corporate social partner, WARIF, Women at Risk International Foundation. And in the course of the day, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about some of the things they do and how they affect us. Are we ready to see that video? It is by Dr. Kemi Da Silva Ibru. Please enjoy.
My name is Dr. Kemi Da Silva Ibru. I am a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. I'm also the founder of the Women at Risk International Foundation, WARIF. I am delighted that WARIF has been chosen to be the non-profit organization to partner with the Guardian Women Festival this year. We are pleased that you'll be joining us on this journey in transforming lives of women and girls affected by gender-based violence in communities across Nigeria. Women Mean Business embodies a celebration of strength, resilience, and boundless potential of women. It symbolizes the transformative influence women possess within families and communities. This resonates profoundly with us at WARIF, as it underscores the important role of women represented in decision-making positions and leading with intention and purpose. The WARIF community-based program is a great example of the impact of empowering women to be economically independent, as it accelerates their journey towards equal rights and opportunities. If you are a survivor of gender-based violence, or if you know someone in need of our services, please visit us at the WARIF Rape Crisis Center, number 6, Turton Street, off Thurban Avenue in Yaba, or call our 24-hour confidential helpline on 0800 9210 0009. You are not alone. Thank you.
You are not alone. WARIF is here with you. If you are at risk, you don't have to go through it by yourself. You are not alone. If you're going through violence, do not be ashamed. There is help close by. You are not alone. Many times the shame keeps us quiet. The shame and sometimes misconception of guilt keeps us quiet. And it affects everything we do, especially our productivity. It hampers our personal economy and the economy of the country. If a woman misses work 4 times a month and she is queried, it might affect her salary, yes or no? It might affect her income, yes or no? And what caused it? Maybe at that time, violence in private. So you see, it's not a woman's issue. It affects that whole company. It affects that whole office. It is no longer a thing for us to say, now for women, just, no. It's an economic issue. It's a Nigerian issue. It's an empowerment issue. And so Warif is saying, don't carry it alone. Speak about it so we can overcome it and be more useful to ourselves and society. Please appreciate Warif. Thank you, Warif. If you've ever known any woman who has been at risk or has lived through it, I'm sure you understand what we're talking about. It's more than just a woman's issue. Zoho, on the other hand, provides technological solutions that can improve productivity wherever you are, whether you're working from home, working in an office, working as a solopreneur, or working by having a number of people on your team. Zoho provides innovative solutions that can help collaboration, that can help work become easier. And you see, it ties closely into all the other things we shall be talking about today. If we're not very productive, then it affects everything else that we do. So we are honored to have the country manager of Zoho, who will speak to us for about 20 minutes. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Kende Ogundare as he comes all the way. Blessed are you amongst women today. Guardian man. Please give him a guardian woman welcome. Almost every major street, you see the Zoho billboard. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm in the room full of women, so I think the energy should be more than that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Joyce. And she said, I am blessed in the midst of women. You know, when we got the invitation to come and be part of this event, I was thinking maybe I should send somebody from my team that is a woman, you know, so that I don't just come and be like, I can't relate with you. But like she said, Zoho is a technology company, and at Zoho we believe that technology is a leveler, you know. The technology is a platform that gives inclusion and innovation to everybody. So this morning, thank you very much, Guardian. Thank you, everybody in this room this morning. I will be speaking on the topic, No Limits and Technology as a Force for Inclusion and Innovation. Do we all agree that technology is for inclusion and innovation? Do we all agree? There is a quote by Shirley that says, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Okay, great. Do you all agree with this quote? Anytime I see this quote, I'm always scared. Because even the presence of any woman in the room is powerful. You know, and I think sometimes women don't actually understand how powerful they can be when they actually embody their own uniqueness on the table. So, breaking barriers. In Nigeria, women technology and empowerment, it's a topic that we are constantly trying to have at the highest level, at the lower level, and at a smaller scale. In Nigeria today, 41% of micro, small, and medium enterprise businesses in Nigeria are owned by women, which is the highest in Africa. We should give ourselves a round of applause. 41%. So when you think about MSMEs in this country, and also because personally, I enjoy working with MSMEs. I enjoy working with small businesses to help you scale. And in the last 4 years, we've done just that. We've been able to create platform for small businesses to scale up your business rapidly. And in fact, last year, we also partnered with women-led organization that are currently moving and shaking tables in this country. However, in Nigeria, over 80% of women entrepreneurship operates in the informal sector, struggling with licensing and regulatory barriers. And that is what I was trying to say when I said, when you enter a room, you need to embody, you need to know who you are. You know, there are opportunities available to women in these countries. However, because of some socio-economic barriers, like the cultural norms, you know, traditional gender role in Nigeria also limits women businesses and their participation in doing business. Apart from that, there is limited access to education and training for women, which is very interesting because we need to have training and education focus for women to develop their skills and to grow their business rapidly. And thirdly, there is inadequate socio-economic, sorry, I'm not using my, yes, so there is inadequate social network. In Nigeria, women-led business receive 30% less mentorship support than their male counterparts. And that's not nice. Because I think that women are really powerful, and you know, when you have all the right tools at your disposal, you can do much more. They say what a man can do, a woman can do it better. 100%. So what a man can do, a woman can do it, and I believe in that very, very strongly. Because there are some ideas that, you know, women are very grounded. You are grounded. You know, when it comes to everything, when you see women leading a particular business, they scale up rapidly. They make informed decisions, and then, you know, from the emotional standpoint, from the objective standpoint, from literally looking at it and then seeing what guys cannot see. You know, what we do as guys, we are probably just trying our best to be like women. Right? All right. At the same time, too, there are limited access to finance for women. And it will interest you to know that 22% of women-led businesses get formal loan. Only 22% of women-led businesses in this country. Now, when we have 41% of businesses in this country, MSMEs in this country, owned by women, and only 22% of that can actually access financial loan, financial support assistance from commercial banks, that is worrisome, and we need to work and improve that. Now, what is the solution? Technology is the great equalizer. Do we all agree? So I work in technology, so I'm going to sell my product to you now. But at the same time, I'm going to try as much as possible to let you understand that it's not just about selling products. It's not just about selling your products or your marketing my products. It's about how you can actually impact your business and help you scale up rapidly and grow your business. Technology levels the playing field. Technology, borderless nature, offer equal opportunities regardless of gender or location. And when you think of technology, right, it does not care whether you're a woman or you are a man. You know, it's important to know that technology is here to stay. And in Nigeria today, a lot of business owners that are currently digitally enabled, majority of them are women. Being that women have online stores, they sell. Now, recently I got to know that you can buy anything on social media. Anything. You want to buy a shoe, you want to buy food, you want to stock up your house, you need assistance, you need anything. You need a makeup artist, right? I need to get a new shoe for my next event. Literally anything, you can get them on social media today. And I can assure you that 70% of business owners using social media to propagate and to even expand their business right now, they are women. People can... There used to be a time when I don't really like Instagram vendors, I must confess. Because I believe that, what if I send you money and then you block me? What will I do? You know? But it has been proven times and times again that Instagram is one of the most reliable ways to purchase stuff in Nigeria and have it delivered to you faster than online marketing. Is that true? And I think maybe some of us are on social media selling stuff today, right? So mobile technology empowers Nigeria women. So when you think of technology, what comes to your mind? What comes to your mind when you think of technology? You think of coding, programming, you think of the Java, right? But that is not technology. What I usually tell people when I'm trying to tell them about technology for their business is that if you can send a message on WhatsApp, if you can update your story on WhatsApp, if you can go to Instagram and like pictures and comment, schedule your post. My marketing guy is here today. He's probably taking pictures everywhere. After this event, he will curate that and post it on social media. Now imagine you doing that for your business. If you have series of products you're giving out, series of services, and you can take nice pictures, curate them, combine them together, send it to social media. And we have about 5 of them: Instagram, Facebook, Google My Business, Twitter, TikTok. That's an interesting one. Up until recently, I never believed TikTok is a marketplace. Yes. And I said this maybe 3 months ago, and people were like, no, Kenny, don't say that. You know? And I believe that, number one, for a business owner, you need to have a LinkedIn page. LinkedIn bring professionalism to your business. It does not matter what you're selling. I will even tell you that as a solopreneur, as a content creator, you need to have a LinkedIn page where people can actually go and check your professional background. And then Instagram is for your company culture. Instagram is for beautiful stuff, you know, the games and all of that. Then Twitter, in Nigeria, Twitter is very tricky. So you need to know how to behave on Twitter. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of bad goals for you on Twitter. But you know, our PR team will tell me that there's nothing like bad marketing when it comes to PR. Even when you are when they are dragging you on social media, it might be good for your business because it creates awareness. Now, what you need to do is to correct that thing they are complaining about for your business. Now, look at this from your business perspective. I don't know who you are and what you currently do, but look at that. So you have a LinkedIn page, you have an Instagram page that is showing your company culture, and you have Twitter, X now, sorry, for your business. And then you now go to Facebook. And Facebook has done really well for marketplace. You can post your product on Facebook. And then now TikTok, right? I got to know that you can get insights and all of those things on TikTok. People buy more things on TikTok adverts, you know? Now, if you combine all of these things together and you introduce a particular software that will help you consolidate all this platform, so you have the metrics and you have the reports. Imagine a situation whereby your engagement on Instagram, your LinkedIn, your Twitter, your Facebook is consolidated on a particular page. So you actually know how your post is performing. You know who your audiences are, you know what they want, and you know how they're actually engaging your business. That is technology. That is technology helping you to run your business. Now, there are lots of women businesses in this country. I mean, for example, when we talk about e-commerce platform, we have Zoho Commerce that you can use to sell your product. However, we also have Jumia. How many of us are currently selling on Jumia here? How many? Just wave your hand if you're selling on Jumia. Before, not anymore, right? How many of us are currently selling via Paystack? So these are technologies that are available for us in this country that you can actually leverage. Honestly, it will not cost you anything to set up those accounts and push your product out. It will give you the leverage. Now, in a situation whereby there are a lot of people are doing, let's say, cakes, you know, birthday cake, cupcakes, and everything. But if you can single yourself out by having a platform that will give you an understanding of who your customer base is, so you anticipate their needs, then you provide, and then you submit, and then you deliver your products. So it is very important for you to know that there are online platforms in this country that are currently helping your businesses to grow. And for women, when we talk about safety, I remember telling people on my team members to actually sign up for this particular shuttle service. because I think it's safer for women, it's safer for anybody on your team, and it's convenient and conducive for you to run. And this organization is led by a woman. Is that not interesting? You should clap for them. Now, let's talk about Zoho. Zoho creates opportunities for everybody. We don't know whether you're a woman or you are a man. We provide opportunities, and we were trying to help you to run your business. Currently, we have over 55 applications on our platform to help you run your business. And when I try to explain 55 applications, I try to explain it in 5 business units: sales, marketing, human resource, finance. Now, everybody is selling something. Everybody. It does not matter whether service or good, you're selling something, including our content creator. You're selling something. Now, you need to look at it and you need to approach your business as a businesswoman. Number one, who is the salesperson? So you need a sales department. So whether you're wearing multiple hats, you're wearing the hat of the sales department, the marketing department, that is when you go out and spend money. I call them money spenders. Then you need the finance department. Now look at it. If you run a business, you do a marketing, you do marketing activities, you've spent money, you've generated leads for your business, and then you've converted that into sales. How do you collect your money? So you need applications that will help you streamline all these things across board. And that is the application we are providing you with at Zoho. So we have an application for sales, marketing, human resource, finance, project management, e-commerce platform, anything. We have 55 applications for you on our platform. And we've been in the business for the past 25 years, and we currently have our office right here in Nigeria at Lekki Phase 1. And one of our most selling products is Zoho Mail. How many of us are using Zoho Mail here? Can you wave your hand? Are you happy with Zoho Mail? Say it louder, let them hear you. Thank you very much. So tech is accessible, modern technology is user-friendly, and one thing we've tried to sell at Zoho is that we try to give you global software without breaking your bank. Our product is locally priced, so we've reduced your dollar exposure given what the exchange rate is doing today. You pay for your software in Naira, and you can access all our products in one bundle. And you are getting a global software in local pricing. So currently, just a little bit about Zoho, in case you don't know us. We are 25 years old in business. We have more than 15,000 employees working with us. And currently, we have over 100 million users using our software globally. Now, to join us on this journey, on your digital transformation journey, please visit our booths, come and ask us questions about your product, how we can help you optimize and streamline your business processes, and I can assure you that you will not do your business the same way. We are here to help you grow, we are here to help you scale your business, and also digitalize the way you currently do your business. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful celebration.
Thank you so much to Zoho for sponsoring Guardian Women Festival 2025. Thank you for all the amazing work you do for women businesses and, of course, businesses for men. Thank you for the excellence that you provide. And thank you for believing that women mean business. It's not about play, it's about business. Please appreciate Zoho again. Our first panel this morning will be speaking to the business of financing and investment. If we mean business, we must get comfortable with talking about money more, and not just money, but how money works and how money empowers the businesses that we do. Allow me the privilege of welcoming our moderator, Emezino Daniel Afiegbe. Welcome, sir. Please appreciate him as he comes up. We're privileged to have Zino, who is a true champion of financial inclusion. He has spent over 2 decades transforming the digital payments landscape across Africa. From leading financial institutions to shaping policies that drive economic empowerment, he has dedicated his career to ensuring access to financial solutions for businesses, underserved communities, and women. Please welcome Zeno, who is seated comfortably now. Welcome. Joining him on stage is Olajumoke Bello. Good morning and welcome. She is a powerhouse in enterprise banking and SME growth with over 21 years of experience shaping financial strategies that help businesses scale. She has been instrumental to unlocking funding opportunities for countless entrepreneurs, ensuring that businesses thrive in competitive markets. And today, she'll be sharing a thing or two about smart financing for sustainable growth. Good morning and welcome, and thank you for honoring us with your presence, Olajumoke. David Alao is also joining this panel. I don't see David, not yet. So let me welcome Onome Odometa to join the panel, please. A round of applause as she comes up. She's a financial expert whose work in wealth management has empowered numerous high net worth individuals and businesses to navigate complex financial markets. As the head of the elite business division at Leadway Asset Management, she has mastered the art of growing and sustaining wealth. Onome, we are looking forward to learning from your expertise in financial strategy, and we say thank you to Leadway for making this possible. Please appreciate them again.
Women. And do we know the theme for the 2025 International Women's Day? All right, so I'll just say the first word and please say the word. Accelerate. Perfect, we know it. And when you think about acceleration and you think about telecoms, what comes to mind is the fastest means of connectivity, which is 5G. Well, in the women business segment here, we are going to talk about 5G from the perspective of women. 5 Gs. The first G means grit. The second G means gallantry. The third G means guardianship. And the fourth G is giftedness. And the fifth is guidance. 5G, representing our women. Please, can we give ourselves a round of applause? So when you think 5G, their businesses, you need to have the right investments, and you need to know how to use financial resources as they are made available to you. So we have an exciting panel here. I'm just going to do a very quick 30-second run through those we have here with us, although our MC has done a beautiful job in mentioning the organizations we come from, but let me just tell you what makes me excited about each of these panelists, beginning with Bukola Oshikomaya. You know, she currently is with Leadway Asset Management. She possesses a deep understanding of the intricate challenges faced by private clients, affluent families, and she is committed to advocating for a balanced approach to wealth preservation, management, and transfer. She is an alumnus from Pan Atlantic University, where she holds an MSc, and she has a vast career across multiple organizations, which of course is going to share some insights with us. So please, another round of applause for Bukola, please.
Thank you, Zeno. I'm so excited to be here today, and I'm looking forward to having a beautiful conversation with us all.
Great, and we'll move on to Bukola's immediate right, where we have Onome Odometa. Now, Onome, she is currently the Senior Vice President and Head of Elite Business in Leadway Asset Management, and she has a career of several years in multiple organizations where she's managed large portfolios. Her focus is on practical solutions, take note of the word, and clear insights. So if you're going to leave here today with benefits from Onome, you should get something practical you can start doing immediately, and also relevant insights. She currently leads the elite business at Leadway Asset Management, and she's an alumnus from INSEAD in France, and also the London Business School. You're welcome, Onome. Thank you for your applause. We have expert women professionals we will learn from today. Then, of course, we have Olajumoke Bello. She is to my left, and she is currently the head of enterprise banking at Stanbic IBTC. She has over 2 decades of experience within the financial services ecosystem. She is an alumnus of the University of Manchester in the UK. She's a detail-oriented, strategic, and analytical thinker. So let's let the mathematics of money work for us today. She will show us how. So you're all welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Thanks.
We are going to have a conversation today over the next 20 minutes or so. And basically, to set the tone for us, I'm going to throw out, for the benefit of all of us here, a few numbers. The first number, 294. Let me dress it properly. $294 billion. That represents the credit gap for women businesses in Nigeria. That was revealed by Dr. Cardoso, the current central bank governor, in October last year, when he signed off on what is called the Wi-Fi code. Here's another number, 51. Let me dress it again. 51%. 51% of Nigeria's adult population of 111 million people are women, which means 49% are men. So if products are being designed without that gender lens, the entire ecosystem is missing out on half of the opportunity. A little bit more than half of the opportunity. Here's another number, 5. 5% of adult Nigerians aged 18 years and above are the only proportion in the capital market. 5%. And this is a decline from 2020's 6%. So it's always been low. What can we do? What should we know about in order to properly invest? What can we do about the assets that we have in our families, thinking about the next generation that will follow us to ensure that they have a safety net? Well, enough preamble. Let me go to the first question. And the first question really, and I'll start from my extreme left, is to understand currently what solutions and products does Leadway Asset Management have that supports women in starting, sustaining, and growing their wealth and business?
Thank you very much, Zeno. So apart from the fact that Leadway is very inclusive in its employment of women into leadership positions, we have women in strategic positions across all the groups in Leadway. We have a specific I'll say, projects that we have designed for young women. It's called Her Assured. You can go online and check it, Her Assured, H-E-R, then Assured towards the end. Just go online, Her Assured by Leadway. You'd see, the link to the website. It's a community of young people that Leadway brings together. We have about 600 people at the moment, and it's just a year old. These young people are trained on financial education, and then we pick strategic ones, the ones who already have businesses and need mentorship, and then we pair them with mentors. We currently have about 6 of them at the University of, Obafemi Awolowo University, whom we have paired with our CFO and some strategic people within the organization. So every week, they get 1 or 2 information from their mentors, and they give their mentors feedback to. And then we are very, very intentional about the resources we commit to this. I think sometime next week, I think Friday, we're going to have a meeting with all of these people where we would both celebrate the International Women's Month and then also do like a 1-year anniversary of, Her Assured. Apart from this, we also have, this, we try to educate women too on the importance of legacy planning. We understand that at the end of the day, women are usually at the receiving end when there is no legacy plan. Most times, women end up with the children when something happens to the husband. You hardly want to give your children away, so you are left with the responsibility of taking care of the children. When there is a divorce, most times women end up keeping the children. So they always would have need for finance. And we understand that having a great financial plan for your life isn't just all about having money. It's about having the freedom to make the right choices. So these are the things that shape both how we design our product and even whatever project we have currently targeted at women. I'm sure Onome might want to say a thing or two.
Yeah, thank you, Zeno. I think that Leadway as an organization, we are extremely passionate when it comes to women empowerment. And I think that was one of the reasons why Her Assured was birthed. And apart from all that Bukola has mentioned, is the fact that we do have products that are tailored for women. And we also do encourage women to ensure that they also have some sort of financial stability by investing wisely. So you don't have to wait to have a fortune for you to start or for you to begin investment. You can actually start gradually, because if you look at sometimes a lot of women do have some fear when it comes to investing. They see it to be, oh, you have to have a lot of money, you have to have millions somewhere before you can invest. But the truth is, you don't have to do that. You can actually start gradually and then build your way towards growing your wealth and ensuring that you do have some sort of financial freedom. So Leadway, we are obviously very passionate about that, and it also shows in how we also empower our female staff and ensure that there's a pathway to growth and to grow into leadership roles for the women in the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onome. That's lovely, and also Bukola. I picked an expression from your statements, what you said, which was financial freedom, and that helped me come up with an equation. And do we want to hear the equation? The equation is financial access plus financial usage plus financial health equals financial freedom. Did we get that? It's not enough to have access to an account. You need to use the account, use it properly, financial health, then you open the gate to financial freedom. We're going to come back to that some more. Well, let's hear from Stanbic IBTC. So what do you have for women?
Thank you, Zeno. For us at Stanbic IBTC, we have our Blue Blossom Women Proposition. It's a community it's a platform that actually empowers women. So we created this to bridge the gap that we know exists in terms of women representation in industries and various sectors. So on that platform, give you resources, and we also make available opportunities for you to network, opportunities for financial growth. You're able to get personal and business finance solutions. You can get solutions on insurance, investment, pension management, estate planning, trustee setup. So many resources are made available for you on that Blue Blossom platform. We also give you solutions and product offerings whereby you open an account, you get discounts, because we know women, we have to encourage women, we have to also support women, and we have to also make sure it's easy for them to access this support. So we make the fees discounted for you. We make sure that you have available input, available advisory services that can also equip you to grow your business. So for us, we follow the tagline that when you support women, businesses thrive and economies prosper. So that's why we actually want women and we push for women to succeed. Thank you.
Excellent. When you support women, businesses thrives and economies prosper. We're not just saying this because this is International Women's Month. This is proven by research studies. The organization I work for, EFINA, once every 2 years, we carry out a study with National Bureau of Statistics. We interview over 27,000 people. This is the feedback we are getting. Women are preferred savers. Women are preferred borrowers. So we've heard a few things so far. We've heard about mentorship. We've heard about the need to know that you can start small. We've also heard about the importance of having financial literacy, really understanding what is out there. Now, let me go to one point that has affected a lot of women, and that is going to the wrong investors, the unregulated investors. We've heard about wonder banks. So women who have been victims of wonder banks don't want to touch investments. Some women who have gone into the stock exchange may have unfortunately invested in poorly governed companies, and they rubbed their hands off it and said, I'm not going back to stock exchange. What would you advise as the right approach for any woman entrepreneur who wants to make investments to get it right and have her funds safely and rightly, properly invested? What should she watch out for? So who do we start with? Okay, Onome, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a very, very delicate situation. It's actually very sensitive because I actually encountered a client of mine about 2 weeks ago who actually was in a similar situation. And what I would say is, as a woman who wants to invest or you're looking for investors, do your research. Read up on the industry, read up on whoever it is that wants to invest in your business. Whether it's you wanting to do the investment or it's the other way around, do your research. One thing about research is history never lies. There's always a repetition. And when you do your research on certain organizations or certain individuals who want to invest, you will be able to pinpoint or find whatever red flags there are, and that would then inform you in whatever choice you eventually get to make. Also, when you do your research, you would know what sort of rating they have. A lot of organizations have bodies that govern them, and then they have their credit ratings. You don't want to go for an organization that isn't properly regulated or rated, because then you're obviously opening the doors for different issues or problems. And I think that there are certain pitfalls that as a business owner now, and then as a woman, that you need to avoid. Once you see these red flags, you know very well to avoid them. Thank you.
Excellent. We appreciate that. Okay. And Bukola?
And just to add to what Onome has said, if it's too good to be true, it's most likely not true. And it's important to use regulated advisors when you're investing because they have a fiduciary duty. They're obligated both ethically and legally to act in your best interests. So in that instance, if you give them your money, they know that they ought to put your money in regulated instruments. And if you're not comfortable with the equity markets, you have the money markets. You know, you have commercial papers of rated organizations, you have your bonds, your treasury bills, and you have the savings bond for the federal government. You can start up with very little amounts. And there's no excuse really. And again, you need to also understand how investment works. A pool of fund is invested in vehicles that give returns, and you earn from these returns. When you invest in vehicles that you can't see, and someone is saying, collect money from Onome, give it to Bukola, and I will give you 50%. What are they putting that money on? How are they earning the 50%? Are you sure they are not paying Robin Paul to pay Peter? So we need financial literacy as women. If you look at all the wonder banks that have gone bust on social media, most of the victims are women. Women will say, I have prayed about it, but they will not research. They will not learn. They will not go back and consult past history. They won't ask the right questions. They won't ask that, okay, this organization, do you have an audited report? I want to see it. Okay, my friend that is an accountant, can you help me look through this? These are very important matrices that you can't afford not to consider when you're investing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Jumoke, do you have any perspective on this? Looking at what the commercial bank is doing when it comes to investments? And maybe you may want to also speak about access to credit, barriers preventing women micro-entrepreneurs from having access to credit. So investment on the one hand, and then credit.
Okay, I think the Onome and Bukola have actually spoken on the investment extensively. The only thing I'll just add is that women also need to learn to diversify the income. So in terms of you looking at it and ensuring that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. They say you have to save X percentage of your income monthly. But while saving, what else are you doing? So you're saving X percentage here, you're investing X here, and that way you have many different portfolios that you're creating for yourself. And you can start moving in between them also. So investment is not a one-size-fits-all that you continue till perpetuity. You have to keep monitoring it, you have to keep moving in between, but mostly you have to keep upskilling yourself also. So that also lets you know your risk profile, and that's me going into the credit leg now. So when you upskill yourself, you as a teenager, you as a fresh graduate, you as a fresh worker, your risk rating and the level of risk you're willing to take moves on as you move into retirement. So that's also what guides what you invest in. So in terms of the access to credit, I tell people that a lot of women shy away from credit. So in terms of looking at your business, we like to invest our equity, which is our own personal funds, or funds from our friends, funds from husbands, because we think that's the level at which we want to play, we want to operate. So we need to start expanding our minds, and that's coming from upskilling ourselves. We need to also learn to raise our hands up. So your business has reached a certain level. It is not a hobby. It is a business, and it's a business that is also empowering others. You have employees. That's personal pride. You want to take it to the next level. You want to expand. You want to have more shops. So start accessing this credit, because I find that women who access credit are the best people to lend to. Women actually repay facilities. So we have this preference for women. But women need to raise their hands up more to access this credit, to know that this credit, this business is not a side hustle. This is my business, and I want to see it grow. I want to approach this bank with my financials, show them my cash flow, the returns I'm making on my business, and I will get this bank to support me because this bank has products tailored to women to help women grow. And that's it. You will get that support. But we need to stop shrinking ourselves to the stereotype that people have created to say, this is what you can do, and rather, what do I want to do? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yes, these contributions indeed deserve a round of applause. Can we applaud them one more time? Practical insights that we can implement right away. And one thing which we have heard is awareness, financial literacy. The next question we might ask ourselves is, okay, all this sounds good, but where do we go and how do we start? So where do we go? I know that we have in the other side of the hall the various booths, and our panelists here have their booths, so you can ask further questions in that regard. But there's something that would be a miss for us if we don't touch on, which is for career women. There are certain points in life when they might pause and stop on their career journey. How do they ensure that their goals are achieved? So we're talking about women in leadership. Many African countries are looking at Nigeria right now, especially with women in leadership in the financial services space. In 2012, we had less than 4 CEO women. As of today, we have at least 10. So can I ask, Onome, if you can talk a bit about women in leadership? What are some things that our career women in our midst today can focus on, pay attention to ensure that the goal is achieved despite the punctuations in life's journey?
Thank you, Zeno. That's a very interesting question, and I think along the line when I'm speaking, I will use myself as an example. I think a lot of times we don't see women who are so confident to want to actually demand for what they deserve. So another thing also is women shy away, and I always say to women, always speak up. No matter what it is you want to say, you may think it sounds stupid, but say it. Speak up. Speak up when you are in rooms, you are in offices, always speak up. And then there is something I learned at NCED, is the 3 C's to value. So first thing is you have the value creation. And this concept actually works regardless of who you are, regardless of what industry you're operating in. Value creation for a business, for you to actually establish or execute an idea that you have, you obviously have to create it. So you have to create value. The second step is value communication. When you create the value, it's not enough to create it and then keep quiet about it. You have to communicate to the right persons. And I'm going to use myself as an example. When I joined my previous place of employment, I was actually a contract staff. And when I came into the organization, myself and other ladies that were hired, we're just doing the normal day-to-day things. We would go out in the morning, go out for our marketing calls, return back to the office, have your daily meetings, and then you go home. But at some point, I knew that wasn't enough. If I desired to get to a certain level or a certain stage in my career, I had to do something different. I had to be proactive and go out of my way to add more value. Because if you really want to grow or rise in any organization, it's not enough to just do what you are hired for. I can be in sales or in business development. If all I do is just that, you may grow, but then it's going to be at a very slow pace. So what I did was I saw that there was some opportunity for me. I call it opportunity because it's not a problem, but I call it opportunity in the client service department. The company at the time didn't have a functioning client service department. Statements weren't being sent to clients. Holiday or goodwill messages weren't being sent to clients. So I took it upon myself. You know what, let me do this. It's obviously not what I was hired to do. And by the time I get back from my marketing calls, it's probably 6:30. I had to stay back at the office to start sending statements to clients. Over 13,000 clients at the time. And I was doing this manually. You can imagine not having a system that you can just press or click and then everything goes. I had to send one by one to these clients. And it was extreme care for me because you can't make a mistake. You can't make a mistake to send the wrong statement to the wrong client. So there were times I would be at work till 1 a.m., 2 a.m. sometimes. I remember a day I was actually locked in the office because the people who were doing the patrol at night, they had locked up. They didn't know somebody was in the office. And I was actually using a lamp because at the time, they usually turn off the generator at 7, 8. So if you want to stay back, you would obviously use a lamp. So we got lanterns if you want to stay back at the office before we eventually got them to, give the floor we were in electricity. But I would be there till 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 12 a.m. And one day the CEO was closing from work at about 11:30. He saw me at my desk. I was sending statements and he asked, "Oh, what are you still doing at work?" I said, "Oh, I'm actually sending statements to clients." "Wow, who asked you to do this?" "Nobody. I just thought to do it because, it would be a good thing for our clients to receive statements." I knew that obviously this was a good thing for me, and that was one way I was communicating it. So other things that I would do, I would go to the unit head or my line manager and say, "Oh, Ma, I was able to do this. If we were to get an external person to do this, this is the cost. So I'm actually saving the company money." Guess whose name is on top when it came for promotion? My name. So that's how I think a lot of women, but when I see my experience with some women in most organizations, well, from my experience in my previous place of work, is sometimes we're very laid back and lackadaisical. And then when you see another woman who is so, who's got vision, who's driven, right, you begin to wonder, how is she getting all of that? Well, she's putting in the work. You need to think ahead and ensure that you're doing way more than you are just employed to do to get value, because the world is tough enough for women as it is. You have to actually give reasons why you deserve this thing. And another thing that I also did was I knew the work I was putting. I knew the value I was bringing. Now, that's the I know I am worthy or deserving of. And I would always remove I'm very fast to actually remove myself from situations that do not serve me. If I know I'm bringing in so much value and I'm not getting out of it, I would go to you. So there were times I went to my superior at the time and I said, "Okay, I do have these offers. It's only fair that if you want me to remain here, you either match this or top this." But it got to a point I wasn't even asking to match. I was asking for something better. Because for me to be here, but trust me, there's a method to this madness. There's a method to this madness. You have to be really strategic.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That was really motivational, and we love the fact that this is your personal life experience. So this is not theoretical, it's not read up, but it's what you actually went through. And I'm sure that is a similar experience some of us here have been through. Did we get the 3 C's? In case we didn't, here they are. Value creation, value communication, and value capture. So please, let's take note of that. Now let's come to Moke. Thank you very much for that. So with regards to some developments we have seen for women within the country, and I'm going to talk about macro developments. Inflation was 34.8% in December. It was rebased by the National Bureau of Statistics, and in January it was 24%. That's one side. The MPR from the CBN had been increased to 22.5%, making it more expensive to borrow. But because of the rebasing of the inflation, in the last meeting at the CBN, that figure was held frozen. Would you say this is a good time, therefore, to borrow as a woman micro-entrepreneur and to save as well? What would be your thoughts on that?
So, in addition to just freezing the monetary policy rates, which the CBN governor communicated, there are actually interventions for women. There are interventions from international organizations in partnership with local financial institutions, whereby they prioritize credit to women at discounted rates, sometimes heading towards half of what the monetary policy rate is currently running at. A few of them even moving towards the single-digit rate. So it's about educating ourselves and knowing that these facilities are out there, because there is a deliberate focus at empowering women, from giving them access to credit, easy access to credit. There's preference in all the sectors that are chosen as the focus sectors by the federal government, working in partnership with Bank of Industry, for instance. You find agriculture there, and specifically women in those sectors. So there is credit available, irrespective of even what the monetary policy rate is. However, looking at the monetary policy rate as it is right now, your reason for borrowing is for business expansion growth, provided you have the cash flow to repay that facility, and the returns are what you see that would help your business expansion target. Please, do not hesitate, do not shy away from having that conversation. It's when you start the conversation that you actually know what are those things that can help reduce the cost for you. What are those other funds you can tap into? There are even some risk guarantee funds, institutions that actually provide credit risk guarantee also, that you would not know unless that conversation starts. In terms of investing also, Bukola spoke to it. What the available options? Yes, when the economy is as tight as it is, that's when opportunities are bound. And it's only those who actually take advantage of these opportunities, who don't shy away, who don't hide back and just think and wish things to happen. So the fact that the theme of this year's International Women's Day, International Women's Month is Accelerate Action, it's not just for us to say it. You have to accelerate that action. We have to really be decisive and deliberate about how we want to grow ourselves as women. And when we say, demand a place at the table, you must have something to help demand and help make that your demand for a seat come to happen. But yeah, that's it.
That's super.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let me just say
All right,
something
Onome.
to what she just said. In terms of investing, there are different things to invest in. And I think that as a woman, first of all, you need to understand what your objective is. What goal are you, chasing? For me, and I would like to assume is the same for other women, is financial freedom. And I think everyone has a story. There has to be something that is pushing you. There are some women you see, they're so driven when it comes to financial stability. Most women aren't so driven because maybe they have some level of support somewhere. But I would use myself again as an example. I've always been very particular with how I wanted my life, how I want my life to be. I know the kind of future that I have. So obviously, I had to make choices and decisions that were in line or in alignment with that vision or that future that I see for myself. And I think also, I've also had experiences as a child growing up. It was extremely tough going to ask my father for money. Like, you would have to muster courage. And it did give me a lot of anxiety because when you go to ask him for, let's assume you're asking for 1,000, we do have an inside joke that he's going to give you an insult of 10,000 naira. So you need to weigh your options. Do you want to go and ask for money, or you just want to just be by yourself? So that made me, swear to myself that I would never put myself in a position where any man would humiliate me or make me feel terrible or feel bad about myself because of my financial standing or lack of financial standing. So that obviously helped me. I remember when I started working, I got my first bonus. I immediately invested it in treasury bills. And at the time, treasury bills was doing effective yield was about 22% per annum. The year after, I got more than 700% increase in the bonus. I did also buy treasury bills. I liquidated after some time, sold it in the secondary market, and then got a real estate asset. So I think that once you have a goal and you have a vision, write it down, write the goals down, and then begin to highlight step by step how you're going to achieve that goal or that purpose, that vision. There are different investments women can invest in. I am very risk averse. I would only invest my money in assets that I know I can go and sleep peacefully, right? So treasury bills, bonds, Euro bonds, USTs. I may do some CPs, but they are regulated entities, and companies who obviously are properly rated. But as a woman, do not shy away from these things. Know these things. Know financial instruments. There are websites you can actually go on to read. At websites like FMDQ. You can also go on to see. I think there's also CNBC. There's Bloomberg. There's also Investopedia. Just go online. Read on financial instruments. I would prefer to invest in assets that are backed up by the government. That's treasury bills and bonds. They are risk-free. Because one thing the government will not do is to default on their obligations to pay back a loan they have gotten from their citizens. They are risk-free. Instead of putting your money in the bank and you're earning zero interest, you can have a mutual funds investment. And for me, I see mutual funds as an investment, not necessarily to grow wealth, because savings and investment are different. Investment is what you need to actually grow your wealth. So your savings, you can have your savings for some sort of emergency in the future, and then have an investment plan, because you also need to increase your money. So you can put your money in a particular portfolio and invest in assets that will help you to grow your wealth. That's how women can actually break free from this financial instability, and then have financial freedom. Nobody's going to do it for us. We have to be the ones to take the bull by the horn and say, I want to be financially free. I want to be financially stable. How do I do this? How do I achieve this? It is so important to have this. Please, ladies, thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, we'll hear from Bukola. And after we've heard from Bukola, we'd love to get questions. Any questions we have? Just a few, and then we'll wrap up.
All right, so you have Leadway Asset Management to help you do all the thinking and all the research that you need to do should you not want to do that. We have a stand out there. You can just stop by and ask some more information. And I also want to say this, that women have to learn to make sacrifices. Sacrifices in the sense that there are things that you have to give. You have to probably scale down on some of the things you really love to do so that you can invest for your future. So that you don't find yourself in a situation where you're humiliated just to get to, buy the things that you actually really need. So you may have to manage with not having all the hairs that you desire, not buying all the, there's this thing that kids take to school when they're having birthday parties, the souvenirs. People go above and beyond these days. They spend millions of naira on souvenirs that their kids share in school. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm not saying this is wrong if you can really afford it. But I'm saying that you will have to make sacrifices if you're investing. So you would have to be disciplined, take a certain percent of your earnings and tell yourself that, okay, I'm doing just 20% or 10%. I'll do this without, changing it. I also want to speak to credit. In my experience, I have a few friends who are entrepreneurs. They have schools, they have hospitals, and some other concerns. Women are very shy to take advantage of credit. They would rather go to their rich friend, their rich uncle, or their rich whoever to help them finance their business. What this does for you is, number one, you don't get the respect that you deserve. And if you don't get the respect that you deserve, you're somehow limiting yourself. Take advantage of proper credit. Have structures in your business. Let your business run outside your emotions. Put proper structure. Have a accounting system in place. Engage professionals. don't start quoting the scriptures that says, I will not borrow to nations, I will borrow from nations. I will not do this, I will not do that. You need to understand that this is the principle of business and use these things to your advantage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we've been able to get parting shots from two of our, the last word to Stanbic, to Jumoke.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, in closing, because Bukola did say it, we need to stop shying away. Women actually need to be very deliberate about their businesses and what they intend to do with it, where they want to take it to. So let's be decisive, let's accelerate action, let's act on everything that we've actually heard here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my panelists, Onome Odometa, Jumoke Bello, and Bukola Oshikomaya. We really learned a lot, and we are all determined to accelerate action so that all women, all of us here, can get access to resources, to rewards, and returns in our businesses. So thank you once again for being here, and over the MC.
Thank you so much to MS Zino, Afegba. Thank you. Please rise for a group photograph. We'll welcome our festival creator and our chairman to come up, join. And of course, one of our Hebrew sisters to join in this photo session. Did you enjoy it? Decisions, decisions, decisions that lead to what? Action. Accelerate action. Today is the day, if you haven't before, today is that day you would go to the booths of Leadway Asset Management and pick up a form, pick up something to start some journey that you haven't done before. The point has been made so clearly. We're not waiting to become. We will do what we need to do and then become. Please appreciate this panel for speaking to the business of financing and investment. Thank you so much. And then another round of applause to Guardian Woman Festival for putting this together. Your hands cannot pain you. Please put them together for Stanbic IBTC and Leadway Asset Management. Please clap very resoundingly. We thank you very deeply. Please, we'll need you to just go straight, just follow Toby. Toby is standing here. Our panelists, just come with Toby. She's leading us outside there for another group photograph at the photo wall over there. Thank you so much. And of course, when you're done with the photos, please come back and take your seats. We don't want you to leave us. Some people had sent messages asking more details about here already, waiting for winners, but the winners will begin to be called out after lunch. For the breakfast for 4, guess how much the ticket is? In fact, it's going to pay you. How much? Guess now. How much? Somebody say 2K. I wish it was 2,000 naira. 1K. 1,000 naira to buy a ticket for breakfast for 4. Can you imagine? How many tickets should you buy? At least 4. For the 1-year pool membership, guess, 10,000, 5,000, 3,000 naira only. So buy a ticket, buy 2, it will increase your chances of winning. To get the voucher for jewelry worth 200,000, in fact, this one, somebody will cry now. You will soon cry. Do you know how much? 500 naira. To buy the ticket, 500 naira. You should buy the whole booklet. And for the weekend getaway, not one night, weekend getaway. In fact, let me just keep it. I want to buy all the tickets back for myself, please. Let myself and somebody come and spend 5K only for a whole weekend. Buy the tickets and remember the proceeds from the ticket sales go to supporting women at risk at Warif. DJ Daisy is on the console today. She's on the wheels of steel. That's DJ Daisy over there. Somebody was saying, oh, maybe we got a female DJ because we want to do women supporting women. I said, no. It's not women supporting women when you hire a professional. No. That is giving her job that she's good at. DJ Daisy will give you 2 minutes to just give us some wiki, so that some women in here will know that we mean business. Do we mean business? Yes, we do. DJ Daisy, over to you. So please move your body, return your phone calls that you've been wanting to, or send those messages. And after DJ Daisy takes us around the world, we'll come back for our next panel. DJ Daisy.
I'm sorry, my baby. You can't go. My baby, you did it in a minute. This I turned up now. I'm sorry, my baby. You can't go. I'm so sorry now. I don't like to my baby. You did it in a minute. This I turned up now.
Party me all love. Tó dìgbà tí bá ní kò bọ́ kù lọ. Àlàyé mi sáré tẹ bọ́tì lọ. Gbogbo nǹkan kọ́ ló máa fi ń jọ́gọ̀jọ̀. Ká lọ ṣe shopping jọ. I know they send that they chop my life. 100% we dey gbádùn lọ. Àwọn tí o fẹ́ wa kọ́ máa struggle lọ. The money long cause I don't buy shit. Now everybody want to tear my shirt. I just blow but I know myself. Before them use me, I go use my sense. I'm about to pass it. Anita go down set. I'm to do, I'm pupa me love my fat. Range over me cheese, lolo my jet. Assalam, alaikum. I get to many inside.
Sitting on a pot of gold, because some people have seen the economy around it and are taking advantage of it. But I'll leave it to the panelists to do the heavy lifting. I'd like to welcome the moderator for this panel, where we're discussing the business of care and well-being. And the topic is care as a business, an economic driver for progress. Please welcome Blessing Adesina as she comes up. Blessing is a trailblazer in the care economy. She's a mother of 4 children And so she understands this thing, knowing that care is not a woman's business, it's an economic issue. And she has put in her life, her energy, her blood, and her sweat. She's dedicated her career to closing the care gap for families, workplaces, and economies around the world. With a background spanning Fortune 100 companies in the US, she's also led advocacy for paid family leave, not just maternity leave, but paid family leave and care infrastructure. I can't wait for Blessing to tell you so much about. Are you ready for this? We're honored to have you, and I'll hand over to Blessing now to bring in your panelists and go into the conversation. Please welcome Blessing. Care.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Blessing Oyeleye Adesina, and I'm the founder and CEO of Caring Africa. It's nice and wonderful to see you all this morning. I'm super excited. Women do mean business, and I think that it's something that I've always championed, because I truly believe that women are multifaceted. We can thrive and accomplish so much in the workplace and also in our homes and with our children. And I'm here this morning. How many of you, just before we bring on our speakers, how many of you have had to miss work because you did not have childcare? Okay, I'm seeing a few women. I don't see men, no. I don't see men. All right, how many of you, when you are at work, you are pressing phone, looking for nanny? Or somebody to take care of your aging parents? You better raise your hand, because you were telling me about your mom. Or somebody take care of mommy or daddy, or to help mommy go and pick up something, or to help mommy with their medication. How many of you? Okay, perfect. All right, so without further ado, I will introduce our speakers. So I just want to level set a bit, because oftentimes society overlooks the importance of investing in care. And this affects all of us, whether you have children, or you have aging parents, or you have someone that you're caring for. It could be a partner, a spouse that is going through an illness. Society overlooks this because, we just always assume that somebody else will do it. And today we have three amazing leaders with us. One leading care for employees in the workplace, another looking at this on a global perspective, and the third leader is a child care provider. And so today we're going to be talking about care, because whether you like it or not, we all need care, right? Or we have all received care at some point in our lives. When you were born, somebody was taking care of you, you are caring for someone, and you still will or may need care when you get older. So this is why care is such an important conversation. So let me introduce our very first speaker, Adori Udechiku. She's the Senior Gender and Economic Inclusion Advisor at IFC, the World Bank. And Adori please give her a round of applause, because she had to pull everything to get here today. And she has been a champion of care here in Nigeria with the Care to Equal program that the World Bank is leading. They've done a lot of work in quantifying as well as reporting on care infrastructure here in Nigeria. Our next speaker is Kingsley Ogiri, Mr. Kingsley Ogiri, and he is the Chief Human Resource Officer at Providus Bank. Please give Kingsley a round of applause, because he did not sleep in Lagos, and he literally just, drove all the way to Lagos to be with us here today. Providus Bank has been a wonderful partner of ours for a very long time, because they understand the importance of care for their employees. So if you know a Providus employee, just know that they are enjoying, because they don't joke with their employees. All right, and last but not the least is my wonderful friend, a fellow care innovator, Mrs. Itoro Ugoji. She's the founder and CEO. She's the founder and CEO of the Baby Lounge. If you don't know where the Baby Lounge is, you need to Google them. She understands childcare back to back. If you wake her up at 6 a.m. and say, Miss Itoro, oh yeah, tell me about childcare in Nigeria, she has the answer. All right, I don't want to waste too much of our time because our speakers have so much to talk about. But before they dive in, I just want to share my own story in case they've never heard that before. So when I was 23, 23, I had my baby, my first child. So my Tayo is 16 years old. So do the math. I'll be 39 this year. And I walked into the workplace with a baby. And, you know, a lot of people, when they go into the workplace as a 22-year-old, you know, you're thinking about your pencil skirt, you're thinking about, you know, your perfect journal, you are calling your friends, you guys are talking about your first day of work. And here I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do with childcare? Who is going to take care of my child? So I'm researching baby formulas, I'm researching the next childcare location, and that was when it occurred to me that this really needed to be, you know, a societal issue and a workplace issue, because I can't be the only one figuring this out for myself. I thought about the millions of working families, working moms that were out there that were doing exactly the same thing, just typing, researching. I mean, now we even have, you know, I think we can search for a lot of things, but back then, this was 16 years ago, it was really tough to find real-time, up-to-date information. So I relied on the phone calls, and it was a lot at the time. So I want to start off with you, Adori, because I know that you have done a lot of work in trying to understand the impact of childcare, of reliable, accessible, and affordable childcare for women especially. Because if women are going to mean business, they need childcare. Or am I wrong? Especially here in Nigeria. So please share with us, you know, what have you found to be the most important, you know, need in our society around childcare for women? Or what are the issues or the barriers that you've seen?
Thank you very much, Blessing, and thanks for opening with that story. I think I will start with the most recent here, where you asked how many of you missed work yesterday or something because you didn't have access to care. So I looked behind to see the show of hands, and right behind me was someone who could not be at work yesterday because they had to provide childcare. And, you know, it just struck me again. And today I would like to challenge all of us about how we think about care. It struck me again about the impact of societal norms and expectations on women. So what our study found 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, we conducted an assessment of the care economy in Nigeria. We looked at the demand side and the supply side of care. We looked at the infrastructure that's available. We looked at the legal and regulatory frameworks. And what we found was that women are disproportionately impacted by the burden of care. While globally and in Nigeria as well, they dedicate 3 times more of their time than men to provide care. Men rise 3 times faster than women in the workplace and in their business. So it's sort of, you know, not balanced is the word that I would use. And so you begin to ask the question, why is this so? If we're advocating for women to enter the workforce, if we're advocating for more women to participate in the female labor force, if we're advocating for more women to be entrepreneurs and to thrive, we then need to begin to think about their time commitments, right? A lot of studies have shown that women are time poor. But you begin to ask yourself, why are they time poor? It's because their time is tied up in providing care, either for children or for the elderly or for a sick person. Because this is just expected. A man takes a baby to the hospital and they're like, where is the mother? Because the mother has gone to work. But a woman takes a baby to the hospital. Nobody is asking, are you working? Do you do business? Who is taking care of your business? Who is filling in for you at work? Right? So first of all, I'd like to challenge the way we think about it. One, there's the societal norms and expectations that impact the care economy overall. So I'd like you to think about it as an overarching issue from there. And then you also look at the market failures. At the firm level, for instance, employers expect women to work at the same pace and be as productive as men, but have not provided the infrastructure to support them because they have, like Blessing said, multifaceted responsibilities. They're working at home, they're working at work. So they are doing two jobs. So what kind of provisions are employers providing? We found some best practices where employers were providing adequate maternity leave, adequate paternity leave, but only 5% of employers in Nigeria actually provide employer-supported childcare to their employees. And that's a huge, huge gap because the other 95% do not. And you can begin to think about the impact on women. A lot of us here are entrepreneurs. It is from the quick assessment that I did. As entrepreneurs, you then begin to think about yourself as an employer of labor. What are you putting in place to ensure that the women in your workforce are well supported? So we're talking about policies, we're talking about the practices, your family-friendly policies, etc. So that's one level of failure. And then you look at the market level failure, where the government, the policies, do not support or make childcare provision mandatory. In some other markets, we found that at the government level, there's a mandatory childcare provision that is required by employers who employ at least 100 employees. And I think in Nigeria it should be lower, right? Because we don't have we don't even have the non-employer supported childcare, that's adequate. So you look at that market level failure, and then you also look at the supply side failure, where when you think about childcare, affordability and quality almost cannot go in the same sentence. So if you're looking for quality, it's probably unaffordable. If you're looking for affordable, it's probably low quality. But why can you not have both in a childcare provider? Right? So we also look on the supply side. What are the challenges that care entrepreneurs are facing? I'll leave that to Itoro to speak to. But there are also those challenges. The care entrepreneurs are there. We have Itoros out there, but they also have constraints to growing and expanding their business so that they can support more families. So I'll stop there at this point, and we'll come back to.
I'm just shaking my head, and please give Adori a round of applause for that, because. When I first came to Nigeria, I told myself, I said, you know what, I don't think I can find anybody that, I need to start educating people around care. And then I met Adori, and I met Mrs. Itura. I said, I already have my people, and we've stuck together since then. And what I love about, everything that you've just said is that this is not sentimental. Right? A lot of time when we're talking about childcare, when we're talking about paid family leave, when we are talking about breastfeeding in the workplace, a lot of people think, it's because let's just support these women. This is not sentimental. We actually have data. We have, evidence-based research that shows that childcare is good for everybody. It's good for the families. It's good for business. It's good for our economic growth. It's actually one of the most important ways we can catalyze our economy. Because think about it, if 50% of our population is not able to achieve their full potential, they're not able to scale their businesses, they're not able to contribute to their full capacity in the workplace, then that means that our productivity continues to come down. And that's why I'm going to go straight to Kingsley, because that is something that Providus does well in terms of understanding that childcare is a business imperative. Let's remove the sentiment. Let's drop that. Because we know that when we go to workplace leaders, and Kingsley and I, we've had this conversation before. Kingsley will tell me, Blessing, I need numbers, I need data, because my shareholders don't listen to sentiments. So we now started looking at, okay, how can we convince shareholders, investors, and business leaders that childcare is worth investing in? And that is something that, Providus has done really well, thinking about care, not just childcare. They are looking at aging care. They're looking at paid leave. They're looking at, okay, what happens when mom has a baby and come back to work? So I'm not going to steal your thunder. I just want you to describe to us, why Providus Bank has made a business decision to invest in care.
All right, thank you, Blessing, and good afternoon, everyone. First off, before I answer the question, you will note that I am in the severe minority. So I would like to say Happy International Women's Day to everyone. And just by looking at this room, it means that women actually mean business, right? Let's talk about Providus Bank as an employer that has decided to focus on employee care as a differentiator and as a value proposition. I don't think it's news anymore that women rule the world. And if you look at the statistics, and I'll go to my demographics, for the bank, 60% of our workforce is it's women and it's females. And so that makes us begin to think, okay, of that 60%, about 80% of them are married, getting ready to start a family. And as such, we began to wonder, how can we deliberately and intentionally focus on care as a value proposition to our talents? It made us come up with a couple of things, and I'll share some with you. The first one that's very important to us is what we call the newborn care kit from the bank that goes to every female employee that gives birth. Now, 80% of our employees are married. They're ready to give birth. One day I was just sitting in my office, and right in front of me, I had about 6 pregnant women walk past my office. And I said, wow, we need to take this thing very seriously. And then we said, okay, so when these women, go and leave, the bank gives them maternity leave. Yes, that's fine. But before they come back, what can we do to recognize the fact that they're bringing someone into the Providus Bank family? And as such, when we talk about employee care, it's hinged on 3 things: wellness, welfare, and well-being. Those 3 things are very, very important to us in the bank. And, when you look at wellness, for instance, a female employee just puts to bed, she's ready to come back to work, but we're saying, no, hold on, take your maternity leave, but you need support. So we have this care kit that was curated by Caring Africa. It has everything that a newborn, everything a newborn wants is in that box. We call it the box of happiness. So whatever you're looking for is there. I know, because, yes, I know Adobe said men typically rise faster. Men typically are not seen as carers. The notion is changing, though, because now I hear some men coming to meet me to say, my wife said I should stay at home with the kids. And I'm saying, please stay at home with the kids, But first of all, the truth of the matter is society places a responsibility on women to first and foremost take care of children, although that mindset is shifting. So we have this beautifully crafted newborn kit for people who just give birth. We give it to every female employee who puts to bed. It's a way of saying, welcome to the world, but it's also a way of saying, we care about you and your baby, right? That's what we're trying to tell you every time we give you that box. And let me just take it a bit further. One of the things that happened about 2 years ago was that we noticed that aside from maternity leave, every time a female employee wants to come back to work, she's always having to have this conversation with us about finding support for the newborn. Where will I keep my child when I go to work and everything? So we said, wait, hold on a minute. We can create something called a creche support allowance, which we give to every female employee. Actually, we give it to the male employees too. Just tell us that you've had a baby.
The one who took the box.
Just tell us that you've had a baby, and you are entitled to get a monthly allowance that allows the bank pay for creche for your newborn. These things are very important to the management of Providence Bank. In fact, we see it as a differentiator because everybody is focused on pay and salary, but what about the well-being and the wellness of the employee? What about care? How are we as a bank telling the employee that we care for them? Now, these are just some of the initiatives that we've put in place to show our employees that you're important to us, not just in terms of monetary benefits, but in terms of the word care. Your wellness, your well-being, and your welfare is critical to us as a bank. Thank you.
Wow. Please, let's give Mr. Ogiri Kingsley another round of applause because I don't know if you heard correctly, and he has not even shared everything. What you all do for, families with aging, with elderly parents, the on-ramp program, there's a whole lot that they do to support working families. And I say working families because it's not just about, babies, right? So many people are also caring for their aging parents. So many people are also caring for, a spouse, with disability or with a terminal illness. And these things, we need to think about them because whether we like it or not, the employee is at work, but they are not present if they are thinking about all of these things. And Providence has done a wonderful job positioning themselves as a strong employer that values and prioritizes employee care. So let me go to Mrs. Itoro. I know she's already waiting for me. And one of the reasons I'm really excited about hearing from you is because you have been in this space. You've been on the other side where you were an employee. You are now a care provider, providing childcare for families. And you have serviced hundreds of families, hundreds of employers. In fact, you have placed creches in various companies across Nigeria. And I just want to ask you, what do you hear from families, especially moms, about the challenges of childcare and the challenges of actually going to work, right? Being able to scale their businesses or even rise in corporate Nigeria. What challenges have you been hearing and seeing from your end?
They will not silence us. Thank you for having me again. So before I get to that, I want to say to Mr. Giri, very well done, and recommend that you step up the wellness, well-being, and welfare of women coming back from maternity leave with your Mugwa plan. You want to think about that. Fantastic. So the Mugwa plan is a postpartum care for new moms and their babies, 24 hours, so that these women can truly rest and recover from the rigors of pregnancy and childbirth. Think about it. Most of the time they're on maternity leave, they're not actually resting, which is why moms who are resuming back to work are palpitating. We have a number of them who resume, and the waiting room has them crying, breaking down. People often talk about separation anxiety, and the first thing that comes to your mind is the child. Mothers suffer from separation anxiety. It's so real. And so I find myself having to sit down with these moms and encourage and support them and assure them that their children will be fine. So we talk about, that's one of the challenges. So a mom is concerned about the safety of her children. Most of them have never been separated from those children. Remember, these are children of vulnerable ages. One of the biggest steps of faith that mothers take is entrusting their children to total strangers. That nanny, do you have background checks on that nanny? Can your nanny perform CPR? Please do not say God forbid, because God forbid is not a strategy. Can your nanny do first aid? in event of an emergency. And for those of us who have web nanny cam, right, let me announce to you that nanny cam and CCTV, fantastic, but they're cold comfort because you will be at a remote location and watch your child being molested and you'll be totally helpless. So it's about getting childcare support or support systems that you not only trust, but are reliable. So some of the other major challenges, right, would be peace of mind, comfort. How do I know that my child is well taken care of? Now, as an organization, we do not give remote access to parents. And the reason is very simple. We used to, but we find it very disruptive. A mother logs into the CCTV, right? And the ladies just cannot work because they are raising issues that may not necessarily be issues, right? And the service is one of trust. So we say to you, we are not giving you remote access, not because we have anything to hide. You can come into the creche at any time, right? But we can give you footages if you want. So what we do is at the end of each day, every single child gets a report. It's a snapshot of their day. Drop-off time, pick-up time, temperature checks at drop-off, feeding routines, what they ate, how much they ate, what time they ate, diaper changes for the infants, whether it was wet, whether it was a bowel movement, potty training for the toddlers, sleep routines, how long they slept for, then a highlight of their learning and play activities. And guess what? Because we do not want the moms to completely miss out or carry that mom guilt, we also send you pictures and videos. So you're sitting every single day. In fact, mothers have used that to even tell the time. 12 o'clock, the videos and the pictures drop in your phone, right? Now, we are privileged to see a lot of the milestones because the children stay with us for so long. We see the first step, we see the first scroll, we take short videos and send to the parents. The people who did not clap are yet to get on that motherhood journey. So I totally understand. One of the other challenges too is the timing, the structure. So you have schools and daycares that close at 2. The mom is in the office till 6. So how does that serve her? So the extended hours, we run the service 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Late pickup starts at 7 p.m. So we have kids in the creche sometimes at 8. Not every day. Please don't judge that mom. Our realities are different. It doesn't make her an irresponsible mom. It's just the circumstances with which she finds herself. And what the moms need are support systems. Reason why we also run the service all year round. No term breaks. So we are one of the creches that are open on the 24th of December, for example, if it is a work day, right? Because moms don't go on term breaks.
Wow. Mrs. Itoro, I can listen to her all day, especially because I'm a mother of 4 and my children, I have a 16-year-old 753. So the 753, they camp with her at the baby lounge almost every weekend. But I want us to, because we're running short on time, but I want to bring this back to our care expert here. Based on everything we just talked about, whether it's childcare as a service or childcare in the workplace as a benefit, how else can we think about care, right? What can we do, especially here in Nigeria? What are the opportunities? Whether it's for government, policymakers, other workplace leaders, what is the opportunity that, we want them to see so that they can invest in care? What are your own suggestions around how do we invest in care? And lastly, I'm going to take this, to also ask you, how can we get men? I know today is women's, we're talking about women mean business, but we also need our men. So how do we redistribute? Perhaps the question is this redistribution of care, right? Because right now, care sits squarely on the lap of the woman. And I always say that we need to redistribute that care. We need to redistribute it to our men, We need to redistribute it to our government. We need to redistribute it to workplaces and institutions. And lastly, redistribute it to markets, right? So all the tech people, the providers, entrepreneurs, how are they thinking about solving this issue for us? So I'll just leave you to, help us understand more around this redistribution of care.
Thank you. So I was thinking about your question and reflecting on a few points. And there's so many ways to deal with the urgency of care. And I describe it as an urgency, which I'll come back to in a moment, but please stay on that word urgency. To emphasize what Kingsley has said, he talked about employees. Our study found that 76% of working parents reported that they are more productive when their employers supported them with care. So that's a business case. So it means that it trickles down to the bottom line of companies. I'm stating this so that as an employer in here, you begin to think about why this is important. And then you asked about redistributing care. Another thing we found from the study is low uptake of paternity leave. So paternity leave is not mandated by the labor law, unfortunately. However, state governments in their Public Service Act make provisions for paternity leave. But what we found is that even when paternity leave is available, in some institutions, it is reported that men do not take the paternity leave. And it was argued that for those who take the paternity leave, what do they use it for? Right? So they probably add to the burden of care on the woman in some cases. But we need to shift that change. We need to shift that mindset. We need to change it through awareness creation. We need to change it by engaging men and boys. And I'll quickly share a story if time permits me. And this is, I'm a mother of 3 boys. A few days ago, just before International Women's Day, I was shocked in a conversation that I had with my last baby, who is turning 7 in a few days. So we're talking about healthcare. And for some reason, he said, men are doctors, women are nurses. And then I said, oh, but why do you think so? Why don't you think women can be doctors? So we argued, went back and forth a bit about it, and he said, yes, okay, yeah, women can be doctors, but doctors are men. He was just convinced that care should come, or rather, doctors should be men, and care, the nurses, should be the women. So I'm sharing this about engaging men and boys, because the boys become the men, right? And so we cannot begin to say, oh, let's shift. Yes, we shift the mindset of the men, begin to help them understand that there's a platform called Promundo, you probably know them, engaging for positive masculinity, where you help men see the benefits of caring, of sharing in the care burden, right? But we also need to begin to engage from our homes. For us that have children, men or women, boys and girls, start to engage them and shift the mindset, help them to understand that care is actually a life skill that they need to gain. So I will say that about redistributing care. There's a lot of things. There's different strategies from entertainment to infotainment, etc., to get that information out. But speaking to the urgency, and I want to emphasize this, let me paint a picture for you, right? So Nigeria has what we call the youth bulge, because 70% of our population are below 30. Think about that. Right now, in 2025, 70% of our 218 million population are below 30. You heard when Kingsley said he was sitting and 6 pregnant women walked past him. That's in one organization, just him. Now, imagine 20 years from now, those under 30 would have had babies. They'll be in the workforce because there's a lot of intervention to get them into economic activities, get them employed or become employers of labor. And look at the flip side of it. If 70% are under 30, it means 30% are aging. So for us who relied on our parents and our parents' parents, by the time this youth start having their own children, their parents would have been aging out. Would they be able to provide the care? So we need urgent infrastructure that is non-parental care for children and for our aging parents. If you also look at the immigration, the demographic shift, you know, there's not an abandonment, there's a need for elder care as well, because children are migrating, the parents are left behind. Who's going to take care of them as they age? So we need that infrastructure, and it cannot happen only from the private sector. It has to be a public-private sector partnership that subsidizes the cost. And I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, we can talk about this all day, as you have seen, but I just want to leave you with the fact that Nigeria is going to be the third most populous country in the world in about 15 years. So sit with that. This is why this is an imperative. Care is something that we have to prioritize in our workplaces, in our institutions, in our government, in our homes, because quite frankly, who is going to take care of all these people that we are having, all these children? Who's going to take care of them? You and I don't have 500 hands, right? And it's going to be an issue economically for all of us. Thank you so much for indulging us. Thank you
for enlightening us and empowering us. Please, another applause for Blessing and the entire team. Please rise for a photograph. We'll welcome our festival creator, Anita, and of course our chairman to please come join them in this group photograph. Let's take one of them there whilst Anita and Mom come up. Of course, if you're thinking, please come. If you're thinking about starting a care business, you should find a way to
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Actually, what I'm about to share with you was a true story. I had it on my phone for years. Anyway, that's history now. There was this lady, the couple were professionals. So both parents had gone to work to their workplace, and naturally they left the baby. That was something I didn't do. I didn't do it. So you that are unmarried, please try to ensure that you have a female staff in your household. A female staff. So when it comes to, maybe at times you're wearing, you know those long bras with many hooks and what have you, you can't cope. It's that female maid you are bound to, you know, to attend to you. So this story was about this maid. Every time the mother of the baby found there were little scars and things around this baby, they then decided to install a camera. True story. You will not believe it. She'll take the baby, shake her, slap her, put her, and that was how she got arrested. I think she was kept in prison for life because she was trying to kill a baby. So please make sure if anyone brings somebody, a company, to say, oh, we have, it's better you have them in your home and they become part of your family. But you must also look after them. Look after them. Give them good pay. You travel abroad or in town, you buy them all the needful we women need when we travel. And that's why, like the two staff I have at home now, men, these two are men, one's been with me for 38 years. Yes. My cook is from Cotonou. He, 29 years. His son is in my guardian office in the accounts department because I want to empower that son to look after the father when he retires. I also bought both of them 2 houses close to the 3-bedroom, all fridge, name it, the whole lot. So please, please, please do not handle your domestic staff in a nasty way, especially maids. Maids. Thank you, thank you.
Please care for your care. Care for your care. Tell your neighbor, say, care for your care. Oh. Thank you so much, and thank you for the insights. If you're going to bring people in, have them properly vetted, work with organizations like Care Africa, Caring Africa, because they go through the right process to ensure we get the right care that we can afford and care for. Due Center, come up now and take us for a few moments to stretch. We've been seated for how long? How long have you been sitting? Do you know? You've been sitting for almost 2 hours plus. So let's stand with them, stretch a little bit, and then we'll go into panel 3. Welcome back.
My name is Keynote once again, still in the spirit of caring for our body. So let's come to standing to stretch for like a few seconds. Can we all come to standing, please? Okay. So it's nothing serious, it's just a few stretch. So you want to bring your left leg behind, just cross the leg, just a bit. Now inhale. Your palms together, and exhale, slightly tilt to the right side. Yep. To your right. Inhale to center. Now go to the other side. Just be mindful of the person standing next to you. And back to center, still crossing the leg. Now, slowly, your gaze up to the ceiling. And back to center. Now you want to side, your right leg behind. And then inhale. And exhale to the right. Just go to the right side. Wherever is your right, just go there. And back to center. And now to the other side. Try to hold. And back to center. Now gaze to the ceiling. Your gaze up. And back to center. Your hands to your heart center. No, not yet. Now your right palm to your back. Your left palm to the right elbow. Just try to hold. Now inhale and lift your heels off the floor. Just go on the tip of your toes. And relax. Now you want to change side. Your left palm to your back. Your right palm to the elbow. Inhale, lift. And exhale, your hands to your heart center. And now we can say namaste.
Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste. What did we learn earlier that namaste is? Peace be unto you. So turn to someone now and say it in English. No, with the hands now. The hands together. Let's go. Then you can even add a little Indian accent and say, peace be unto you. Why are you laughing? What's funny? I just said, turn to someone and say, peace be unto you. I don't know why you are laughing. Is it a little funny to you? Your head is supposed to be moving when you're saying the namaste. Don't you used to watch Z World? Or you want to drink cha? Oh my goodness. Guardian Woman, thank you so much for bringing us together again to let our hair down, learn, capture, communicate, make decisions, go back and implement. Are you happy you're here? Then put your hands together for Guardian Woman. The business of culture is the focus of our next panel. And the panelists are here on hand, ready to... Shouting, shout. Some people are like, shout well. You know her on TV, you love her, you are happy to see her, so show that you are happy. She is a frontline personality in media, entertainment, and finance with over 20 years of experience as an on-screen personality, TV host, and of course, sought-after event MC. She has mastered the art of storytelling across multiple platforms, and she's the anchor of Nigeria's beloved morning show, Wake Up Nigeria! All right, so I'll hand the microphone over to Titi to bring the rest of her panelists. Everybody welcome her once again! Woo! Titi the Dynamite!
Ooh, wow, what a welcome! What a welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the brave ones amongst us. Good afternoon, everyone. Ooh, okay. So I see a lot of amazing smiling faces, and by this time of the day, oftentimes at events, people are beginning to feel a little, but I'm loving the energy. I'm loving the vibe in the room. I think you should give yourselves a shout. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so women mean business. In today's parlance, you'll probably say, we did not come to play. We didn't come to Lagos to count bridges, am I right? We came to get things done. And I was about to use French there, but I removed the French word and I said things. Because in the end, there are a lot of things that are thrown at us every day. I'm still removing the French from that, if you understand what I'm saying. Being a woman is amazing. Being a woman is also a privilege. But being a woman is... Okay, so I've learned that there is a burden to the blessing. Am I right? There is a burden to that blessing. But as long as you continue to see it as a blessing, you will continue to thrive in your space. Okay, let me go on script now. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you're feeling all right today. Am I right? Are you good? You are? You sure? So wherever you are, if you have a paper and pencil or maybe a notepad in your phone, probably jot down 5 reasons why today is a great day. The reasons for you. And maybe if you have a question, you want to write that down and pass it on to, hopefully we have some helpers in the room that could pass them on to us. Let's hold them close so that when it's time for the question and answer session, we're not rushing to get the questions through. So as soon as you feel like you have a question on your mind, write it down. Now, we're here to talk about the future of the arts, entertainment, and lifestyle industries. And we're touching on hospitality as well this morning, I hear. And it's not just about Nigeria, but Nigeria and beyond. But let me briefly introduce myself for those who don't know me. My name is Titilayo Oyinson. Some know me as Titi the Dynamite on social media. Some know me as TITI from my time on the radio. And some know me as Yabeji, Mommy twins, Mommy Amber and Ruby, who are twin YouTubers who are 12 years old now. Okay, clap for Mommy and Daddy. Thank you. Now, 21 years in media has taught me a lot. And as she mentioned, I'm on the #1 breakfast show in the country now. But I also had to branch out. I started producing a podcast called Women's Wealth. Now, this was my opportunity to bring in women who understood what money meant and give their insights to help other women grow in that particular space. So yes, I have touched on the area of finance as an enthusiast, not exactly as an expert, but in the building today for this Guardian Women Festival 2025, we have some experts that are joining us. Let me find those profiles very quickly. Please bear with me. Let's see if I can get those profiles out as quickly as possible. Aha. I'm thrilled to introduce our panelists who exemplify excellence and innovation in their individual fields. And it might interest you to know we have a gentleman on our panel today. And we really want you to love on him because we know it's intimidating coming up on stage in front of some amazing women. We have Mr. Herman Britz, the General Manager of Federal Palace Hotel and Casino. Now, this is a historic landmark in Lagos. It's known for its luxury, its rich heritage, its keen eye for detail, and strategic mindset. Now, he's ensuring that the hotel's legacy of excellence continues to offer world-class hospitality and services. Please love on him some more. Herman started working here about 6 months ago, so yeah, he's still fresh and new. We can still, you know, add a little to his list of things to do for us, if you know what I mean. He's still impressionable. He isn't Nigerianized yet. Up next, we have the amazing Jokotade Shonowo. Now, she's a photographer and founder of Posh Click Portraiture. She is celebrated as a visionary behind this brand, and she has worked to beautifully capture African beauty and culture in her work. She's dedicated to also mentoring emerging female photographers and fostering supportive community in the visual arts. Please love on her some more. Then we have the amazing queen of the power suit, Ivie Osula, fashion designer and founder of DWL, Defining Women's Lifestyle. Now, she is a trailblazing fashion designer, and her brand celebrates African fashion, empowering women through stylish and culturally resonant designs. And she's also a strong advocate for sustainable fashion. Very key, sustainable fashion in today's world. Very, very important. And yeah, so we're gonna dive in. Okay, I think this might be my spot. This might be my spot because of the angle, you know. The cameras are going to be facing me. I want to look good. All right, thank you so much. Do we have enough microphones here? Let me test this one out. Testing. Ooh, okay, I like this one. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's start the conversation, shall we? First of all, I want you to wrap your head around 3 words that sort of defined your journey in your field. 3 words. If you could give us 3 words that defined your journey, what would they be, and of course, why? Let's start with you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'd say 3 words that would describe my journey so far is resilience, fulfilling purpose, and, you know, fully living out my dreams and goals. Thank you.
but you know you have to give us the why. You have to give us the why. I won't let you go on that because your journey is a deep one. Talk to us.
Focusing now on my purpose in life, I would say I'm at the stage where I've found my second purpose. Because, like I was saying earlier, it's like this is like my second season of life. I mean, there will still be more. But at this point in my life, I see that I'm called to do, and also I'm called to also help others do more and do better, and also help others transform, you know, into who they're supposed to be. When I started out as a photographer, the reason why I could forge ahead and believe in my dreams was just because I saw someone who had also started the journey and was being, who was succeeding at it and leading the way, showing us that it was possible. So I have gone through that phase. Now I see that I also need to be that person for the people that are coming behind me. Thank you.
Over to you. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and thanks for that amazing introduction. I'm in good company, I would say. Three things for me are, number one, I think passion. Number two, wanting to be the best role model to my two daughters. I have two girls. And number three, I feel like God has called me to dress women to show up in elevated versions of themselves all around the world, and I'm fulfilling purpose. So now the why. I really have two lives. I have a 14-year career in supply chain finance as a banker, nothing that looks like fashion. But I started off dressing myself, dressing people, and I have moved from country. I shuttle between Qatar and Nigeria now. I have moved from country to country, dressed Nigerian women to take on global stages, dressed Arab women to take on global stages, dressed European women to take on global stages. If that's not God's calling for me, I mean, I don't know what that is. So that's one. Number two, I have two girls, and I always say I wish for a day when I don't need to preach to my daughters to say you need to work twice as hard, blah, blah, blah. Just do your best and get the recognition that you want. So I want them to live and see that their mother was a doer, that their mother contributed in making the world a better place by dressing one woman at a time. So that's the second one. And then the last one is I'm very passionate about what I do. I mean, it kind of encompasses what I've already said. So yeah, that's what drives me. Even days when I wake up and I've shouted and I don't want to do it again, my husband says, go and sleep. I wake up tomorrow, we go again. Thank you.
All right, Herman.
My turn. Icaro, Nigeria, Icaro, VI, Icaro, Federal Palace, Icaro, powerful ladies of Nigeria.
So we've already given him a name, right? We'll tell you the name after.
I need a name.
Three words, Herman.
Okay, from my side, I think mostly to start with love what you do, and you'll never work a day in your life again. Respect the people, respect your colleagues. I think respect is just the backbone of all of it. And then the secret key is probably nurturing the future talent of hospitality. So I think the nurturing part comes easy. I think the fierce ladies in this room knows about nurturing and growing talent. So I think that's it.
All right. I'm going to be asking someone what they said. Hopefully you were jotting and taking note. I want everyone to really actually listen in on this panel. It's going to be one that's going to inspire you, but please give them a round of applause for their first set of answers. That was just a warm-up because we're going to go a little deeper into this space. You know, the theme itself is a very important one. Women mean business. They mean business because we didn't come here to play, but they actually mean business for you as well, as brands, as industries. And I'm going to start with Herman now. He is in the hospitality sector for over 30 years. Please give him a round of applause for that. But then he arrived here 6 months ago. Talk to us about that.
Right, okay, so my journey is quite easy. I arrived 6 months ago. I still have that new car smell, so You know, I'm brand new. So what I know about Nigeria is I love the nurturing and passion of the people. The people is just magic. But now how do we reverse that into business? So at Federal Palace, we started our journey with, for example, the recruitment. Our human resources manager is a female. She's empowered. Our finance leader is a lady. Our housekeeping department is run by a lady.
Okay.
The front office, the hotel is run by a lady.
Yeah.
The food and beverage, the offering you see today is run by a lady.
Amazing.
The casino is run by a lady. So,
Yeah.
so ask us about love and passion. and I can tell you, Federal Palace, we are working extremely hard. We are led and owned by female power. So we're in for the journey. And my time at Federal Palace so far has been amazing.
Okay.
But mostly, the ladies they're meaning business. They are here, they're meaning business.
They do mean business. However, you did come in and meet quite a lot of challenges on the ground. We know that you have extensive experience in hospitality, so you need to talk a bit about those systemic challenges as briefly as you can, especially with regards to women's progress in the industry.
Okay, so the truth and reality is ladies have ambition and they work hard and they need to succeed. So courageous, career-oriented ladies have the challenge of, it's hospitality. We run 24 hours. How do I make the balance between running my family, running my business, making sure that the business runs 24 hours, still go back home, run my household, and so that's the challenge for the ladies. So it's very important to understand that as a business, you need to be a little bit flexible with regards to hours, operating hours, the work zone. Be tolerant about, we people, we are leaders, we're fierce leaders that also has a career, but the balance is how do they run the family structure within. So it's the career work-life balance, and I believe we need to be, as an industry, more tolerable about achieving those goals.
So it's tolerance. You're saying you're sprinkling more tolerance into that space as you've come to make some improvements in that space. We're going to come back to you on this. Maybe I'll give you a bit of time to think about what you're working on in this space, because it is important. But I want to touch on the photography space now. It's very important because Joko Tade is a leading photographer, and there was a time it was a rarity to find a female behind the camera, coming to an event, even in a studio, holding the camera, dealing with the lens and all the equipment. It was a challenge to find a woman that's even being supported in this space. So you need to talk to us about some of the steps that you've had to take, and of course that others could take, to create a more inclusive environment.
Creating a more inclusive environment in the photography space is pretty much straightforward. So first thing I would say is a woman going into photography is not so much different from a man, being in the same space. The only point where you start to have challenges is where other women across all industries, have challenges, when you start raising a family. Which is the same thing that happened to me. So at that point, in fact, I'll state an example. When I had my first daughter, I was away for about 6 to 9 months. And by the time I returned into the industry, it was almost like I had been left behind, literally, because I had some personal things that made me stay away from Nigeria for that long. And by the time I came back, it wasn't the same anymore. I had to work, really, really hard to go back in there. I wasn't so energized to go in. But for my second son, my second child, I made sure I didn't stay out for as long. I came back like 3 weeks, after that. But one of the things that I did differently, having experienced that with my first child, was while I was pregnant, I was studying. I was going through different lessons. So immediately I came back with a bang. So what I would say is, while support systems are also very crucial to this, in that waiting period where you can't show up, you also need to, learn. Don't stop learning, improve on yourself so that when you come back and you are seen. The light is, shown on you literally. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Please, yes, a round of applause for them as soon as they finish speaking. I've always wondered, I actually witnessed this at an event myself where there was a particular female photographer at a fashion show. And you know how hectic a fashion parade photography line is. Every press house, everyone was there trying to take a picture. And she was dogged. She had to get on the ground. She was trying to get the angles, and it does seem, should I use the term unseemly in some cases, for women to be in those weird positions, trying to push away the guys, trying to get that angle. Have you ever had any embarrassing encounters that made you maybe consider, you know what, I'm done with this?
It's interesting you say this. So the first thing is, I get asked this question a lot, that do you feel any different as a female? The answer is no. First, I'm a photographer, so I don't see myself as a female photographer.
Okay.
So when I used to shoot a lot of weddings heavily, you will see me right there in front. I'm pushing the guys, I'm elbowing them.
Yeah.
I'm one of the guys, literally. So I don't see myself like I'm a woman in the industry, no. I see myself as a photographer, and as an amazing one at that, So I try not to play that card or use that card that I'm a woman. I feel like you go in there with the value that you have, with the skill that you have, with the talent that God has placed inside of you, and you go there and show them that women do it really, really well and excellently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And in that same vein, I'm going to move it over to EVA now. In the fashion industry, there are definitely systemic issues that have limited women's advancement over time. But fashion has also evolved in leaps and bounds over the past decade. Now we have people like you who probably have a factory, if I'm right. You have a factory, and you're also leading male tailors. Now these guys, you know how tailors behave. Or even we that just try to get the local tailor, we want them to get it right every single time. Then we need to address what it's like to lead people in this way as a woman in this space.
First of all, fashion is high pressure. The glam is the walking on the runway, the pictures. Before we get to that, working in fashion means there are so many moving parts that you don't have control over. There are artisans, and everyone, once you started talking, I'm like, because artisans are like the greatest, headache. If managed well, they are also the ones that will help you go from 0 to 100. But managing artisans are is quite difficult. And in the fashion space at that level, most of the people that you can easily get to work with are men. Because I think traditionally, it was a lot of men that went into tailoring. But now we're seeing it changing. I mean, whenever I'm interviewing for a role, maybe as a tailor, a joiner, and I see a woman come on board, I'm always excited. I push the women who work for me. By the way, 95% of my staff strength are women. Okay. Even in a space, I run a suiting brand. So it's difficult to even find female tailors. At some point, I had to realize that I will get women at a point and train them to be able to make a suit because, like I said, that's the part I can do. So it's daunting working with artisans, working with men that are older than you, and you're telling them what to do. It just looks like this auntie speaking is running her mouth. Can't do them now. But at the end of the day, with time, you find between shouting today, massaging someone's ego tomorrow, knowing that you are the one that has a vision, somehow, you just get around. So just to, recap, basically, I push women. I'm interested when I see women on my team. I tell them I'm rooting for you. I push them opportunity-wise. And for the men, I try and manage them to be able to get value out of them.
Yeah. So I'm wondering who pushed you. Was it a woman that pushed you, or was it a man?
First of all, I am the poster child of women pushing me everywhere. From my journey in finance, into fashion, across countries, people calling my name in rooms I'm not in, people saying let me call names.
Yeah.
I have it's not a friend anymore. She's my madam in Qatar. When Foley says, my darling, come, you're sorted.
Wow.
She's the lead presenter for Al Jazeera.
Amazing.
She tells me, she's introduced me to rooms that I still think I don't deserve to be in.
Wow.
That's there. I have Harriet. I have Joko here. She's my friend. I have people who help me interview staff when I'm not on ground. I know this is not the answer to the question, but I digress.
Go ahead.
I've gotten on a flight before. My nanny left that day. And I just sent a message to my friends that I'm flying. I told my 12-year-old daughter and 13-year-old daughter, I said, Ifeko, you have to hold forth. When I get to Lagos, I'll sort it out. I had no plans. I got on a flight, and I sent a message to a few of my friends that my nanny has gone. Before I landed in Nigeria, there was a nanny in my house.
Wow.
So I'm the poster child of support women. I can go on and on, but you get the point. Yeah. So.
And a big thank you to all the women here in this room who are pushing other women in their space. And when I say pushing, I also mean lifting intentionally, not pushing them off stage, if you know what I mean. Lifting them up. Yeah. I'm coming to Herman now. Hopefully you've been able to wrap your head around those numbers. Because we're going to ask you these numbers because there is this issue of underrepresentation in certain spaces, especially leadership roles. Now, you have mentioned that in this particular space in hospitality here at Federal Palace Hotel, there is proper representation in the leadership space when it comes to women. And please give him another round of applause for that. You've been here about 6 months now, but what are the strategies that you believe have become essential for women to accelerate themselves into leadership positions? And I ask you to answer it from a man's position. What is it the men are doing that the women somehow, in some cases, are not?
Okay, interesting. We mustn't limit ourselves to certain positions. The best qualified person must get the job, regardless of the gender. In our field, we are in the human caring trade, so people caring for people. So the correct skill set should get the job, and that's the easy part. There is, like I said, being tolerable in certain spaces. If you take, for example, specific fields where a lady chooses to do revenue management, we need to grow and groom and make sure that we nurture that skill so that she can fulfill both the roles that she wants to do. We're very blessed in the hospitality industry. I mean, the Minister of Tourism in our country is Nigeria, is a lady. In South Africa, the tourism minister is Patricia de Lille. It's a female. So we should put targets and set goals as an industry and achieve it. Not just on paper, actually achieve the set targets and goals because it's very much achievable and we need to keep ourselves accountable on achieving those goals. So as for a man, I think men shouldn't be threatened. Men should empower and then embrace. My interesting story was when I was a youngster, my first general manager was a female, and she pulled my ear and made sure that I achieved the goals. So she got me to succeed.
All right, so you may have maybe either missed the end of the question or maybe intentionally skipped over it, but I want to come back and find out if there are certain things, if you believe there are certain things that guys do that women are not exactly doing, that are helping men always accelerate. What do you think?
I'm trying to think now, what do guys do?
Are there beer parlor or pub conversations going on that we don't know about? Is there a water cooler somewhere that people go to have a whisper session? What is it that the men are doing differently?
I think what do men do differently? Again, I told you, my industry, the hospitality industry, is a fierce fighting ground, and the best person will get that position. And I'm in the trade with fierce ladies, and they compete hard, and they get those positions. So I don't think there's any favoritism with regards to positions. In fact, the opposite is hotel, like engineering departments. We are exploring getting females empowered into those positions so that we can explore diverting separate skill sets into those departments. But it's up for grabs, and it's I can't say a dogfight. It's a free for all, and the best person gets the job. And in this case, the ladies deserve those positions. They worked hard for it.
All right, then, give it a round of applause. Guess what? That was the right answer. That was the right answer. So that your guys will still let you back on the golf course later on. But there is still so much to unpack here, especially when it comes to maybe some initiatives that, mentorship programs, things that women can do. I want to talk to Joko Tade a bit when it comes to sort of mentorship programs, visibility for women's work and advocacy. I know that you've touched on this in your space as well. So talk to us about that.
I would say that it's important for there to be information, as many as possible for women, going through different stages in their lives. Because as women, we live multiple seasons of life, and we usually think like we know, but the truth is you don't know until you start experiencing it. So I feel like many more people, should come up, especially when you've walked through that season, to create an avenue, to disseminate this information to other women. I do that with an initiative that I formed called Feminine Edge. So based on what I went through, I thought it was important that female creatives would get to know some of the challenges that they could face, in their journeys. So what Feminine Edge does is it pretty much touches on all of the other things apart from the technicalities of photography, for creatives. So such as financing, such as support, such as personal development, such as, mental health. Because these are things that women, go through as they advance, as they sojourn in their creative, journey that a lot of us don't talk about, and we're not vocal about it. So I think everyone who has a voice or who God has called, to have a voice should speak loud and, carry people along. Because the truth is there are some people that are only attuned to your own voice, just like they'll be attuned to other people's voices. So as many women as possible that can come up, to drive those initiatives, they should also be sponsored by brands who are passionate about, those kind of initiatives. They should back them up. While they have the idea, they might not have the resources, to pull through. So more brands should partner with initiatives like that are targeted towards, women living better and more wholesome lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Of course, moving straight along to EVA, the fashion industry has quite a few female leaders. However, there's this mentorship gap. Could we call it a gap? And I'm wondering how you in your space have tried to fill that gap and what you've experienced in the past when it comes to mentorship.
Okay, my journey into fashion didn't start from fashion school to learning patterns. Mine started from, I want to dress fly to work. Okay. I want to wear 5-inch heels to work, pencil dresses, dress like Oliver Pope, dress like that lady in suits. That's how it started. And then I started and people followed. So I didn't have the typical textbook, whatever towards fashion. But I've since realized that maybe that's my superpower. So I've also moved countries, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. And I'm calling these names because these are places where I see women, they typically go there and the dream is lost and they're finding their food. So one thing I always do is, whenever I get a call and say, hi, am I speaking with EVA? Someone gave me your number. I just moved to the country. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. I simply tell them my story. So my story is good enough. I had a thriving 14-year career in finance, in banking, and I was just doing fashion on the side. And I had to move to Saudi Arabia in 2019. Women just started driving. It was not, I picked up photography as a hobby and then blossomed fashion. And now in Qatar, fashion has taken over. So I tell people, I'm just living, my life is proof that, you can do this thing. So basically, I am the example to people who are struggling to find their feet after they've had a career or how to start this. I am always the example. I talked about, what support system from women have done to me. it's not just for me to say, oh, they mention my names. I sit with my friend Ify, who is reviewing documents with me at 1 a.m. in the night. But I also know I should do the same to people. When people call me, when I get that call to say, you know, I'm just new in this country, sometimes in another country, I'm in Kuwait, I don't know what to do. I don't just feel like someone has called me. I tell myself, the way people have lifted you up, opened doors for you, to the point where you're now sitting in these rooms, you need to also handhold these people. Even when it's not convenient for me, I need to handhold these people, see people to ensure that, like I said, the goal is this thing about women having to strong. I want a time when we don't have to talk about it again. So my own part is to ensure one lady at a time, group of ladies at a time, I give them whatever advice, listening ear, support, push. If you know me, I'm very intense. You know, that they need to be able to come into their own. So I'll say that's what I do to ensure that, you know, I push women in fashion. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for that response. We have about 10 minutes left to go. Please, if you do have questions for our panelists, please endeavor to write them on a piece of paper and find a way to pass them to the front so that we can get to them during the question and answer session as quickly as possible. One more time, write down those questions. I will read your questions. And it doesn't really specifically have to do with what we've talked about. Of course, the main theme, stay on theme, please. But send those questions forward as soon as you can. Of course, Herman is still here, and we've already touched on so many different areas, but increasing representation in arts, entertainment, hospitality also contributes to economic growth. So, from the boss's table, the economy, what sort of impact has it had bringing in more women to leadership positions? It doesn't have to be with the position you're in now, but maybe where you're coming from.
Okay, so this is an interesting one. If you take hospitality industry as a trade itself, you can see a significant growth in female travel bloggers. They share their journeys. I mean, the
travel bloggers.
Travel bloggers.
Amazing.
So they share their information and they travel the world, and and that creates obviously incitement in the industry. You've got food bloggers. You've got, I mean, so using technology in the hospitality space, food and beverage space, the travel space, that obviously creates awareness. And to your question is, ladies are obviously set to more attention to detail. So I think in that space, ladies are really good in that space. So the finance department, all of that, it works. So what financial value? If you want to keep it tight and make sure that the rands and the cents go to the right places, get the ladies on board. So in that space.
All right. So. Okay, so I'm not sure what I know the marketing department of many banks has had a lot of women in it. Hint, hint. But in the hospitality space, I've never really considered if your marketing department had to have women in it in order to fill up. How many rooms are in this place now?
So currently 150 bedrooms. And to your
What time?
150.
150 rooms need to be filled every night for you to probably break even.
And you're going to hate me. Our marketing manager's a lady.
No, don't worry. We love you for it. But we do understand what term will I use? Peculiar challenges there are around being a female in the marketing area of things. And a large percentage of business travelers are men. So in other words, they are marketing to the other gender. Do you have any comments on that? What are your opinions on that? Is it about the bottom line and staying in the green, or is it in the black?
No, I think each industry has got different segmentations with regards. You've got the corporate traveler, you've got whatever buyer you've got the buyers and you've got the influencers. The sales force goes out and they meet their targets. So, and it's all about relations. And I think the ladies in our industry, they network well. Ladies should take care of ladies a little bit better, and use their networks. I've definitely all for ladies in hospitality doing their own networking and networking events. So it's up there for the grabs. But yeah, I think in each segmentation, the ladies do home in. I don't, the buyers are influenced by, and there's always behind a great guy, there's always a team of great ladies. So.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So I'm hoping that the questions are already moving around. If someone could bring them towards the podium on my behalf as quickly as possible, I would appreciate it. But to the rest of our panel, I still want to touch on this issue of economic growth and social development in your spaces. Can I start with you, Jokotade? The numbers. Do you believe, well, I know that there's a particular female photographer. I believe she charges more than most male photographers. A big shout out to T.Y. Bello for opening up the space in photography for women a long time ago. And those beautiful pictures. Someone needs to call her for me. I need a photo shoot. I feel like having one. But she helped the space. And now, economically speaking, are you able to charge more because of people like her and barriers she broke? Talk to us.
You know, T.Y. Bello is an icon. And in particular, she was that big picture that I saw that made me think it was possible. Right, and I had the opportunity to actually go on a day in her life, you know, with her on the shoots earlier on when I started photography. And that further solidified, you know, the intent, you know, to pursue photography for me. So yes, indeed, you know, she literally opened the way. I remember, like, beginning of this year, I just felt the nudge to send a message to her and just thank her, you know, for the avenue that she's opened up for all of us. So yes, it's very, we owe it all to her. She's our pioneer in the industry. And I would say that it's important that, you know, women in the photography field need to also pursue business knowledge. Because when it comes to commanding what you're worth, it's not just because someone has paved the way for you. If you're not confident and you know your onions and you know what it costs you to run a business or project towards, you know, owning a sustainable, profitable, and thriving business, then you will undercharge yourself. I know so many times people, you know, really meaning well, you know, finding out that I was studying photography, one of the advice I got was, oh, so you know, these are some of the things that people do. Just go to parties where there's so many important people, take their pictures, you quickly go and print it, and you hand it over to them. Wow. And I looked at them, I'm like, no, that's not my model. Why? Because I had, you know, I mean, another big picture to look at, but I was so sure that that was not the model I was going to follow, you know, because I had the experience. Entrepreneurship management at Enterprise Development Center. So all of these things have shaped me, you know, to knowing some of the things that I must do as a creative, you know, and the creative industry is, I mean, it's much better now, but it was so great back then that people didn't even...
Dressed by DWL, cheddar, money. If I don't make money, sorry, if it's not making money, in 3 years' time, in 2 years' time, it's gone. So positioning the business well to know that there's dignity in fashion, there's dignity in what I do. This is my price. This is my target market. I will find and do what I need to do to attract my target market. And also teaching other people in the industry same, because if you spoil them for yourself, you spoil them for me. If I bring in dignity and everybody's just doing it in anyhow, then people begin to say, what is she even charging for herself? So it's not just me, it's we just continuously need to, I do that, and I remind people around me, and I appreciate when I see people who bring, you know, dignity, positioning, and value to the business so that we can charge, not that because we want to charge too much, we can charge enough to be able to run an economically viable business, and one that will then be sustainable into the so-called one I say I want my children to see. Let the business even stay long enough for my kids to be able to see it. Yeah.
Very true. Very true. Please give them a round of applause. Now, doesn't time fly when you're having a good time? Time does fly. Time is fast spent. However, we're going to take some final thoughts on this. But as they're thinking about their final thoughts, We can't take questions right now, oh, goodness me, but we can always make sure that Herman Adebayo Brits, just gives his final words on the amazing freebies he's giving us here at Federal Palace Hotel. Just 1 minute. Freebies. Talk to us.
Well, I'm pleased to announce that we've got some prizes to give away a little bit later, so I hope you'll enjoy it. Just on one condition, tag us and make us great again. So,
All
thank
right. Okay, so thank me for that when you get the freebies. All right then, but thank you so much to our esteemed panel. Please give a round of applause to Joko Tade, Evie, and Herman, who have been phenomenal today. Now, if you please hold on, let's take a photograph or two. I do believe there's a photograph or two. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, all right, I'll give it to you. 1 second. I wanted to just sign out. All right, good. All right, thank you so much. Once again, my name is Titilayo Oyinson. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. We would like to invite, okay. All right, Anita to the stage. Please give them a round of applause. Haven't they done phenomenally well in this panel? Yes, all right. So I'll be seeing you all again 7 a.m. on Monday morning on TVC for Wake Up Nigeria. Bye.
Give it up for Titi Oyinson. Please join the photo. Titi the Dynamite. Please put your hands together for her. Very fluidly engaged. Did you enjoy the session? Did you take something away? Find them on the gram. I know you have questions for them. Send the questions their way, and I'm sure they will find a way somehow to respond in their own time. Let's not ever take the questions away with us. Send them across. 2 people met me out there before we came into this session to say they want to learn how to be masters of ceremonies. Is there anybody else in here who wants to learn how to be an MC? Raise it high. Don't be shy about it. This is my 18th year on the job. I've trained over 2,000 MCs across the world.
This is our trainer right here.
Right here,
She'll be
baby.
teaching us all the skills of the trade. I love you.
Mwah. Love you, baby. I've trained over 2,000 MCs across the world. This year alone, I've trained over 160 women. This year alone, a woman sent me a message with her 500K to say, I just earned this for the first time in my life. This year, 2025, somebody else sent me her 1 million to say, I've earned 1M for the first time in my life on stage. Today, in this room, someone met me out there to say, Joyce, I've earned my first 0000 because that's my job. When Titi was asking about what are you doing for other women, my mission right now in my life is to see women occupy front stage, speaking about our expertise and earning for it. Whether you're a master of ceremonies, you're in finance, you're in arts, culture, whatever it is, be able to command a significant fee. Last night I was with someone on a coaching call, and she's just about to earn her first 2.5 million to speak on stage. That's my mission. So if you are here and you want to join any of my cohorts this year, first of all, we will give you a 30% discount. But you have to prove you are here. So you can't extend it to someone else. What would you do? Stand beside any of the Guardian Women Festival signages and take a selfie. Send it to I am Joyce Daniels or the Money Making Mouth Tribe on Instagram. I'll take that again. Money Making Mouth. Please say it with me. Money Making Mouth. Give it some rhythm. Money Making Mouth. Let's go. Say Money Making Mouth. Because if you talk, cha, money no enter. I don't know what you're talking about, girl. Money gotta be there.
we will give you a 30% discount to become a master of ceremonies, to learn the trade. Someone asked me in this room, what if I have never been on stage in my life, but I have the interest? That's why you come to the best. So we show you exactly how to start so that you never, ever again have to be on stage for free, except for one of 4 reasons. But I won't talk about the reasons right now. Are we all right? DJ Daisy is going to be playing some music. DJ Daisy herself is a money-making mouth. She's a money-making fingers. She's a money-making legs girl. She's a money-making mouth. She'll be playing some music. We'll stretch our legs. Some of you have been standing, sitting, I beg your pardon. You need to walk out to the restroom, take a stroll, take that photograph you haven't taken. The timer is on how many minutes? 10? Is it 10 or 15? It's on 10 minutes. So we're going to have a break for 10 minutes. Stroll, make sure you've nibbled on something. The nibbles are going round. The drinks are going round. Use the restroom if you need to. Say hello to someone. Take selfies. And we'll see you back in exactly 15 minutes. Thank you, guys. Love you. Hold on, DJ. We need to put up on screen the payment details for the tickets. Before now, I announced that the tickets for the voucher for jewelry was 200,000, and there were only 2 vouchers available. The owner of the business has said there will now be 4 vouchers at 100K a piece, meaning you receive a voucher for 100,000 to go into the jewelry store and pick jewelry worth 100,000 naira. So that ticket is only 500 naira. You can buy as many as possible. When you pay to this account, in the narration, please tell us exactly what you're paying for. Raffle ticket. Is it okay? 4 pieces jewelry raffle ticket. Is it okay? Let me tell you the different prices again. To win jewelry worth 100,000, the ticket is 500 naira. To win breakfast for 4 right here at Federal Palace Hotel, the ticket is only 1,000 naira. To win a casino voucher, you can win a $500 casino voucher, meaning you go into the casino with $500 and you can play to win. That ticket is also 1,000 naira. To win a 1-year swimming pool membership right here at Federal Palace, it's only 3,000 naira. Buy as many tickets as possible. To win the set of brut champagne, Lucky Champagne. Years ago, Anita had an event in the UK to celebrate some women, and she reached out to an organization for support, and she thought they would send her, say, 6 bottles of champagne or something. They sent her 96. How many? 96. So she calls it her Lucky Champagne, and that's the same champagne she's offering, twin bottles. If you would like to do that, get that to celebrate something. That ticket is only 500 naira. I'll be buying that myself. And if you want to win a couple getaway weekend or weekend getaway right here in Federal Palace, weekend meaning Saturday, Sunday, you come in, you stay, you enjoy yourself, and you go home with your loved one, that ticket is 5,000 naira only. And where are we paying the money to? Women at Risk International Foundation. The money is going to support women who are at risk, many of them abused, many of them going through challenges that need support. So that's where your money is going. It is blessing lives. It's now 11 minutes, 53 seconds. Please rest, enjoy yourself, stretch. Make sure you leave your seat, even if it's for a few seconds, and we'll see you in 11 minutes. DJ Daisy, drop it like it's hot.
myself, myself. Anything, my hands are in the air. Anything, only time will tell the difference clear. What is the reason you do not have your own peace of mind? Are you having fun or are you doing this thing to survive? Are you taking the pictures of every memories of your life? What's the reason why we're still out here?
Look at me, baby. How is that? Are you okay? Are you okay? Come to my bedroom, 'cause I've got it for you. Are you okay? Are you okay? I want to use my money to scatter your brain for you. Permit me. I love you. I want to use my to shift your womb. Oh, permit me. She say, aye, aye, mo, lolele, aye, aye, madu, 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 aye, lolele, aye, madu, madu, madu.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. 'Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Then my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get sour, come on, go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, you no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill. You no fit kill. You know.
What have we do to get your love? Girl, I don't give you all I got, but it's not enough for you. Show you fire me, got a pot of you. Now I be say I don't be getting enough of you. Yeah, waiting me down, nothing I can't do for my baby, my baby. Anytime when you need me, come through. My shawty, wallet. Waiting me down, nothing I can't do for my baby, my baby. My shawty, oh, they get my baby, my baby. Baby, say you there for me, as I there for you. Baby, say you there for me, as I there for you. Oh, no, no. Yeah, waiting me down, nothing I can't do for my baby, my baby. Anytime when you need me, come to me. My shawty, wallet. Waiting me down, nothing I can't do for my baby, my baby. My shawty, oh, my baby, my.
You slowly at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. All of the man, but my love. But I got the edition, my love. If you want to see, let Jack come alone. If you find anybody, that money I want. But they hear what the people they love. Want to get a I get little love. It's a love when I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. No be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do what with all my heart, oh. Go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know I know the ways that Mr. Money Ginger.
Yeah, let go. Daddy, check. What? Yeah, comment tu t'appelles? J'ai eu des fiers, et lolo ma jet. Daddy go spend, yeah, the swag on a red. Au school la paix, my low attempted joke. Say, what's my name? Buck Daddy, big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more baddies. What's that? It's a drop top caddy. What's my name? Buck Daddy, big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more baddies. What's that? It's a drop top caddy. Hey, Bub Daddy, 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 Bub Daddy. Yeah, shit you like Okocha. I get skills you go like on cover. Biggie man, we be life supporter. But not the type, but the type computer. Don't type computer. Neck froze, hammer time. See the watch, you they shine from afar. Central bank for inside, I got that. A couple toys just land up, land up.
I'ma get no be so. Girl, you won't capture my soul. I'ma get no be so. Make you one bolombo. Better, bye. I'm loose. Even Peru done the para. Tonight in Josie, I'm in Josie. Won't call if you want Josie. I'm not playing with you, I'm not joking. My thought of mom is loaded. Me, you can vibe up, but I'm on board. I'm on duty, but I'm on low key. They want do me, they want do me. They want do me, cause they want do me. When you won't want me, when you won't want me. I'm in San Francisco, Jammy. When you won't want me, when you won't want me. I just flew in from Miami. Peru, para. I'm loose. Even Peru done the para. She says you like my tunes. She say me I never seen a girl like you. Say you like my tattoos. Tell me I want to be inside you. She's my woman. Inside Puna, sweet like sugar. In my new van, come to me and they swim like tuna.
Son of all I need something. And the way that I move is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. I know my life is something. Son of all I need something. And the way that I move is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's your boy, I say.
It's E. Kelly.
I'm like, who's your dad? Is he a chairman or is he on a lot? I can tell that you really like his stars. Let's see more pay and the life for the party. The life for the party. I know my life is something. I know my life is something. And the way that I move is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. I know my life is something. I know my life is something. And the way that I move is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. This girl no be take away. I give her one that she wanna stay. And if I give you loud, you go elevate. Oh yeah, meditate. Oh yeah, see me yo. Tell me that she see me on the TV yo. And then she say she wanna give me yo. If I give you one more, you go give me yo.
Baba. Shabby, you want banga. Baba. Oh, go then Baba. You can never top on spin all Baba. Never top on Baba. I hate him over. Go say Baba. Mama Timo, go to Jalaye Baba. Oh yeah, wait for the moolah Baba. I say wait for the Baba. Oh yeah,
I'm on no silly shit.
let me see what.
I told you I'm the guy for the party. Why your guys want to try to leave that be? Beating head don't go, make me want to hack. So, give me them side, Jolo Maggie. Mommy, see, I know be legal spender. I got a shitload of that legal tender. I'm thinking how we met is not coincidental. I can make a life just a little better. Have you ever been to Lagos? Have you been with a guy from my city? Hakuna Matata. I like your matako, my titi. Le great tout est magique. Et fille, les chevaux danser. Tu es magnifique, mais la style élégant, enchanté. Mademoiselle, c'est le moment de faire la fête. C'est le moment de faire la fête. We are all your neighbor, Besuma go magnet. C'est le moment de faire la fête.
Big things, ni mo like. Shade the shadow for my life. When I walk through the valley of the shadow, all eyes on me, cause I came in a Lambo. She said, why you do me like this? You know I would do anything for your love. No matter, not do me anymore. Big things, me more like. Na money. And the money when they give me more energy. Big things, me more like.
Opportunity fair go. One girl know if you do me two follow for threesome. Risky things, ni more like. Freaky things, ni more like. Only if tell my mommy daddy, man, you more like.
She said, why you do me like this? You know I would do anything for your love. No matter, not do me anymore. Big things, ni more like. Na money. And the money when they give me more energy. Big things, ni more like. Big things, ni more like.
Malato. I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make me know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. But I fool my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, oh my laptop, oh my keto, oh my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. I be talking to myself, and I don't even notice. She got me feeling like a zombie, and she dey shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put her body down, you got me falling truly. I just touched down, when I see you now. So I've been on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make me know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. I fool my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, oh my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go.
Since 1947, the matter never settle. You be but I be kettle. Masability lo nya won lenu. Better recognize, greatest of all time. No other name then go call mine. As I dey shanty them not nice. Monday, Dana. Tuesday, Dalama. Wednesday, Dana. As long as I jalaba. And they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian. Have you ever seen a nigga like mine? Each and every day you wanna give me mwah. When they smoke weed, when they smoke cigar. Now we there, I try to move on. I know two pass, King Solomon. I get high, adrenaline. You know like me, one over. My head dies, it's fun alone. Cause my guys don't follow me. When the sky start falling down. Sorry about that. I'm still on the
I pray to follow me. I'm thinking follow me.
no. Make them they turn up. They don't see me coming. Are you ready for me? Energy like cocaine. Cream de la cream. When I do I see me enter, then I go bring you to end my love. Say you want to see mentor, I don't give them back to sender. Why no? Soldier, policeman, many men in my convoy. The boy know they take his us. If he knows they go give you a back up. And as the money don't they come like us. Nothing will be soft this sauce. Freaky, make your boyfriend no good, David. Tell me what you want from me. You ask for somebody, she said you're trying to get off the street. You ask for somebody, soldier, policeman, many men in my camera. The boy know they take it so. He told me to give you a cut, and if the money don't they come like curse. I must tell my mommy for you. For the little things you they do, where they make me go low. Say you lock me for your conlo. Cause the way you they go, you know clear, you don't do me bubble. I won't care. I go run away from love. I won't care. You don't finish me with love. Okay, your body fire go. Your body na chama na loya go. See why? The fire go. Oriente wine and jo. Good body like Coco Jo. Yeah, you bust my head and I look Jo.
DJ Daisy.
I must tell my mommy for you. For the little things you they do, where they make me go low. Say you lock me for your conlo. Cause the way you they go, you know clear, you don't do me bubble. I won't care. I go run away from love. I won't care. You don't finish me with another banger. I'm in love with plenty women. I know my marry all of them. It no matter the shape or color. I go make sure say I must collect. I get one will be my sponsor. I get one where they call me honey. One where they do me winchy. She they do like patience or soko. Wale color. Get in my room make you lot on. Body they move like a python. Love where they giving me iron. Wale color. After the room to the palace. Then make you post for my canon. Love where they boosting my iron. I too like woman. Me I know they burn. Me I know they burn. I too like woman. Me I know they burn. Me I know they burn. Sakolo weko, oh weko, sakolo weko, oh weko. Ikebe one major, ja one, ja two, ja three. Sakolo weko, oh weko, sakolo weko, oh weko. Ikebe one major, ja one, ja two, ja three. Too many girls in my DM. You got not to love, not to bend. I pray make I no go reply them. Never to be a no love back to the matter. Since I look at your picture.
Somebody make some noise for DJ Daisy. Now is that the noise you're making for DJ Daisy? Come on, celebrate her. appreciate the gifting, the talent, and most importantly, the skill. Life doesn't really give much to people with talents. It gives a lot to people with skill. When you've taken that talent, you've harnessed it, you've added excellence to it, you've created something out of it, you've added a story to it, and then you get so much more. So DJ Daisy, we love you. Thank you so much for being. Thank you. A number of people have come to ask for your tickets because you've been buying. Don't worry, the tickets will come to you, or in a bit we'll tell you where exactly to pick the tickets from. I will tell you that after the next panel, we will have the raffle, we'll have the first raffle. And after every panel, we have 3 more panels, and after every panel, we'll have a raffle for some of the tickets that we are already paying for. So please just stay and keep faith with us. The next panel, which will be speaking to the business of coaching and mentoring, is getting set. Before they do, at Guardian Women Festival 2025, we have some women to honor. What is on your screen right now will help us vote for a woman in the business of culture, which includes media, entertainment, the arts, hospitality, and tourism. If you know any of these names, you believe that they should receive an award, a Wonder Woman Award for her contribution to this space, then please vote. How do you get the scan? Raise up your phone, go to your camera, and then scan that QR code. Please bring up your phones, go to your camera, and then scan. For some phones, the moment it zooms in, it will capture. For some, you will see the Google Lens sign, you will capture. For some, you will take it as a photo, and then in your gallery, you'll see the Google Lens sign, then it will take you to the link. You already know how you scan these things. At almost every restaurant now, you have to scan a QR code to see the menu, right? To buy tickets, to do a lot of things. Even to get today's brochure, you had to scan before you came in here. So please, let's vote. Can I see some cameras going up to vote? The women we are voting for, we have Nneka Isaac Moses, who is co-founder and managing director of Goge Africa. We have Isabella Adedeji of Yellow Tamarind Production. We have Bolanle Austin Peters, popularly known for Terra Culture. We have Bimbo Oloyede. We know her as a veteran on television. And of course, Pelumi Nubi, who is known for her tourism and travel content. Please vote for who you think deserves to win the Guardian Woman Wonder Women Award. If you're done, are we done? We have one more to vote for. Should we go to the next one? Should we move to the next one? All right, thank you. Please go to the next one. Now we're voting for someone in the business of finance and investment. First name is Nimi Akinkube. People know her as a finance expert. She is a founder of Best Man Games. They have the Nigeria version of Monopoly. She's a blogger and an author. Then there's Olusheye Alayonde, who is known for her work as company secretary at the Boa Group. Ifoma Udo, founder of Shecluded. Omotayo Agedo, finance head at Easy Transact, which many of us use for our businesses. And finally is Dr. Fumi Ashaye, who is the MD and CEO, Risk Analyst Insurance Brokers. If you know any of them and you believe they deserve the award for the Wonder Woman in financing and investment, please do well to scan the code and vote immediately. It is my personal desire that not too long from now, your name will be on the list as well for that sector of the economy where you represent. I don't believe in getting these things via prayer. Prayer works only when you go work the prayer after saying amen. You say amen, and then you go get the job done. I think that's how prayer works. If there's a free seat in front of you, I would respectfully ask that you occupy it, please. especially if it's from the second row. The first row, I know we're bringing in our speakers and all. If there's a free seat where you are, right in front of you, if there's no purse, no bag, please move. Please, 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 please move. DJ Daisy, we might have to play music for a few more moments whilst I check on my panelists who I believe are ready to come in for panel number 4, which is the business of coaching and mentoring. Whilst DJ Daisy is playing the music, we'll put up the tickets where people can buy the tickets, put up the account details for the tickets. I would reiterate, 1, if you would like to buy the ticket for the weekend getaway, it is 5,000 naira only. Pay into that account, and in the narration, please put the account on the screen, and to send to the narration weekend getaway tickets, as simple as that. If you pay 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, say 5 tickets for weekend getaway or 6 tickets. Breakfast for family of 4 is 1,000 naira only. You can buy 10, you can buy 5, but write it in the narration, 5 tickets for breakfast. 1-year swimming pool membership at Federal Palace, that is 3,000 naira only. Ticket for 100,000 naira worth of jewelry, that is 500 naira only. To get the twin champagne sets, the Lucky champagne, that is 500 naira only. And of course, to get the casino vouchers, a $500 casino voucher that allows you going there, play some games, and hopefully win some money, that is 1,000 naira. Someone asked how to send the proof for those who want to claim my offer for Masters of Ceremonies. My Instagram handle is @IamJoyceDaniels. Send that photo and say, claiming my 30% discount. The offer lasts for 1 year, at least till the festival next year. So if you're not ready to join the cohort that starts in April, you can join another cohort between now and next year. So please do that. It is my desire to see us not only do good, but to do well. When you have served the world, taking care of everybody, you will be well served yourself. Chukwuebuka, Chukwuebuka, Ebuka. Okay, I see Ebuka is leading in some distinguished personalities for our very next session. DJ Daisy, just play something that celebrates women, if you don't mind, whilst we prepare for the panel on the business of coaching and mentoring.
Passion, Insta,
All right, DJ Daisy. We're more than women here. We are institutions. We are contributors to the economy. We're contributors to life. Do you believe? Do you agree? Guardian Women Festival 2025. I heard one voice. Now we're remembering. Women mean business. Guardian Women Festival 2025. Women mean business. And the women we're about to bring on stage indeed mean business. The moderator for this session is Isioma Utomi. Please receive her with an applause as she makes her way up. She's a highly sought after leadership consultant, productivity strategist, and she's renowned for helping entrepreneurs and executives transform how they work and win. She brings expertise in business transformation, innovation, and we can't wait to hear how she steers this conversation to benefit all of us. Welcome, Isioma, welcome. Good to see you. I'm delighted to welcome up someone who is popularly known as DDK, Debola Deji Kurumi. We know her as a force, a transformational coach, a corporate trainer, public policy advisor. She unlocks potentials of not only humans, but nations. As the founder of Immerse Coaching Company, Ideation Hub Africa, other multiple faith-based organizations, she has empowered C-suite executives around the world and continues to do so even today. Delighted to have you. Welcome. I understand, okay, I see her now. Morenike Molehi is here. If your hands are not tired, receive her with an applause. She's the founder and CEO of Oak Antique Interiors, one of Africa's fastest growing interior design companies. She delivers world-class projects in Nigeria, in Dubai, in Rwanda, in Ghana, in the United States, and more. And today she'll be sharing some of her insights, how she supports all of this and how she links it with coaching and mentorship. And finally, let's welcome Ifoma Udo. If your name is Ifoma in the room, make some noise for your namesake. She's the founder of Shicluded, a very popular fintech company dedicated to financial inclusion and wealth creation for women through innovative funding solutions and more. These women run businesses, yet these women are committed to coaching and mentoring. Let's now discuss how they make a business of it. I hand over to my very delectable Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I want to feel the energy. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellent. See, women are very powerful. Your voices are very powerful, so I want to hear them. All right, so we have a serious powerhouse panel here. All right, so my name is Isioma Utomi, and I have been in the leadership development space for a number of years, and I've had the privilege of interacting with a number of these ladies, so you are in for a treat. So, we'll start out with general introductions, a bit of introduction, and then why coaching and mentoring is important to them, because I really need you to understand why this is such an important panel. I think for so many of us, coaching, mentoring, sponsorship has been a huge part of our careers, a huge part of our success. So I'd like to hear from everyone a bit about your background and kind of how you got here. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ifoma. A bit about my background. I started out as a strategy consultant at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Then I got a scholarship. I went to do management science, and I came back, and I worked in 3 tech companies that have raised over $22 million. I think it was at my last job that I now realized that women were not getting funding, and I started doing a lot of research, and I found out that it wasn't just equity financing, it was also debt. And long story short, I started a company called Shicluded, and I started doing Shicluded. We've been on for over 5 years now, and we've disbursed over $4.4 million to women entrepreneurs. And during our journey, we found out that education is a missing piece for women, because most women started their business because they wanted to either solve unemployment or underemployment, but access to information made a difference. So in terms of my journey with coaching and mentoring, as I started as an entrepreneur, because remember I've always been, 9 to 5, then I went to management level, I realized very quickly that I didn't have so many things that I needed to scale. And luckily for me, I found out that coaching was a very big way to get it. And I was lucky to get into programs in the US where maybe I was assigned like a billionaire coach that wanted to coach maybe a black girl. And I saw how that process and that information changed my mind. So coaching is very important, because the quality of life you have and the quality of success is directly proportional to the quality of what you have inside. And you can't pour, and for many people, depending on how you grow up, you find out that what you have inside is what your immediate family has. So coaching was a way to get that information in me, and I saw the effects in my own personal life and in my business. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Amazing, amazing. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Moreni Kemolei, and I'm the CEO. Well, I usually say current CEO and founder of Okantik. It's an interior design company that has been in existence for 12 years, and we do both residential and commercial spaces. I'm also the CEO of Oak Clean. It's a cleaning company as well for both residential and commercial spaces. And I'm also the lead mentor at the GWR Mentorship Program, which is a program for young ladies in their 20s, teaching them on how to maximize their life. And then we focus on 7 pillars, which makes it like a wholesome program. So from spirituality to marriage and relationship, to career and entrepreneurship, to finance and investment, to personal development, to ministry and charity, and of course enjoyment, because what's the point of living this life and then you're not enjoying it, right? So that's me. Well, I don't want to say that's me in a nutshell, because you can't put me in a nutshell, right? But that's just, just a little bit, do you understand? A little bit. How did I get into mentoring? So it's so interesting. I would say that mentorship found me, but at the same time, it was something that I knew that I would not run away from. So as that, I think it was late into 2021, end of 2021, I started getting a nudging in my spirit that I should mentor young people. And I kept on running away from it, because I was like, oh, my life is already busy. I do so many things. This is yet another thing again as a woman that you want to add to your table. And they're always asking us, how do you balance it all? So now I want to add another ball again that I'm going to start balancing and trying to juggle. But then again, so I left him. Then someone then sends me a message and says that he thinks that I should mentor people. And I said, okay. So I took that in one pocket. So in 2022, January, as we were starting the year, it came again. And I remember I was in the office. It was our first day at work. And I said, okay, let me just do this. So I quickly sent a message to my EA and said, please just do a flyer. I know that once I do a flyer and I put it out there, I cannot run it anymore. And so I did that, closed my phone, and then continued my meeting. And then under an hour, we had over 1,000 people that had, signed up for the mentorship program. And so at that point, I knew that there was a gap, and then people were looking for mentorship, for guidance, for role models. And that's how we started. And then that was also metamorphosed into the conference as well, the yearly conference, because we couldn't take everybody, but I also did not want people to be left out. So the conference is sort of like a speed mentoring conference. And last year, we were able to take it to Ghana, we were able to take it to Kenya as well. And this year, we're looking at South Africa and Egypt, including Lagos edition. And we have been able to graduate over 500 young ladies, inspiring young ladies, I must say, in the last couple of years. And we're looking to add more to that. And then we also share bi-weekly newsletters just to keep people informed, just guiding people. And with this, we have like over 15,000 people in our database. And that's how, my journey to mentoring and coaching has been in the last couple of years. Thank you. Thank you.
I was so engrossed listening to Morenike, I forgot I was on the panel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly delighted to be here. My favorite thing is to be in the community of women, 100%. I love the energy, I love the beauty, the radiance. So this is me just hanging out with my sisters. Hopefully we get to have a heart-to-heart. Though I run a coaching business that was 10 years, September last year, and has a cumulative community of more than 100,000 people who are living in about 118 countries of the world, that is not really my coaching and mentoring story. My coaching and mentoring story started 21 years ago. When I was exactly 20 years old, I met a woman who was exactly 40 years old. Her name is Bisola Lunge. And I can say to you that that connection is about the singular, most impactful non-biological relationship that has had the most or the largest collateral impact on my life, 100%. Actually, she has become my mother, and at my 40th birthday last year, she flew in from the UK and made me a mess after I had done my makeup. I was just crying, and we had her as our keynote speaker at the conference. So I met Bisola Lunge because she had come to Obafemi Awolowo University at the time to speak. And I remember that of all the things she said, the one thing that I could make of listening to her and looking at her was a conviction that I was looking at my future. I don't know how I came upon that moment, but 20-year-old, 300-level student, I said to myself, this is future me. This is future me. And I can tell you categorically that is still one of the biggest miracles anybody can experience. The day that you meet a person who embodies in living form a vision you carry of a possible tomorrow, you've hit jackpot. Because instantly, they pull down the barriers in your mind to as much as sometimes 50 to 80%. There's a living form of something I aspire to. It makes it look like it can be done. So I wrote this long letter, and I sent it through a senior friend who I really loved, who was in a final year law school, a final year in law. And I said, please help me find this address. I had gotten it off the internet. Number 13, Sanusi Fafunwa, please help me go to Bisola Lunge. She came to speak in her school, and I sent that letter to her, not expecting that maybe I'll hear from her. And then she wrote back to me, and she said, I would love to meet you. Now, look, she gave me my first car. She paid me my first 400,000 naira as a fresh graduate. That's about 4 million today. And she flew me first class to different states of Nigeria as a facilitator for the then Afri Bank. I saw her live her life. I saw her balance her family and her career. I saw her travel the world. I saw her grow her spirituality. I saw her make money. I saw her enjoy herself. You know, I saw her dress up and look good. She basically, she brainwashed me that it was possible for a woman to have it all, even if she can't have it all at the same time. So I know that mentorship works, and I'm a product of mentorship, yes.
Fantastic. See, I love these stories. There's so much to get into. All right. So we were having a conversation just before we got on stage, and we were talking about, you know, how at the start of the journey, when you first get your jobs versus a couple of years down the line, how many women drop out of the journey to leadership roles. And so I think a couple of people have called this online, I think the leaky pipeline. Essentially that while there might be many at the beginning, there are not as many at the end. So I'm curious, from your own perspective, what do you think causes this, and how can coaching and mentorship have an impact on this leaky pipeline, as they say? So, whoever wants to start? Morenike, you look like you had something on your mind.
All right, so I would say that, first of all, for a woman, like we already live a multi-dimensional life, right? So we are a sister, we're a friend, we're a wife, we're a mom. You know, there are different dynamics to who we are as a person, as women. And for the other gender, for men, right, they will not get pregnant, you know, they would not have to stay home for about 6 months, thereabouts, or 3 months, right, for the maternity leave and all that. And those little things sort of like impact women on their career journey. But I think that what can happen is having companies, organizations, also, you know, create policies that can assist women when they are in that stage. But also, I think that women also have to believe in themselves as well, knowing that, say, look, yes, I know that there will be a particular season that if they choose, right, to be, you know, to climb up the career ladder, I'm talking about, you know, because there are also phenomenal women that are stay-at-home, you know, moms who want to take care of the children, which is brilliant and fantastic. Anything that you decide that you want to do, as long as that's what you have said is success to you, just make sure you are doing it excellently well. So if we have organizations with our career policies and encourage women and say, yes, there's going to be a 3-month gap, there's going to be a 6-month gap, but immediately you come, we're going to be able to help you speed up so that you are able to be at par with your male counterparts when you left them. But you also knowing that as a woman, during that gap, you also have to double up, right? So these are some of the things that I feel like can help. And also, like DDK had mentioned, when you have more examples in front of you, you're able to know that, oh, I can do this, right? Yes, I know that it might be a little bit tough, but then this season shall pass as well. This period shall pass. I just need to get to work. And when I'm eventually, you know, out of this season, I'm able to hit it and then keep going. So I think that it has to do with support as well. Mainly support from, you know, from your stakeholders at home, support from, you know, your colleagues, your peers, support from your, you know, leaders, and support from your mentors and your role models, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. So Ifeoma, I know you specifically deal with a lot of founders and entrepreneurs. So what would you say what would be the traits that, or the things that would hold them back, particularly from reaching greater heights as founders and entrepreneurs?
Okay, thank you. So as a gender coach, I quickly realized that many women want to be comfortable, but they don't want to be rich. That's why you see people, maybe they'll be married to a billionaire, maybe they divorce, and she's trying to fight for money. You've been in this money for 20 years. So I think the first mindset for every woman is to know that you have been pre-groomed to be a certain way and to feel a certain thing. So you need to retrain yourself and start seeing yourself and say, I want to be a very rich woman at the top. If that doesn't happen, it will never happen. I think, you know, working with women and me being a woman by myself, I realized, okay, just a quick about my background. My dad died when I was 9, and my mom was a 28-year-old widow, and she was teaching at a primary school. So I was the first of 4 kids, and watching my mom navigate, I knew very quickly that I didn't want to be normal. I was listening to T.D. Jakes one day, and T.D. Jakes said something that he was driving with his sister one day, and he said to his sister that he hates average, that he hates it, you know, like he just detests it. And I knew very quickly that I felt the connection with what he was saying. So for women entrepreneurs, I want you to know that if I can make it and get here, you can. And I want you to know that the view, if somebody have lied to you that the view is not nice, this is me telling you that the view when you stay on a 7th floor hotel with glass and a 15th floor and a 19th floor is nicer than your house. So I want you to realize that it first starts with the hunger, your mindset. You need to want more. Everybody that have succeeded, and I went through a coaching program with on NASDAQ milestone makers in the US, and they gave me a billionaire coach. And that experience changed my life. So one day she came to, you know, she was always telling me new things, you know, trying to teach me techniques on how to solve problems. Maybe she would say, oh, write this. And I noticed that this lady was messing with my mind, but one thing stayed. One day she came and she said, oh, how old are you? I was like, 35, 36, and she said, divide your year into 8, and the first 8 years, call it chapter 1, second, chapter 2, chapter 3, and I remember doing it. And she says, close your eyes, and I closed my eyes, and she said, each chapter, give it a name. So chapter 1, I wrote it. Chapter 2, I can't remember. I think my dad died by 90 days, so I wrote it. Chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. And we started discussing about each chapter. She says, what's the thing that happened in chapter 1 that stayed with you? I said, I told her chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. And during that process, after talking about it, she says, now you're in chapter 8. What is going to happen in this chapter? And that was the first time in my life that I realized that I was writing a book. Your life is a book. This book has your name on it. And I was going to write a book that I loved. And the opinion of people would not matter. And I think at that moment, it did a 360 shift. Before maybe, somebody said this thing, this, I'll feel bad. I'll say, I wish they like me. After that day, I knew I was writing a book, and I was the main character in that book. I wrote what was going to happen. I said, I don't like average. So if you are with me, immediately I was writing it, I knew that for some relationships, there will be problems. Because some of you are in situationships that you know that you made a decision that is not for where you are going to. But I wrote it and said, that problem, go deal with me. You see, you write it. And I wrote the things that I wanted to do. And I found out that my life shifted. That was 2022. 2023, my company took like a different trajectory. I went to the US for 6 months. I did different programs. We raised so much money. But I knew very quickly that the coaching that I had with her, and that's for women entrepreneurs, if you want to do big things, you need to know that you have subconsciously been programmed a certain way. And to break out, you need to intentionally find people in that class, in that position, to be able to sit down there and learn. I think those are the two things that I've gotten, and I hope it helps you. Thank you.
So many nuggets. Where to even start? That main character energy. That's what the kids say, right? And so just really thinking about those points, that's just so excellent. Right? So write your own book. You are writing your own book. Decide what your chapters are going to read like. DDK, you deal with a lot of people. You support a lot of people at various stages of their career. So from your own perspective as well, how can you see the impact of this coaching and mentoring at those different stages, and what will allow people to propel themselves to that next level?
That's a great question, but first of all, thank you, Ify. Thank you. 100%, I will go take that exercise, and I would challenge people in my women in my community to take it. There are so many insights I could pull out from my work of coaching at different levels, from executive coaching for C-suite leaders, or more mindset re-engineering for younger people, or execution-driven coaching for people who are launching or pivoting or scaling. But if I were to sort of try to cluster the insights, I would think about people in 3 levels of their careers. People at the entry level, people at the middle management level, or entry level up on just before middle level management up on till C-suite, and then those who are in C-suite and the top tier decision making of corporate organizations. At the entry level, the 3 defining delimiters or limitations that I find with female practitioners or female leaders in corporate careers, number 1 will be identity distortion. Identity distortion. Of course, I still see this running through a lengthy spectrum all the way for women's careers. And I think that what Morenike and Ify started to highlight really sits into how we need to grow along those lines. But I say identity distortions often. The second thing that I see is a lack of a strategic mapping of that career. Young people just want to do a great work, be in a corporate setting, learn structure, have someone to look up to. But from early on, and this continues even on to middle level management, women often seek to do good work, grow their talent, and contribute meaningfully, but they often don't think about their career as their lifetime opportunity for contribution and to receive value, for giving and receiving value. You know, so if you choose to be in a corporate career, it has to make sense. Or else, way down the line, many professionals would look at themselves in comparison to their entrepreneurs, and they'll feel like they gave too much but didn't get as much as they gave. So I would often see a poor strategic mapping of their career. And then thirdly, I will see a lack of expanded expertise. A time comes when your natural talent is not good enough, and then you have to upgrade almost radically to be able to match the strategic priorities of your organization. When you get to middle-level management, the top three things I have seen, interestingly, number one is an inability to mobilize resources through other people. Female leaders really struggle with collaboration. We say it a lot at conferences. You would think we have mastered it, but we struggle with collaboration. We struggle with partnerships. Our emotions get into the way. In fact, the all-time top three greatest limitations that I find working with women, number one is over-emotionalism. There's a way she acted. I'm a vibes person. There was just a vibe. But men will sit in rooms with people that they don't vibe with, but they just strategically say, we need to partner. You are not my wife. I don't have to vibe with you. You know, but we're so in the vibe thing that we get stuck. But anyway, middle-level management, female leaders have to fix the ability for collaboration and the ability to mobilize resources and generate performance-driven outcomes working with other people. You have to take people out to lunch and say, your organization is 10x my organization, but we're in the same industry. What has made the difference for you? You know, and you have to pay the price for those kinds of relationships. The second is poor negotiation, and I'm going to tell you this very short story. Before I transitioned into building my own coaching practice, I worked in one of the big 4 consulting firms in Nigeria. And I remember that we had this final interview for CFO role. And I was on the panel, a CFO role for an iconic multinational brand. And we had a man who was one of the final 3, came into the room. I'm telling you, it was about 15 to 17 minutes of bamboozling. I'm not kidding. Have you ever been bamboozled? Where something is telling you, this thing is not particularly adding up. You know, the strategic priorities that undergird the overall evolutionary constructs that underpin the mobility of extraordinary conceptualizations that open up industrial transformation. I'm just like, is it English that is my own challenge? Or is this thing not making sense? So I'm looking at my colleagues, 2 male colleagues, and they're having this look like, go for it. So I'm like, I must be the issue. Because these guys are just buying into it. He has this conversation and he puts the bombshell on the table, asking for maybe about 3 times what was on the budget for the role. And when he got out of the room, I was like, what do you guys think? They're like, well, we might need to go back to the client and expand the offer. But I'm like, I'm not convinced about him. Then we've got this second person. For some reason, I don't remember that second candidate. And then the third person who came in was a woman who blew my socks off. Like, it was clear she had what it took. Came to negotiation, it was as if she was begging us. I don't want to be the one to be telling you what, CFO, whatever you, okay, what's the budget for the role? Her confidence went from like 10 to 2 the moment we had the conversation around, what are you looking for? Money. So I hear Ify and I hear how well. I'm telling you, I still had a recent experience coming out of Harvard last year. I obviously must have made such a big impact with a director for one of the American forces who sat with me, and she said, I need you, you know, come coach me. And she asked me what my, you know, coaching fee was. So I just made a random calculation in my mind around what she'll be earning for her role in the industry she's in. And then I said to her, $30,000. And I'll be with you for 3 months. I'll meet you twice a month. and I will put a dedicated coach with you who supports the execution process. And she was quiet. What I discovered in feedback after the engagement is she wasn't quiet because the amount blew her mind like it was a lot. She was quiet because she temporarily doubted that I could deliver value on the basis of what I charged. Whereas that $30K, I added my esophagus, liver, and lungs on it, and then threw it at her. Do you get? So we mind the pockets of people too quickly as against prioritizing the value that we bring. I see this happening again and again and again. Your pocket is not my business. My value is my business. So I'm going back to the US to deliver executive coaching retreats for our entire team on the level of impact she had. But she had to be giving me feedback that we need to help you with your negotiation. This is not how to enter my kind of organization. Do you understand this? The vistas of opportunities out there are phenomenal, but we need to see ourselves differently, and we need to negotiate. When you are negotiating correctly, you must be playing at least 3 to 5x of where you currently are, and your heart must be beating. When you are negotiating correctly, you must feel it in. And to negotiate correctly, you must be willing to temporarily lose an immediate opportunity, but that establishes you into a new value cadre. It's fine. Where you put your feet on it and you say, that is what I charge. That is what I charge. Let me just highlight one thing for C-suites that I really see. It is when they plateau. When you get to C-suite, you have to create what is called incremental aspirations. There are things you have at a senior leadership level that may becloud you about future possibilities. So you have to stay open and always having an image of where you can go next that you have not yet gotten to. If you maintain incremental aspiration, you will not plateau, and you will always know how to take more that belongs to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You know when you feel like you're receiving testimony? No, it's so true, because I remember one of the times I was negotiating a contract recently, my heart was beating. I honestly did not expect them to take it. And when they said yes, I was like, really? But that's the truth. We often underestimate ourselves in these things. So negotiate. If you don't know how to negotiate, find somebody who will teach you how to do it. It's so, so important. Whether you are a career professional, whether you run your own business, even as a wife and mother, you don't know that you're actually professional negotiators as mothers. You are. So please, please, whatever role you have in life, please learn to negotiate and ask for what you want. So I will be rounding up soon. I want to know if we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. But before that, I want to know if you were thinking about, so we've talked about some of the barriers we face in the workplace and to get to the next level. But I think some of us know that sometimes there are people who intentionally get in the way of opportunities for us. How do we maneuver this? How do we gain support in these scenarios? I think somebody also mentioned, sometimes there are bro packs that we have to work with or against in the workplace. So how do we tackle those things? How do we build allyship, and how can we leverage that in getting to what our own definition of success is? So, you can go.
All right, so I think that, first off, as a woman, when you are in any organization or in a position of influence or, leadership, you should make it a point of duty to ensure that you're supporting another woman that is, that is coming from behind you. Once the lady knows or the woman knows that I have someone that is a sponsor or someone that would support me, then it makes it easier, like when you have those bureaucracies or you have those stumbling blocks, because they will definitely come. But beyond that, I also think that, this is one thing that women don't do as much as men, playing office politics. And I'm not saying that you play dirty, but knowing who are the strategic people, who are the strategic stakeholders in this organization, who are the people that you're being friendly with, the kind of people, sometimes it might not even be the CEO that might be the one to give you the promotion. It might be it might be the driver that might give you one information that you're not even aware of, that can be the thing that will take you to the next level, right? So be extremely strategic. You're not just going to be in the office just to be gisting, chatting. Understand why you're there. Understand the people that will help and support. So I think that's very, very critical. Understanding, how to navigate office politics. And don't be afraid and don't be ashamed to do that. Again, like DDK said, men do this unashamedly. Women also, we need to be able to learn the art of understanding and, getting our way. So I think that's how I'll answer that question.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Ifoma, is there something you'd like to add in that area? Around thinking about allyship and just getting around barriers to progress in work or in our careers?
So when I'm thinking, once you've passed the associate, analyst, manager, and when you get to the manager and the C-suite, it's always about connection. Yes. I was talking to my brother one day, and he said even for MBA, and even for fundraising, they will tell you, oh, she ticked all the boxes, and there's a likability box, and I know that in one of my course programs, they were teaching me, how to be likable is a very big skill. It means that I don't know how you should learn it. Anything I don't have, I go and learn it too. So, just learn that, you need to know how to soften up at that level to be able to connect more effectively. In terms of allies, I also believe that before you need people is when you develop a relationship with them. So network very strategically, think about people that's why sort of like have a 10-year or a 5-year plan and think about people that you need on the journey and just try to be there. Do you understand? Sometimes it might just be nothing, but maybe 2 years from now, when you meet them, now say, oh, I know you, I met you here, I've met you here, I've met you here. It's very, very important to know that, to keep that connections going. And I feel like also being conscious of, most times when we're thinking about allies, people think higher. Sometimes your allies are your peers, your very good peers. Everybody's always thinking of climbing. Just be a good person. And just be very strategic and just, help people and be open to receiving help. And when you need it, ask. Just ask. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Be open to receiving help. That's so important as well, please. Now, DDK, what would you like to add?
This has been a good conversation, just to thank everyone. I'll leave you with 5 P's. The first is peace. You have to be a peaceable person. You're asking, when odds are set in our ways, how do we navigate, especially within the context of work? How do we build influence and allyship? There are some people behind closed doors, nobody will be able to stand for them because there's a trail of damage and conflict and crisis everywhere they go. Do you see this? So don't amass warfare except you thriving in the battlefield. The second P is for personality. And I love what Ify was highlighting. It was actually one of the sessions, or it was one of the things we covered in the residential immersion in Harvard around executive presence and charisma and likability. It's a quotient and you can grow it. Likability is actually an acquirable competence, just the way you can take a certification in other things, you see. And we have a whole study about the relationship between how women look, smell, and speak and the kind of doors they can open. So 100% personality. Grow how you speak, how you come across, how you read the room and the energy that you bring. The third is around proficiency. Be actually really good that it will be tough to ignore you. I can tell you as a coach and interacting with so many female leaders, tongue in cheek, this is still an area where we have to do better. There are too many average women. I'm not kidding. I know many excellent women, but I also know many average women who are just passing time, and they have all these excuses. They're earning all the money, they're paying us peanuts, but it's your career. So proficiency is big deal. The fourth is proofs. There are also many competent women who don't document their excellence. Some things are ended when you just attach proof into the email. I didn't do it, I can't be shouting. You know, so, and sometimes proof is just you're sending your boss the email, "Dear Joyce, it was so beautiful working on this project with you. Thank you for the compliment you gave about my exceptional organizational skills." Because sometimes the feedback is verbal. Then you lock it in, you freeze it in time. You just send that email, "I'm so grateful for the," you know, proofs really matter because they elevate visibility. Yes, and then the fifth is partnerships, which Ify and Morenica also highlighted. Let's build quality relationships intentionally. Under partnerships, what I want to leave you with is people don't have to be your best friends for you to create value-driven strategic alliances. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we have any time for a question or two. If not, unfortunately, we'll just have one rounding up question. We know that the theme for this year is accelerating action, and we want these women here to progress. What's one piece of advice you can give all of them to accelerate action, take action on this going forward this year? One piece of advice. Let's start from DDK. Yes, sure.
Go and update your LinkedIn profile. Take a fresh photo shoot, get something professional, really classy up there, and use the support of someone like Gloria Dozian or Ahoma Wogu to get your LinkedIn game going. Except you're selling shoes, Instagram should not be only where you play.
Thank you.
I think that similar to what DDK has just said is, you know, ensuring that you position yourself as a thought leader, right? So if you're doing amazing things but nobody's hearing about it, it's not good. And for Africans, we usually don't talk about the things that we do. We don't document. We don't showcase the things that we do. So as women, it's even worse, right? So as women, try as much as possible to position yourself as a thought leader in anything that you're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you, Morenike. Ifoma?
I think for me, my last word is something around coaching and mentoring. Just saying that there are people that have walked this journey. Find them, be there, and have them in your life. Thank you.
Fantastic. A round of applause for this amazing panel. I want to feel the energy. Thank you so much, Ifoma, Morenike, and DDK. It was so lovely having you, and have a good afternoon.
Do we want it to end? They should sit down and continue, right? We would have loved that. As they take the photograph, maybe you should also take a photograph of all of them, because you have seen in them living, breathing, encapsulation of the transformation for the motivation you are looking for in your elevation. She said, is it the English that's the problem? Is that not what she said? So we are getting into it. You've seen the look-alike of your future, right? Take a photo. Just is like beating extra fast. Chioma Nwakanwa Akano, founder of Medically Speaking. Cherry Ozoalo, MD and Chief Dentist at Enterfield Clinic. If you know them, begin the voting. Ijoma Weze is a psychotherapist and founder Dance for Health Initiative. And of course, Dr. Dawodu of Serba Lancet, Nigeria. Let's do well to vote in the next few seconds, about a minute, while DJ Daisy balances it for us. Ibuka.
You really like, baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes, 'cause they never tell me lies. I can feel that body shake and the heat between your
All right,
legs.
the next session is one that I'm looking forward so much to. The business of entrepreneurship. The women who are speaking to us are icons.
Landscape through resilience, innovation, and leadership. And to guide us through this conversation, we have no other than the exceptional moderator, Yetunde Bankole Bernard, who is a renowned individual known for helping people and organizations unlock their distinct value. Is she here? Her deep expertise and ability to facilitate management and meaningful dialogue make her the perfect person to lead this panel, this discussion, and be in this room with us. This promises to be a very impactful and insightful discussion. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Yetunde Bankole Bernard, and I thank you very much for being here, and I'm very certain that you will enjoy the rest of this conversation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So on that note, we welcome whom we call YBB as she comes this way. She's my future. When you hear her speak, you will know that she's your future too. Egbon, anywhere, in fact, if you like, stand. Welcome, ma'am. Great to have you. Joining her up on stage is our future Tarafela Durotoye. I feel like I shouldn't even say anything about her, because if you don't know about her, I'm going to ask, under what rock do you live? The woman who made a whole enterprise out of the beauty industry. I was telling someone that 26 years ago, my cousin was getting married. We were in her bedroom, and she paid somebody maybe 5,000 naira or so to do her makeup. My auntie and her sisters almost cut her head. You gave somebody money to do makeup for your face. For what? That my auntie today, even when she's going to church on Sunday, there's a makeup artist in her house because she turned it into an industry. She made people understand the business of it, the economy, that it's not about painting face. It's about changing the positioning. Please welcome TFD, as we like to call her. Ola Williams is joining up on stage. If you don't know her, anywhere you see Microsoft near you, you see those 4 squares? That is the head of Microsoft in Nigeria and some parts of West Africa. So, when we're talking about women mean business, please turn to your neighbor and say, don't play. Don't play. In fact, tell her, don't be your own mate. Because we have someone like Ola Williams who is commanding things, not just wearing nice red lipstick. You can add the lipstick to the thing that you're doing with your brain. Please welcome her again. Dr. Omobola Johnson. If you don't know, one of the reasons you have internet in your house is because when she was Minister for Communication in Nigeria, she sat on that table that made sure broadband got into the nooks and crannies of Nigeria because today she sits on the boards of many global organizations because oh, please, clap, 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 clap. I leave you in the able hands of our Madam Moderator, YBB, to steer the conversation about the business of entrepreneurship. Please, a round of applause.
Hello, beautiful people. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for having us. I am so privileged to have this fantastic, brilliant women on stage. I'm going to try and keep this as simple as possible. The theme or the title of this panel is Driven to Succeed, Redefining Leadership and Pioneering New Frontiers. I think when I saw it, the first thing that came to me is pioneering new frontiers and redefining leadership. We've seen that our world is evolving day in, day out, and the leaders that thrive are those who are not afraid to chart a new course or to redefine what was called leadership. And the women here today, I believe, are most suited in their own ways to tell us what that looks like. I have a few questions, and I'm sure you know that I don't want to ramble, so that's why I have them written here. And I'm going to ask that we follow through. So this is how it's going to run when the women talk. We have a time for question and answers, so please note your questions. And if they've answered it already, just write a new one. Are we cool with that? Yes? Yes, yes, thank you. So, breaking barriers, first off, because, you know, there are standards or where, should I say, premonitions on what leadership looked like or was supposed to be, especially for women. I'm going to start off right here with Tara. Do you have a mic? Okay. So, first thing is your insights on entrepreneurship. Like when Joyce was introducing you, she mentioned, you know, what we now know today as a makeup industry. So we're talking about redefining leadership and pioneering new fronts. What did that really look like? The pioneering new frontiers, like what does that really look like? I mean, it looks fancy now. It looks, oh, everybody's, you know, we all know what it looks like now, but what was that journey like? And I'd like you to share a few quick insights.
I'm not sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first of all acknowledge the presence of the publisher of Guardian Group in Hebrew, a pioneer in many fronts. Good afternoon, ma'am. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for being here. When I think about some of the lessons that I've learned on my pioneering journey, I think first of all, you have to have courage, and courage to do something that hasn't been done before. People actually are looking for the novel. People are actually looking for something new. They get bored. So, new ideas, sometimes you're reluctant to take a step, and as women, we generally second-guess ourselves. But courage is required. But what I also discovered was when you take the step that courage gives you to take, I also learned that conviction is contagious. And that when you have taken that courageous step, when you show people that you have a conviction about the step you've taken, they become excited about the path that you are creating. And so, yes, makeup wasn't a thing at the time, but I was convicted. And people saw that conviction. And that's why an entire industry could be birthed from that. But I also learned that it's not enough to have a novel idea that you've had courage to take a step forward or you have conviction to push forward. It's also important that we build a business around this conviction because we're an emerging economy and we need businesses that outlive their founders. And that's where continuity comes to play. It's important that we think not just about today, we think about how do we design the idea that we've created to be not just for us, but for the next generation, to solve a problem that is societal, that is beyond us, and build an institution behind it. So it's about courage, it's about conviction, and it's about continuity.
Thank you so much. I didn't have to summarize anything. Three top things: courage, conviction, continuity. Should I say the 3 C's? Let's go. I'm going to ask Dr. Mobola Johnson to share with us, policy, when they were introducing you and they talked about broadband and all of these things, what did you have to do? Who did you have to be? What was that really like? Talking about policy, societal impact, and what was it like for you? What was your driving force?
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon again, Auntie Maiden. Very nice to see you, ma. So, when you're at the level of policy, I think the most difficult thing for me was really coming from the private sector, where your context is actually quite limited. It's sort of very much the people that think like you and act like you. But when you're thinking about policy development, it's really about looking at a national context. It's not just about Lagos or Lagos State, it's about the entire country. It's about women all over the country, men all over the country. And in terms of what our priorities are in different parts of the country, very different. So really, it's been able to understand what people want in different parts of the country, and being able to take that what people want to what is possible, and also ensuring that you may not be able to satisfy everybody in the policies, but it's kind of like the greatest good for the greatest number. So policy development, I say, was exciting because you're doing things that will changed the course of the country, because what I did, with my team, was work on the first national broadband policy. And part of what you see today around the speed of the internet, the ubiquity of the internet, is coming out of that policy, which has been updated and revamped many times over since then. So it's exciting, but it's also not easy, because basically you're trying to satisfy a lot of people when you really can't satisfy everybody all the time. But it's really, again, like I said, the greatest good for the greatest number.
I'm tempted to dig in a little deeper. So what was that really like for you? Who did you have to be? What did you have to do? Because you're talking about policy, and in a country or a climb like ours, that can't be just a walk in the park. Like, how did you even know, okay, this is the direction, okay? So you're saying this is what people want. How do you just know that, okay, this is how to get by on this?
I guess what I had to do, which was not comfortable, was coming out of my comfort zone. Sorry for the pun. Coming out of my comfort zone. You have to speak to people. You have to speak to people in different walks of life who will think that their priority is the priority. And you've got to figure out a way to be respectful and also to be honest in when you tell them that this is not the way that it's going to be. So for me, it was coming out of my comfort zone. Like I said, speaking to like-minded people was the way that I had grown up in my corporate career. You had challenges with clients, but it was you all still on the same page. But really speaking to people who believe truly, really and truly, that they were the priority. So for me, coming out of my comfort zone, speaking to people from all walks of life, but also quite importantly, when you're talking about policy development, is actually convincing the cabinet, the entire cabinet, that this is the way that Nigeria, this is not just a company, this is the way that Nigeria should go. And I will tell you, without revealing any secrets, I was blindsided a couple of times, where I thought that the best thing to happen was for the Nigeria Broadcasting Commission and the Nigeria Communication Commission to be merged. Because now we don't talk about broadcasting or it's technology. The same spectrum used for telephones, the same spectrum used for TV, everything was the same. And I was advocating for this because it was the same thing that was done in South Africa. And I thought it was a great idea. I couldn't see anybody, disagreeing with me. But I didn't do enough homework. And I didn't do enough talking to the right people. I spoke to a few people, but I didn't. And sometimes when I spoke to people, they didn't agree with me, but I thought they don't know what they're talking about. I'm still going to go for it. So, of course, by the time I went to cabinet with this, I was completely blindsided. But that was the last time it happened. Very last time it happened.
Well done. Thank you so much for sharing that. I like the vulnerability in what you have shared. I'm going to quickly go to Ola Williams and discussing corporate leadership, especially as a woman, Microsoft, women in STEM and all of that stuff. What does that look like? How did sponsorship and mentoring guide or help, or did it not? And how do you think that, women leaders can have like an impact in corporate organizations? What has been your experience, and how have you navigated that path?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Made in Ebro. I hope you don't mind that we are all greeting you. I mean, you're a great leader, and you pave way for a lot of women, supporting a lot of women. I think that's really an important question, considering a lot of conversation that have also happened today. Leadership is not just about title. It's about creating vision, setting strategic direction, and creating an enabling environment for people and businesses to thrive. But of course, leadership is not a solo journey, and that's where issue of sponsorship and mentorship comes in. Mentoring is providing guidance, advice, and pathway for people to develop, while sponsorship is actually helping people to have that opportunity to step into the leadership position. While we can liken sponsorship to, giving opportunity for people to be able to prepare to have a seat at the table, but sponsorship actually gives you that seat at the table. I think for me personally, in my experience, both mentorship and sponsorship is a critical path of leadership. And it's really important for women to have both mentors and sponsors to help in the career journey. given the experience I've had over the years, it's really important for both men and women to provide the pathway for more women to become leaders within businesses, because it makes economic sense. According to statistics, it has shown that organizations that have at least 30% more women in leadership position have about 15% more chances of having additional profitability in their businesses. So having more women in leadership position is not just nice to have. It's not just about diversity alone. It's also about business impact. So it's really important that we are having this conversation, but also how do we ensure that we have the pathway and the structure within organization to have both structure to have mentors and sponsors for women to have opportunities to grow, so that everyone, whether male or female, have opportunities to become leader irrespective of their gender.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ola. I'm going to dig just a little bit, and to say, what has that journey really looked like for you? I mean, I know that you've said sponsorship and mentoring has helped you, but you are the head in Microsoft. Like, that's not an easy feat. So in corporate leadership, right, especially for women, what do you think has been your own, should I say, greatest opportunity? Like, how did you, was it based off of this or that, or what would you acclaim that to?
Honestly, I wouldn't say it has been a walk in the park. It's been a tough journey.
Yeah.
I think it's even easier now because we have a lot of platforms like this. Then, when I came into tech industry, I wouldn't say I don't have support, but we don't have a lot of platforms like this talking about diversity and inclusion, networks and communities. And we don't also have a lot of female leaders that one can look up to. So almost like, I remember when I joined Microsoft, I was the first technical person in the room as a woman. And it wasn't really an easy experience because when the guys are going out in the evening, they naturally will not invite me, not because they hate me, but because I don't fit into the picture. And for me, initially I felt bad, then at a point in time I said it's okay, because I'm a woman. But what is important for me is that my work must speak for me. That means I need to work really hard, because I remember, how did I get into Microsoft in the first place? It's actually a guy that works in Microsoft that I was on a project with, because I was working in a partner organization for Microsoft and we're working on a project. Then he walked up to me and said, Ola, I think you are a great resource. You are a great talent. I think you will be a great talent for Microsoft. And when an opportunity opened up, he said I should apply, and I applied. I got an interview, and that's how I got into Microsoft. So I reminded myself that, look, you earn your bit here. You didn't get here because you are a woman. You got here because you deserve this role. So don't feel bad that you are the only woman in the room. So keep on doing what you were doing. Keep on doing your good job and keep on building yourself. And technology is an industry that keeps evolving. That means I needed to keep on reinventing myself. I got into Microsoft when we were on-premise technology. So then cloud came. I had to learn cloud technology. I know a lot of my male colleagues that fell off because they did not evolve. So technology is not a gender biased field. So it could be a male or female that will fall off. It depends on the person. So I think it's really more about you. So I kept on investing myself. And now we're talking about AI. Now AI is here. Everybody needs to learn about AI. So it's not that women will be left behind because AI is here. It's really about how you're able to reinvent yourself. So we still have a lot of men that will be left behind and a lot of women that will be left behind. It depends on your choice.
Fantastic.
So that really means that you need to really develop. But personal, development is important, but I still also think we need a structured approach within the organization for mentorship and sponsorship. Microsoft have a program for mentoring women. But personally, I also walk up to leaders within the organization to say, I need you to be my sponsor. But also, you also need to be a good product to be sponsored.
Fantastic.
So that's really important.
Thank you so much. I think that what you really said is that you are the product. Like you, it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman, that you should, work on yourself and make sure that when that time comes, it's almost like a no-brainer. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Now look who is here, Lola. Lola, Lola Ogunaike is an award-winning journalist. And just in case you're wondering, okay, award-winning, like she's interviewed the likes of Michelle Obama, Beyonce, Oprah. So she, yeah, thank you. I'm taking the accolades for her. So, Lola, thank you for being here as well. I'm going to ask you a quick question. And it would be, representation in media narratives for women and what your journey has been. And really, how do you think that media influences leadership opportunities, particularly for women?
I was on a panel earlier, which is why I'm a bit late, and I was speaking about how this world did not exist when I first started out as a journalist. Like the idea of the creative sector being celebrated or embraced was unheard of. There was a stigma attached to going into any field that was considered frivolous and fun. When I told my Nigerian parents that I wanted to not only not be a lawyer, as they had brainwashed me into believing, but I wanted to be an English literature major and that I was going to move to New York to be a writer, their heads exploded. Like they did not move all the way across the world for their daughter to be a writer. So they were not too keen on that decision, but I followed my personal passion, ended up moving to New York, and ended up being successful enough to interview the likes of the people that you've just mentioned. One of the things that I think is very important, and I'd like to tell younger people, is that sometimes you may not have someone who has paved the way for you, or there may not be someone who in the room who looks like you. She mentioned mentors. Your mentor may not look anything like you. Some of my mentors look nothing like me. One of my favorite mentors is an old white man from Queens. I'm a young Nigerian American girl who grew up in Virginia. We have nothing in common on paper, but we both just have a love of words. Anyway, so being committed to my dreams, being authentic in my presentation of self, not changing my last name, which is something that a producer suggested that I do when I moved to television, was something that was a very big deal to me. I had written for many years before I made the transition to television, and people had known me as Lola Ogunaike, a byline. So long before they saw my face, they saw my name, and my name is very Yoruba, right? So that was a way to immediately distinguish myself. Now, had I changed my name to Lola O'Grady or Lola Jackson, I may not have distinguished myself in the way that I did by having a name that was authentically Nigerian. This is the same name, by the way, that used to cause me heart palpitations on the first day of school every year growing up in Northern Virginia because I knew the teacher would butcher it. Unbeknownst to me, 2 decades later, that same name that used to cause me such heart palpitations would become my calling card. So staying authentic to who I am as a person in that name was important. By the time I made the move to television, I didn't want to erase the Ogunaike that I'd built up as a print reporter. And so I was able to put a name to the face. And once you see the name and once you see the face, you know that this is a Nigerian woman. And so so I've had a number of people come up to me and say the reason I'm allowed to pursue television now is because my parents saw you on CNN, or the reason I was able to be a writer is because my parents could point to your articles in the New York Times. So if I had not been true to myself initially and been brave enough, crazy enough, delusional enough, or the kids say now, delulu enough to follow my own dreams, I may not have been able to give other people permission to follow their own dreams.
Fantastic.
That's, in a way, what leadership can look like. It may not look as formal as you standing at the podium. It may be just you being a leader in your own life and inspiring other people to be leaders in their own lives.
Thank you so much, Shola. I mean, you spoke about authenticity as the main, like the driving force. I'm just going to zero in on like my next few questions. And I think that what I would say is that what do you think that the biggest challenge you faced as a woman in media? What do you think that challenge is?
I think historically, one of my biggest challenges was youth. You know, people didn't take me as seriously as they should have. I got to the Times when I was 25. So I had a bunch of older white men who were like, who let this kid into this august newspaper? It wasn't until my stories started making the most emailed lists, until they started making the front page of the paper, that these men began to take me seriously. But back then, I was just like this kid who loved hip hop and was like interviewing Eminem and 50 Cent. What does she know about journalism? But when I wrote that opening, boy, they knew. So yes, initially that was a challenge. Now I think with so much that's happening in media, you have to stay current. Again, earlier in the day, someone was saying, if you do not pivot, if you do not adapt, you will die. Yeah. So it is important that you adapt and you pivot. There were no bloggers when I first started out. There was no Instagram when I first started out. Facebook was barely, like it was a glimmer. And now I have a number of colleagues who started out with me in this industry 20 years ago who were not able to pivot. And they are no longer writing in the way that I still am. So it's important to adapt, and I know it's challenging. Like, I am not a Twitter girl, I'm not a Snapchat girl, but I have figured out the lane that I feel most comfortable in, and I'm an Instagram girly. Feel free to DM me if you want to get in contact with me, I will follow up. And that's my chosen modern medium of communication. I think you don't have to do everything. You don't have to be everywhere. You don't have to have a blog that chronicles your beauty secrets, unless you're Tara, of course, then you should have a blog that chronicles your beauty secrets. But being committed to staying relevant and staying in the conversation, I think is the key to longevity in this business.
Thank you so much. I'm going to just thank you for that. I'm going to just latch onto that and speak directly to Tara. So, Tara, what do you think that, how can organizations and networks support women that are pioneering ideas or pioneering businesses? From your experience, what do you think that, that should really look like?
I think, when I think about Gaia, which is the club that I believe all of us are part of, that didn't exist before, but now we have it. And it's created opportunities like training, digital workshops consistently. I think these sort of platforms will definitely support pioneering women, because such platforms are thinking about what do women today need, what can be put in place to support them as much as they can. And as much as we have these sort of platforms, women who are pioneering will continue to be supported. When I first started, we didn't have these sort of platforms. I was just looking through the last 2 months of all the different digital workshops that we've been a part of. And I thought to myself, if I had this 27 years ago when I first started, there are many things that I would have done differently. So kudos to Tone Candy Johnson for creating Gaia as a platform. And I think that anyone who's pioneering today will have the support that they require by being a part of this sort of network.
Fantastic. By the way, just in case you're wondering, what is Gaia? Gaia is a business and social club for C-suite women in Africa. So if you are in that group, also for senior managers as well. So you want to check Gaia out, online Gaia Africa Club. It's the best thing that could happen to you now. All right? Dr. Johnson, how can women trust each other more in in a business, in a whatever setting? How can we trust each other? How do you know that, okay, this is what people are thinking, I'm asking you a question and you're telling me the right thing because I'm about to change some policies right here. So how How can we just trust each other?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question.
There you go.
Well, first of all, there's a bit of a myth that goes around that women can't work with women, women don't trust women, and I think it's a bit of a myth, but I understand where you're coming from. I think the first thing to say is that trust is always earned. Trust is earned. You just don't trust somebody because they're there. You have to earn that trust. And I think I want to build on what Tara was saying about Gaia, networks like this. That's where you start to build the trust. You start to build the trust with a community of women. First of all, it's one-on-one. Women who will amplify your voice. Women who will advocate for you. Women who will stand up for you when you're going through a challenge. And that is what these sort of communities do. And I think that's the first part, is that it's very difficult to build that trust one-on-one. I think that trust comes from being part of a community and part of a network. And that's how you build the trust, particularly when you see other women interacting with each other. I find I'm a very trusting person, and you really have got to be very bad for me not to trust you. But I know that other people get into a relationship from a position of not trusting. But it goes back to the same thing. When you say you're going to do something and you do it, it's that little bit of, you banked some trust. When you speak up for somebody who's going through a hard time, you bank some trust. And that's how it is. It's a two-way, it's two ways. And so I believe that networks, mentorship, role modeling, communities, these are all ways in which we have to learn to trust each other. Because if we don't trust each other, trust me, that, that myth of women not trusting each other is really the one that's going to continue to divide us and make us not speak for each other because somebody says, don't mind her, this is not what she thinks, this is what she really thinks. But coming together united and just entering relationships with a spirit of trust as opposed to a spirit of distrust, I really think that's the way that we begin to trust and work with each other.
Thank you. Spirit of trust. Okay, that's a new one. Thank you. I'm going to, just, should I say round this up in a few questions. And the first one, just because Lola, you're looking at me.
Okay.
Just because you're looking and smiling at me, I'm going to ask you that, what is, if you were to advise like a woman who is in leadership today, what would you say to her? Who do you need to be? What do you need to look out for? And how do you redefine what leadership has, been said to be? Leadership, there's so many descriptions. But what would you say to that woman?
This is going to be a very unconventional answer, but I'm amongst friends. I can feel the positive energy in the room, so I'm going to go out on a limb here. Obviously, we know all the traits about great leadership, but I don't think what needs to be discussed more is the type of partner, an ambitious woman who's intent on living a life of leadership. What type of partner does she choose? You can be a woman who is very ambitious, very forward-thinking, very progressive, very committed to your career, and you've chosen a partner who's not in support of that, has completely different expectations of what his partner will look like, and can either inadvertently or directly undermine your dreams and undermine your ambitions. I've seen a number of women who were broken by the wrong partner. Their dreams were dashed by the wrong partner. And so I think it's really important to choose wisely when you're making a decision like that. And that can extend to, thank you. In addition to partnership, extend it out, extrapolate that out a bit. The people you allow in your inner circle also need to be people who will support your dreams, support your ambitions, support your delulu, will be there to say, you know what, girl, that idea sounds a little crazy, but there might be something there. You do not need to surround yourself with people who are frenemies, who pretend to like you, but low-key hate you. You don't need to be with a partner who claims that they like you, but you realize that they don't really like you. These are the things that can derail a woman who is destined for leadership and success. So you need to be very careful about the people that you allow into your inner sanctum.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Lola. Thank you so much. Ola Williams, what would you say to a woman today who is in leadership and wants to redefine? Like, you know what? I want to make a difference. What would you say to her?
While she's working on that, I have a very good partner, by the way. My husband's very supportive. I don't want you thinking I'm low-key dissing him at all. He's a wonderful man. So. Is that working? Okay.
It's working.
Okay.
I think it was. Leadership is not a title at all. I think for us as women especially, and by nature I think we're very collaborative. But looking at leadership from a collaborative lens is really important. But beyond that, now, especially when you were asking her about women trusting each other, we need to begin as leaders to cultivate new leaders, to start to think beyond ourselves as leaders, to create an environment where new leaders can emerge so that we can continue to build sustainable pipeline of female leaders that we take on roles and we are able to bridge this gender leadership gap now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Tara, I'm going to ask you a different, I don't know, but so leadership, what would you tell a woman who is in leadership or seeking new opportunities and also dealing with challenges as an entrepreneur? What would you say to her?
I think as women, we generally have some of the limiting beliefs that come with the society, and we second guess ourselves a lot. But I wanted to just remind us of all the things that make us special as women.
Yeah.
One of them is our collaborativeness, is creativity, is empathy, is emotional intelligence, all these things that make us women feminine. We must embrace them and bring them to the leadership positions that we find ourselves in. Try not to be a man, because the things that make us feminine are also the things that are our superpower. So my charge will be, please bring your empathy, bring your creativity, bring your emotional intelligence to your leadership position, because it is the thing that makes you special and it is your superpower.
Fantastic. Dr. Johnson, what would you say to a woman who wants to redefine leadership from her corner of the room?
Define what success means for you. That's what I would say. Honestly, because when we talk about leadership, Ola, you're absolutely right. It's not a title. You've got to decide for yourself, what does it mean to be successful for me? And most of the time, it's not about money, it's not about title. It's really is about fulfilling your own heart's desires and doing them in a way that pleases you. And so I think for me, that's what I would tell anybody, to just define what it means for you. And what it means for you is not what it means for me or anybody else in the room. But when you have achieved that, what it means for you, then you will know that you are successful. So please don't define it by anybody else's standards, particularly women, because success leadership is defined by men in the world that we live in today. And we need to start working together to define what does success mean for us as women, and what does it mean for us as individuals.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. What does success mean for us as women, and what does it mean for us as an individual? Like for me, so what you have, all of you beautiful ladies, what I hear and what you have said, I put something down, is that, you know, the most powerful leaders are those that are willing to challenge what is by choosing what needs to become. And it's so heartwarming to see this brilliant women saying all of these fantastic things. Now I'm going to open this up for Q&A. I'm going to have a few. Does anybody have any questions, quick questions? One question? Yes, one question. We can take only one question.
Wait, before we get to that one question really quickly, just a quick point about success. I'm sorry, I'm late and I'm holding up the panel. I'm that girl. I apologize. But I'm reminded of something that my pastor in New York said to me years ago about success. And he said, do not let success get to your head and do not let failure get to your heart. Sometimes we read our own press clippings. Sometimes we internalize failure, and that paralyzes us from pursuing our next opportunity or our next dreams. It's important that we know who we are outside of the failures and outside of the successes. And I think that, to me, is a key to really having the life that you want.
Thank you, Lola.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you. Any questions? We can only take one. There's one lady right there. How do we get that to her? One question. Look at her. She's raising her hand.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. All protocols observed. My question is about office politics. I'm so grateful to be here today, to be in a gathering of distinguished personalities like this. And what I want to ask is, bearing in mind the theme of this year's Women's Day. I call March Women's Month anyway, because to me, March should be a celebration of women every day. What can a woman do in an environment such as we live in, where when you speak out, you know, when you are assertive and you speak out, particularly in the office, and you are an excellent person, you tend to find people that just want to push you down, just want to press you and stifle your voice just because you have something positive to say. How can we rise above this environment in which we find ourselves, in which fellow women may even be the ones that will be saying, shh, shouldn't have talked, keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet. Thank you.
Please, ma'am, I'm not stifling you. It's just the time. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask Ola and Dr. Johnson to take that. Ola Williams, you want to quickly take that? Yeah, you're in corporate. Go ahead, please. Thank you. Quickly, and then we can have Dr. Johnson.
Can you hear me now? One of the things that we need to learn is how to engage stakeholders, one, then how to read the room is really important. There are times you have great idea to share, but how we communicate it is also crucial, because you need to ensure that because your aim is you want to hear your opinion, not to push people down or make yourself being perceived wrongly. So reading the room, and one of the panelists that came before us said she had to go learn how to be likable. There are certain things, soft skills that we also need to learn. So it's really important. I mean, I can't give you prescription on how to manage your office politics, but it's really important for you to understand, one, stakeholder management. Men do a lot of things. They have meetings before meeting. They engage, align. Then you just come to the meeting, you realize that all of them are just saying the same thing, and you are wondering what's going on. But we just come to the meeting because you think you have a great idea. You just come and you want everybody to just buy into it without engaging properly with multiple stakeholders. I think that is really important. We need to spend time. Then we also need to do our homework. Get our facts together. The fact that something is correct does not mean it's factual within the context of that circumstances. It's important to do your homework. And it's also important to learn how to communicate. The tone, body language is also important. Verbal communication is less than 30% of communication, you need to also read your body language. You might say, oh, I'm saying it in a soft voice, but they think I'm shouting. But your body is shouting, right? So all those things are important. And, but I don't know the circumstances of your office, but I think with all those clues, stakeholder management, your body language, getting your facts right, aligning before or after meeting, all those things, I hope it helps.
Brilliant, brilliant. Dr. Johnson, a quick word.
Look, there's nothing else to add. All I would say is that if you're dealing with office politics, you have to be political. And I think Ola's just...
there you go. If you're
it.
dealing with office politics, you have to be political. Okay, so you may want to ask what that means, but that's the answer. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of these brilliant ladies for being here. Thank you to our wonderful audience. Thank you to Guardian and Guardian Women and these beautiful women right here in front. I know all of you are a family and you are so gorgeous. Thank you for this brilliant opportunity. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed this just as much as we did.
Did you see your future here? Did you see your future here? Please appreciate YBB for steering this conversation in a way that we all got so much value out of it. We'll come together for a group photograph, and then we'll have the Hebrew women, Guardian Women 001, join in the next shot. Someone came to me some years ago trying to become more political. I am a card-carrying member of a political party, and I have run. And I will tell to me and said, Joyce, they hate me in my office, problem. I said, who is the favorite child of that your boss? She said, what? I said, every parent has a favorite child even when they don't know. But if you're listening to them, you will find out. She called me 2 days later. She said, my boss talks about this child. I said, so for the next 3 days, every day you get to office, ask her, how is that your child? Do you know what she said to me? Please, I'm answering the question about office politics, please. The first thing she said to me, but how is that my business? Isn't all work we came to work? Did I come here to make friends? I said, you see the problem. You see the problem? And when she asked that boss about that child for 3 days straight, she called me weeping. And she said, Joyce, I can't believe it's the same woman. I said, now you know what it is to be a politician. Amongst many other things. Appealing to the thing that appeals to the person. Thank you, Mama. And doing it in a way that is sincere and honest. Please appreciate our panelists. They're all taking their seats now. Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson, TFD. Thank you, Lola Ogunaike. Good to see you in the flesh. Ola, oh my gosh, we love you and we appreciate you. And YBB, God bless you. If you can make some noise right now, that would be great. Before we go to our final panel for today, that would lead us to our fireside chat. I told you today was full. We would leave here full. We will receive our tickets, our raffle tickets. Many of us have been buying tickets. Now, this is how to get your ticket. You walk out right there to the Wow Connect table. You see 2 people wearing Wow Connect. You get out there, you pick your tickets, and you come right back in. Whilst we're doing that, the next voting will be on the screen immediately. Okay? Thank you, ma'am. She loves my dress. She said it like 4 times. I love it. My head is swelling, and I like it. So we're going to put it on the screen right now. The next set of women we are voting for the Wonder Woman Awards. May we have the next one on the screen? Whilst you pick your tickets. So this is the business of academia and learning. Professor Francisca Oladipo, Vice Chancellor of Thomas Adewumi University. Professor Folashade Ogunshola, Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos. Professor Lillian Salami, Vice Chancellor, University of Benin. Have you ever seen this many women Vice Chancellors in Nigeria? Professor Nenna Oti, Vice Chancellor, Futo, and Professor Ibiemi Bello, Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University. We are making progress. We are making progress. And there are a number of other Vice Chancellor women and rectors in some other institutions. So please vote, 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 vote. Who is voting? Let me see your hand up. Okay, number of hands are up. We'll give you about a minute to be done voting. If your phone is not scanning, bring it, let me pray for you. Perhaps you just need to take the photo and then use the Google Lens. And if you don't know how to do it, this is one of the safest places to ask for help. Many times we don't know what to do, but we're not asking for help because we think it will make us look foolish. No, you will look foolish when you're not asking for help, especially when help is very close to you. So if you're not sure how to scan, please, 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 just ask and we'll fix it for you once and for all. And you'll laugh about it. The same way we all once learned how to do one thing or the other. Let's move to the second one now, please. We're done voting? Thank you. Next one. The business of public service. I love this one. Olu Verheyen. She's the special advisor to the president on energy. I think she was here last year. She was our keynote speaker at the maiden edition last year. Toke Awoyinka, Honorable Commissioner of Tourism, Lagos. Hajia Suleiman Ibrahim, Minister for Women Affairs. Oluwatoyin Madane, First Female Accountant General of the Federation, and Abike Dabiri Ewewa, Chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. Please vote. If you know them, you admire the work they do, vote for the person you think deserves the award for the business of public service. I see people scanning. Thank you so much. If you have collected your tickets from the stand out there, please show me that you have. Thank you. Thank you. A number of others. Please. Okay, I can see people collecting their tickets out there. We're going straight into the final panel, and after that, we'll have all the raffles at the same time. Is that okay? Yes. Are we done voting? Are we done voting? Panel 6. Gosh, we've made it to panel 6. Somebody celebrate! We've been going one after the other, and this is the business of philanthropy. CSR, social impact, driving change, how philanthropy and social impact empower women and strengthen communities. Our moderator is Mary Olushoga. Please welcome her as she comes up right now. Ebuka, where is our moderator, Mary Olushoga? Olushoga. Thank you, Mama. Correct. And lending her own perspectives to the conversation. Joining her upstage is Mrs. Atimo. Please receive her as she comes forward. Ebuka, Mrs. Atimo joining us? Okay. Maureen Ifada is here. Is she? Yes, she is. Please welcome Maureen Ifada. She's a seasoned leader, marketing leader and marketing director of Friesland, Campina, Wamco. Many of the drinks we've been having here today are courtesy herself and the organization she represents. Over 2 decades She's been in consumer marketing, shopper strategy, digital transformation across sub-Saharan Africa, and she does understand how to drive societal and social impact. Thank you for joining us. It's okay. Mia. Please welcome my Edo sister as she comes up on stage. She's regional manager, Money Point. Oh, all of us Money Point people will now see one of the faces behind the name. She has over a decade experience in commercial strategy. She's an associate of women in management, business, and public service. She's passionate about building high-performance teams, and we can't wait to hear her insights. Madam Moderator, over to you. The microphones are by you. When you speak, please don't turn them off. Leave them on throughout the conversation. There should be one in your seat or, okay, we can share that. Thank you. Just turn it on now and leave it on, please. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? I really enjoyed the previous panel session. I learned so much. And I remember meeting Dr. Omobola Johnson when I was really young in Canada many years ago. And she was so warm, and I always never forget that. So thank you so much, and welcome to my co-panelists. So the question or the conversation today is really going to be around philanthropy, and really how a conversation about the intersection of gender and philanthropy. So my first question is, what unique role does philanthropy play in addressing systemic gender inequities that CSR alone may not solve? So I will believe that your companies and your organizations have been in gender-focused philanthropic initiatives, and I would love for you to provide instances and examples of that. So thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I work for Friesland. Friesland, we produce Peak and 3 Crowns milk. So part of the things we do at Friesland, as part of also supporting backward integration, is dairy farming in Nigeria. So a big chunk of what we do to support the dairy farming in Nigeria is not only to the farmers, but also to the women in communities. And so typically what we do is, while we're having the business with the men, it's important that we empower the women as well in the communities. So what we've been able to do from our point of view is the fact that we've set up these women, to trade, right? So quite a lot of them, they sell our products. Not just our products, of course, but a big chunk of it being our products. We also help to empower the schools within the community, because it's important that, we empower the entire community, not just the men, the women, as well as the children. So that is a key focus for us, empowering the women to be self-sufficient. As we know, if you empower the woman, you empower the nation. So those are some of the initiatives that we do. How does it link, with our business and with our, what we stand for as a business? As a business, our mission is to nourish Nigerians with quality dairy nutrition. And what better way than having women as those partners? So while we're empowering these women, they also serve, as a sales channel for our product. So it's sort of a win-win situation, because we empower them, so we are able to give them a grant to start off these businesses.
How much is the grant for?
Okay, I wouldn't want to say what the amount is, but it's enough to set them up that they are actually self-sufficient. They are able to take their children to schools. They are able to support the homes. We have numerous videos of them telling us, they're basically housewives, right? Not doing anything, and then you're able to go there and teach them the business and the act of trading, right? That they now become a hub to their communities. We have a lot of these women who now serve as mini distributors, right? That people come to buy from. So yes, we've empowered them, but again, because it is linked with our purpose, you see how that helps our businesses as well. So it becomes a win-win situation. But it's the fact that we identified that it was not enough to just have a business with the men, with their husbands. It was important that we also empower these women. And so through that, we are able to let them have a good source of living, selling our products and other products, of course, non-competing dairy brands, but of course, they can also sell complementary categories. But of course, we see the growth. It's not so much volume, right? You say, oh, what sort of volume? But it's the fact that we're empowering a community, you're empowering a woman to be self-sufficient.
Thank you for that. And I will say, being a housewife qualifies as work, actually.
Of course.
Because you're cleaning, you're doing other things.
But now, they are still sort of housewife because a lot of the shops are in front of their houses, right?
Gotcha.
It's not like they go out of, but you're a housewife with empowerment, with financial muscle.
Right.
Yeah.
And over to you.
So I think for us at Money Point, a key component for us as a business is financial inclusion, right? We always say we want to create financial happiness, not just for one gender, but for both genders. We have done a lot of studies, and this has brought out a big problem, shown us a big problem with how what the gender gap looks like. A lot of women today, they don't have the visibility, they don't have access to the kind of funding, the kind of financial opportunities that men do, especially, entrepreneurs and, women in business. So one thing that we have done is set up different initiatives. We did a credit study that showed us that a lot of business women today fund their business, 40% fund their business from their personal pockets, and then the other 50% is from maybe friends and also financial institutions. And even getting this credit is really difficult. So what we have done is we've created processes to make it easier for a certain demographic, a certain women demographic to access loans easily. Another thing that we have done is provided financial literacy, which we have, from our studies, we realize is also lacking in some communities, some women-led communities. So we have a process where there are business managers that are going out there and teaching women how to be more financially strong, stable, and also how to navigate the businesses they operate, how to build credit, how to build themselves in such a way that when they walk into any financial institution to ask for credit, they have, the credit score to back up whatever it is they're requesting for.
Absolutely. Actually, one of the things I'm most passionate about now is how do we get more women from the informal to the formal sector? Because a very significant number of Nigerian women actually play in the informal sector. So it's always interesting to have sort of supply chain processes that help plug them into formal sector. So that's a very interesting conversation. My next question is, how do you adapt gender-focused CSR programs to address the unique needs of local communities versus global initiatives? So how does your company address that?
I think for us, like I said earlier, one of the biggest challenges we have identified is a visibility problem. One of the programs we have, today we have a Women in Tech program targeted at women only in tech. And this is sort of to bridge that gap that we have seen, with local resources, been in a tech space where it's male-dominated. How do we bring women in? So we have that targeted program specifically for women, so that at the end of the year, and there's a KPI, there are indices attached also to sort of measure how well we've done. So at the end of the year, we look at the ratio of the women we have in our team versus the men we have in our team. If the gap is too wide, we know that we need to put in more effort to bring, women in. And so these initiatives go out, targeted specifically at women, to bring in the best talent, to bring in the best brains.
Thank you.
All right. So for us, the initiative I spoke of earlier, while with the men, it's a partnership. It's okay. You have your cows. Let's get into business. With the women, we have to be softer, right? So that's why we're giving them grants. Now, what we've done in addition is, even with the men, where dairy farming is typically targeted at men, right? So if I also look at from a global perspective, my company is owned by dairy farmers. It will be almost 90% men. But for the women in Nigeria, we are beginning to see female dairy farmers, right? We have students in agriculture, right? Female students who have already started that initiative. So while with the men, it's a partnership, with the women, we also have to treat them differently. So for the female dairy farmers, right, we are giving them grants as well that we're not giving to the men, just to encourage them. Because what you also find out, and I'm not trying to be biased, but we have seen the yield and the growth more from the female dairy farmers. Even though they are not, many yet, but what this initiative has helped us to do is it's beginning to, open that space, and we're getting more. There's a lady, we call her, in my company, we call her the youngest female CEO. She's a student. She's in the Southwest. She's in the University of Ibadan. She hasn't even graduated yet, but she has already gone into dairy farming. Because she's reading agriculture, she already has, that knowledge, and if I dare say, she's miles ahead of the men, because majority of the men, in the dairy farm, a lot of them are not educated. But we see that, because she's educated, she has already taken up, she's already miles ahead of them. So you can imagine imagine a dairy farmer, a student who is already working with Excel and knows, what comes in, monitoring her yield, doing research by herself with the type of, cows that you need to crossbreed and all of that. So these are opportunities that, the men, they don't have. But she has an edge, one, because she's educated, and I dare say because she's a woman, she's thorough. And what we're encouraging her to do is, for the females within the community, they see her already as some sort of guide, right? She's already training these women. And just recently, we've opened a sort of program where even students can already begin, for the female students, because we want to encourage, and like I said, because we already see that the growth, it's coming very strongly from the women dairy farmers. So while we have the dairy farmers and we have the women who are selling within the communities, we can already see that growth. So we are giving more support to the women, right? Because like I said, we see that growth. There's the focus, very dedicated. So we are doing that above the men.
Great, and thank you so much for that. So I'm going to take this a step further and ask, how do you, within the positions that you occupy, create sort of a business case or justification for the philanthropic work that you do, especially for women? I'll give a scenario. I've sat in committee meetings where someone has come and asked for a particular amount, let's say 5 million naira, and you hear the bank official, maybe like the head of women banking, say, well, for us to give you this 5 million naira, you have to sign up 16,000 new accounts. They must be women, and all the women must have 2,000 naira in their account, otherwise we're not giving you this money. And you're having a conversation about why women empowerment is important, why there needs to be a gender focus, within all corporations, actually, if you ask me. So how, within the roles that you occupy, create a business case? Because like you're talking about the grant, so there's money allocated within the budget for this, right? So how do you create that business case and justification for those who may not believe in the women-focused mission?
So I think it helps because first and foremost, I'm a woman. So I'm the marketing director. On the board of my company, we have 3 women as well. So our executive director, corporate affairs, is a woman. So good enough, all of these initiatives sit between corporate affairs and marketing. and we are both women who lead it. So first and foremost, you can say we are biased towards women, but it's not because we're biased, it's because we see the results, right? And every time, I like to say, use myself as an example. My my executive director of corporate affairs, Orefa Mrewa, would also say the same thing and say, you know, we have good examples of women leading the charge. When we started, the example I gave, when we started with this young lady, right, she stood out. It wasn't something that we had to do a lot of push for, right? She just stood out. And we said, okay, you know what? There's a budget for CSRO. First and foremost, there's a budget. We have a budget for CSRO in my company. And gender inclusion, gender parity is something that, you know, we take very seriously from our global. In fact, monthly, we are tracking the number of women in senior management, in middle management, and in lower management. To digress a bit, yesterday we were at our management meeting and we said, oh, we had 7 new hires in the company, 6 men and 1 female. And my managing director already said to the HR director that you're failing on your KPIs. How is it possible? Are you telling me that there are no women in Nigeria to fill these roles? There are women. So the fact that first and foremost, it's top on our agenda. So it's something that we monitor globally. If you check our annual report from global and local, there's a target that we have set. And every year, right, we are not there, we are nowhere near that target yet, right? Every year, we are making sure we are getting closer to the target. Significantly, in my company, marketing and corporate affairs, where you have the 2 women at the 2 departments where we are under index. So there's a disparity towards men. So in marketing, it probably will be, my marketing team is here, will probably be 70 to men or 80-20, right? Same as it is in corporate affairs. And every time, I say to them that it's not because I'm a woman, or maybe because I'm a woman, but you see the growth, right? So that helps. And then, of course, we have to take that back into what we do with CSRO and the local communities. I'll give you another example of what we're doing with, so Peak Milk is the official milk for our Paralympians, right? And if you look at the Paralympians, in the last concluded Paralympics competition, about 7 athletes went, and 5 of them who won were women, right? So I don't know if it's a stroke of luck, but the CSRA initiatives that we support, our women are doing us proud. And so every year, it makes a case for us to be able to support these initiatives.
Thank you for that. Just to add to what she said, because what she said is perfectly amazing and also in line with how we see things. For us, I think one of the things that we do is we have, would I say, an advocacy program or an advocacy intention. So we ensure that we have women in strategic roles. And one of the reasons why you want to have women in these strategic roles is because you need inclusion, you need advocacy, you need that sense of community. Now, I manage the Northern region and Lagos, right? And we are data-driven. We have a lot of data to back up certain initiatives that we roll out. So when, we need to advocate for these women, we have the numbers to also back it up. At a time, the credit initiative I mentioned, at a particular point in time, more women were less delinquent in returning their loans than men. And that was enough data to push for more funds to be released to women-owned businesses. So one amazing thing about inclusion and equity and gender parity is if there is no one in that space to navigate for the community in question, there's going to be a very big gap. You would never fill up that gap. So we always ensure as an organization, from top to bottom, that there's a balance between both genders, there's a balance in representation, because representation is the only thing that would, breed that advocacy.
Absolutely, thank you for that. I mean, and this conversation is very important, right? Because even globally, especially in the US, for example, DEI initiatives are like the first thing that went recently because people don't see a need for it. But it's very important, and I also think that Nigeria's private sector has an enormous role to play in ensuring that more women catch up and we can accelerate action that way. Go ahead.
Just to even, I think for organizations, if an organization is serious about bridging that gap, you need to be intentional. A lot of organizations have this CSR teams and these teams put in place just to bridge that gap. So it's not just about in March rolling out all these publications, women this, women that. What exactly are you doing? If we look into your organization, are we going to see at the executive level 2 women and 10 men? That's not gender equality, that's not equity at all. So once these DI initiatives are put in place, from top to bottom, you would see that gap bridged completely.
Absolutely.
Just to quickly add, so because my company is a manufacturing company, right? So the bulk of my staff, they are from the operations team. And typically you have, quite a number of men in that unit. One of the decisions we've taken as well is to say, we have female engineers, don't we? Why are we not actively recruiting women into the operations department? The Nigerian labor law would say typically the women shouldn't do shifts, right? To work overnight. So because in my company you have morning, afternoon, and night shift. And we said to be able to address that, all the women will be excluded from night shifts. They have to be excluded from night shift because, of course, you have, they have to, take care of the children and all. But that singular act, what it has also helped to do, then it makes people, even within, so I have engineers, for instance, in marketing. They probably would not have opted for marketing. They would have loved to go to operations, right? But because they are thinking, oh, I don't want to work night shift and co. But the minute you put that caveat to say women would only work morning and afternoon shifts, then you see how that, turns the table. And then people, there are actually a lot of competent women who are able to work, because of that shift in policy. Part of the things we've also said is we want to take it a notch higher and actually have creches in our premises, right? So a woman goes to deliver, she has a baby, the baby should be, close by within the premises as well.
And also, do you have breastfeeding rooms as well? Is that part? Okay.
We have breastfeeding rooms. Clinic within the premises, and in the clinic there's a breastfeeding room already.
Okay, great. So I'm going to make this my final question before we open it up to questions, and it is, what strategies have proven effective in encouraging corporate boards and stakeholders to support women-centered initiative? It's kind of like what I'd asked before, because that was a first-hand experience. And in my head, I was thinking, how much is 5 million that you're asking for 16,000 women to be signed up with, and each 16,000 must have 2,000 naira in their account, If you want to support women, go all the way. And it's not all the time. I agree that qualitative data is important, but it's not all the time. It's always qualitative, right? You can also have scenarios where you transform someone's story just because you've supported them, right? So yeah. So qualitative and quantitative data are equally important. So you can go ahead.
Yeah, just to latch on something they said, I think first and foremost is the intentionality. That's where it starts from. So like I mentioned, in my company, we're monitoring, month on month. Same thing globally. So if you ask me, what is the strategy? The strategy is simple. We want gender parity, right? And in supporting, like I mentioned, because the women folks has done us proud. So we've started small, and in starting, we've given the same opportunities to men and to women. The fact that the women folks has been able to do us proud, that already is a form of quantitative data. It is things that we're saying. So if I summarize, it is first that we're intentional to make it happen. And we're not saying it for the sake of saying it. We're doing it in action. So measuring at top level, at middle level, and at low level. And in all the initiatives we've started, at least from my company point of view, we've given the same opportunities to men and women. And the fact that the women folk have been able to deliver, it has helped to create more opportunities for women.
Great. I just want to ask one question because I know we don't have too much time. What is one thing you love about the work that you do?
I think it's the fact that it gives you an opportunity to make an impact or a difference. That for me would be the biggest.
What about you?
I think for me, I've been in financial services my entire career. I went from school straight to fintech, and I see the amazing work technology is doing. I started my career at a point where we didn't really have digital payment options like we do today. We didn't have any money points. What we had was you go to the bank, you make your payments, and then the bank processes that transaction. But seeing how what I do has transformed the country, right? And literally, we've moved into such an amazing, fast-paced digital age where we're seeing investors rushing in to invest in businesses, and not just men-owned businesses, now women-owned businesses, right? It's such, it's just such a reward for me. So it makes me love what I do, being able to transform. I mean, imagine someone going from one store in her home to like a chains of stores, and you're able to facilitate that success.
Right. Thank you for that. Do we have questions for our amazing panelists? Oh, looks like we have time for one question. Oh, okay. Any questions? Oh, we have one question.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Joy Ikechukwu-Nyawa. Please, I want to ask, can I ask a question that is not directly forwarded to the panelists?
Oh, sure, of course.
All right, thank you. So my question is directed to Mrs. Tara. I wanted to ask during the panel session, but I'm grateful you're still here. So I want to ask, Ma, what do you do? Like, how do you balance it when you're a leader in every sense of the word? You are an assertive person. You are a high achiever, and you're also married to someone who is. How do you balance that dynamics, especially with regards family, business, social impact, and the likes? Thank you.
Yes, please.
All right. Okay, after this, then we'll bring it to her.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Any questions for our panelists? Okay. All right, sounds good. Well, thank you so much for your time. I hope you've all learned a few things about using data to support the business case for CSR initiatives, and particularly philanthropy in business. Philanthropy, I think, is something that we're all very passionate about. Definitely needs to be supported by data. But as we think about data, it's both types of data, right? Qualitative and quantitative data as well, because stories matter, and there are some things that are just not captured in the numbers. Thank you all so much for your time. I hope you enjoyed the session, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mary, for steering. We're so grateful. We'll take a group photograph there. Our wonderful Hebrew women will join you upstage after this first shot. Yes, right there. Thank you. Yes, right there. Okay. Smile. Thank you. 001. Are we able to join them on this one? Please. Thank you very much. Mama the mama that is still a sweet 16. Thank you. Whilst we're taking those shots, I'll take the microphone over to Tara Feladuro to respond to the question.
Sorry, do you want to just...
Yeah, so it's like you're an assertive and a high achiever, and you're married to someone who is also that way. So how do you balance, marriage, family, business, and, social impact, everything such that, no one suffers? Yeah.
You are the first person asking me this question. I think this is whether my husband is also a high achiever or not. There's a lot of politics that goes on in the home. First and foremost, and give him updates. You have to find what works for you, but this works for me. I'm going to travel in the year. I already know where I'm traveling between now and November. I have something called Afeke's itinerary. So Afeke is the name my husband calls me at home. So that's politics, right? Afeke's itinerary, which means I'm saying to him, these are my plans for the year. So he knows ahead of time that I'm going to be in Dubai, I'm going to be here, I'm going to be there. I carry him along. And I find that sometimes when women are powerful, we have to learn how to balance that power. Power corrupts, right? And it will corrupt absolutely when it's just something that you just choose and say to yourself, I'm powerful, so therefore I do anything I like. No. I put measures in place to manage that. I say to my PA, if I tell you I'm traveling, the first question you should ask me is, have you discussed it with the FD? It's my way of reminding myself that I have to discuss it with my husband. It's not because he's the one paying the tickets. It is actually more because I'm the one paying that I need to engage. These are the things that women need to learn. And sometimes as younger women, we find it difficult to learn because we are the Sorosoke generation and we have to say everything that is in our mind. No, we don't say, those of us that are still there 25 years after, it's because we don't say everything that's in our mind. Can I go there? Can I go there? There's a scripture in the Bible that says it's only a fool that says all that is in his heart. So when your husband says 5, you say 10. Is it because your mouth is sharper than my own? You can tell that my mouth is sharp. Abi? But I don't say everything in my mouth. Because there are times you keep it, you choose your battles, you don't fight every fight, you don't fight every battle, and many times you don't fight, you find other ways to fight without getting feisty. We need a master class.
Time, venue, cost.
I don't have, plan it, invite me, I'll come.
Time, venue, cost, link, page, websites. These are the issues, right? We will not remind you. Aren't we going to be waiting to be there? Yes, and we will pay, won't we? See the number of voices that went down. DDK said it. It didn't go down. Oh no, YBB said it didn't go down. Ma?
Buy knowledge, sell it not.
Please, for the people at the back.
Buy knowledge, sell it not.
Did you hear over there? One more time, Ma.
Buy knowledge, sell it not.
Buy knowledge, sell it not. It's nice to have free conferences. Thank you to Guardian Woman for making this happen. It's also great to pay for the ones that are paid so that we go up, 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 up. Have you had a great time tonight or today? It's almost night time. Somebody asked one question about what men do differently from women. What panel was that? Was that panel 2? And so what's one of the things that helps men go ahead faster? I'll tell you one that has happened in this room, and some people are doing it subconsciously because they've done it for so long. we are comfortable to be at the back. We are so comfortable to be at the back, be unseen. So even when we ask, move forward, you're like, I beg, what am I trying to prove? Wow. And then you ask, why did they keep leaving me behind? It's because you stayed at the back. Please, we have some seats in front here. Occupy. Occupy. Stop arguing with your destiny. Just come forward. Come forward. Like, seriously. Accelerate action. Don't move slowly. Accelerate, please. Move it. Don't say, no, I'm fine here. I don't want to, don't see me. Next thing, you go and start meeting YBB. Please coach me. Something's happening in my life. Village people are after me. I don't know why I'm not moving forward, but you're at the back. How can you move forward? Are you seeing it? Somebody else say, I'm not at the back, or I'm at the middle. Mid-level executive. Wow. I'm all right here. The woman who is about to be encountered by you tonight in the Fireside chat, she's not a backbencher. She's a, fire forward. Forward ever, backward never. Before I bring her up for the Fireside chat tonight, we have one more voting, right? We have one more, so please let's put it on the screen right now. I think there are 3 in this, yes. So the first one now is the business of philanthropy. Can you see? Please, your phones, bring out your phones, scan the code, and let's vote for Lorun Shaw Alakija, founder Rose of Sharon Foundation, Olori Atuwashe, the 3rd Queen Consort of Warri Kingdom, Adora Ofo, Vice President, Sir Emeka Ofo Foundation, Hajia Rabiu, founder, Umu Salma Rabiu Foundation, and Dr. Elizabeth Jack Rich, CEO of Ellen Group. If you believe any of these women deserve your vote for the Wonder Woman in philanthropy, please vote accordingly. We'll keep it up for about 1 minute to give us time. Oh, hold on. I didn't hear you. Wrong code. What's the code taking you to? It's just somewhere else. Thank you. Technical team, can we go to the next one and see, please? And then maybe we'll check and come back. This is the last one. Okay. So let's correct the code and then we'll do it immediately after the Fireside chat, please. Thank you. Thank you all for your feedback. Do you mean business tonight? Do you? Do you mean business? Yes. I'd like to welcome up to the stage the woman who's gathered us together. But just before she comes, immediately after the Fireside chat, we will have the raffle. So just in case you haven't bought, is there someone else here who still wants to buy some tickets? To remind you of what the tickets are and where the monies are going to. First of all, the proceeds are going directly to WARIF, Women at Risk International Foundation. WARIF supports women who have been abused, women who have gone through trauma and need some sort of support to be resuscitated and empowered. So we're paying for the tickets directly into the WARIF account. One of the tickets, one of the prizes we're buying tickets for is a $500 voucher for the casino right in here in Federal Palace. If you win the ticket, you come in, you play, hopefully you win more money. That ticket is sold for 1,000 naira only. You can also buy a ticket to win 1 year swimming pool membership right here at Federal Palace. 1 year, 1 year. That's 3,000 naira. Buy your tickets, buy 5. The more tickets you buy, the more chances. If you want to buy a ticket, just wave your hand. One of the WOW Connect people from the back. Adenike. Adenike, somebody's hand is up here. See another hand. See, oh, come on. See a number of hands. So please bring the tickets or take them to, should they come to you? Please, 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 just see them. I'm pointing. They're right there at the back of the hall. Right here. Please wave your hand, Adenike. Please wave your two. In fact, all of you wave your hands. That's, yeah. Then there is breakfast for 4. You can buy a ticket to win a breakfast for 4 right here at Federal Palace. That one is only 1,000 naira. Me, I bought 10 to increase my chances. Abi, how many did I buy? 5. Okay. Then there is the voucher to win 100,000 naira worth of jewelry from the jewelry store here. And that ticket is only 500 naira. Buy 10, buy 20 to increase your chances, right? Then there is the twin set of the Brut champagne, which is our lucky champagne. I explained it earlier that when Anita Ibru had a program in the UK to celebrate women, someone sent her 96 bottles of this champagne as a contribution, a gift toward her program, and so she has called it her lucky champagne. The champagne they there for Baku, mama. So if you like to win the twin set of these 2 bottles, 500 naira will afford you the possibility of winning that. And then finally, the grand prize. Somebody say grand prize. Weekend for 2 right here at Federal Palace. Do you want to win that one? Weekend, how many did we buy? 2. No, go and buy more, go and buy more. Increase the chances. That one is 5,000 naira only. You pay into the Warif account. You write what you're paying for in the narration. They give you the ticket immediately. And after the fireside chat, Anita and our special guest of honor will together pick out the slips, and we'll have our winners for today. Are we good? Anita, can I bring you up now? Yes, we can. We've been waiting for this moment. Anita's idea for the Guardian Women Festival is to celebrate the wins of women and to show that it is possible for others to do same. That's why she's very particular about having some younger women in the room so that they don't make some of the mistakes we made already. They have the guidance, they have the mentorship. She's extremely particular about it, and she keeps saying, I don't believe in women empowerment because we don't need empowerment. We just need to position ourselves right. We're already so powerful. And so putting the Guardian Women Festival together is not only her brainchild, it is something she believes will transform the minds of women and the men around us. So please let's welcome our festival creator, Anita Ibru. Guardian Woman 002. Welcome.
I just want to correct something. It was actually my brother, Toke, who created Guardian Woman. Yes, yes, yes. I created Guardian Angels. So we've got to give him the credit for that.
Okay, yes, that's for the festival. All right. Please put your hands together for her as she takes her seat. She'll be steering this electrifying conversation with a powerhouse of leadership who we're about to bring up tonight. Because it's still today, it's almost 5 p.m., but to me it's night. She's conquered many battles in boardrooms of multinational corporations. She's navigated high-stakes legal battles. She now champions Africa's top female leaders through Gaia Africa. Gaia is a safe space for women in this demographic around Africa and in the diaspora to meet, to connect, to build trust, to elevate and sponsor one another. We bring in businesses, investments, and she encourages, through Gaia, younger women on their journey to leadership. With over 30 years of experience in corporate and commercial law, she has held key positions like General Counsel, Executive General Manager, Chief Compliance Officer, and more in Total upstream companies in Nigeria. She has also served as Project Director at Total's Paris headquarters, shaping a lot of business decisions. So she's worked around the world. And beyond corporate, she chairs African Delivery Technologies. She chairs also Knock Knock Lifestyle. And she sits as Independent Non-Executive Director at Pinnacle Oil and Gas. She's a game changer, visionary, investor, believer in people, and very courageous. Please join me receive our special guest tonight, Olaton Candid Johnson. Please keep clapping and cheering on as she makes her way forward. We're so inspired by you. We're so motivated by you. And we look forward to hearing the pearls of wisdom that you'll be sharing with us tonight. I hand over now to Anita.
Oh, okay. This is the more relaxed chat, I hope. Good evening, Mrs. CJ. I love calling her Mrs. CJ. It's really good to finally actually get to sit one-on-one with you. Do you know we have not managed to do that? We met 7 years ago. We have not managed to have that coffee or lunch or dinner. But you know what? I'm going to share you on our first date with everyone here today. You're very lucky, by the way. So, let me just get my questions. So before I go on, have you had a look at that over there? Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. Mrs. CJ was on the cover of Guardian Woman in November 2018. And that was just before my first ever panel event. I hosted a small panel event before the event I had here in 2019, just to sort of launch my brand. Back then, it was called Investing in Women. It still is Investing Women, and that's the brand that's helped to create this festival. And I just want to make a point about that, because, you know, there are 3 of you on the cover, and normally there's only 1 woman on the cover. And so I'm trying to say that that really is a testament to you, because you're very much about collaboration. So I'd like to hear about that theme. That's one of the themes I want to discuss with you today, collaboration. Why is it so important to you?
Okay. So first of all, thank you, Anita, and thank you to the Guardian Woman for inviting me. Collaboration. So I think we've all heard collaboration over competition. What's the point of, I mean, let me ask the question. What's the alternative? Is there an alternative to collaboration? I don't think so, because I believe that the more you can collaborate, the bigger you can do. And the bigger you can do, the more impactful that you are. So that's really my thing with collaboration. The more people we can get, collaboration, partnership, you know, in whatever guise, if we can do bigger, if we can do better, collaboration always.
Thank you. And that leads on to the next theme that was very much highlighted on the entrepreneurship panel that was powered by Gaia. Thank you very much for that, by the way.
Thank you for inviting us.
For arranging that. Was the notion of trust among women. Could you tell me why you feel so strongly? Because on your website, I think that word trust is mentioned about 10 times in the write-up. So obviously it's something you feel deeply, and I think we'd like to hear candidly why.
Okay, so I think that's my latest article. I should write a little bit more, but I can never get the focus to just sit down and write. So trust. I think the first thing I will say about trust is that without trust, there's not a lot that you can do, okay? And I think that we already live in an environment where there's a lack of trust. You know, people don't trust government don't trust the people, employers don't trust employees don't trust. Trust is rare. And I think it was said on the panel that trust is earned, and it really is earned. And the way you earn, I think it was Dr. Johnson who said that the way it's earned is that, you know, basically let your word be your bond. You know, make sure that, you know, what you say you're going to do, you're going to do it. You have to build relationships with people. If you meet somebody today, right, and you're networking and you've met somebody and you've chat, and then the next time you're contacting them is because you want something. Well, you're probably not going to get a very nice response. So the thing is to meet people, to connect with people, to build relationships with those people. And once you start to build a relationship, you start to, the trust begins. And for me, I always say that when there's trust, the magic happens. Am I echoing?
No, I think you're fine. I think it's normal. No? It's just from here, I think. Well, thank you. So actually, I might have maybe made an assumption. I was assuming a certain answer, but you've gone really deep. You've gone to the foundational issues. You said it's not just about trust among women, it's in the society. And I think what you're trying to say is that women have a role of sometimes digging deeper into these issues. And I think that that's a really good answer. Thank you.
So
very interesting.
Let me clarify so the way I see it, I find that women are a lot less transactional than men. And because we're less transactional, we tend to be more relationship-based, right? And so when you have a relationship with somebody is when you begin to know whether you can trust that person or not. I mean, the truth is that I think it would be difficult to recommend, say, for example, to recommend somebody for a board seat if you don't actually know what kind of person that person is, right? You don't know what kind of person she is. You don't know whether you can actually trust that she will do what she says she's going to do. You're really not going to recommend her. So, trust is just implicit in everything that we do.
Thank you. So Joyce kindly introduced who you are, so I'm not going to dwell on that too much. I'm going to go straight to, let's say, an extra sector. So you're in the business of membership now, membership community. Could you tell us a little bit about Gaia Africa?
How much time do we have?
Okay, why you felt it was important to set it up.
Good one. Okay. So I think so I was in corporate for many, many years. And because I was working in the type of company that I was working with, I mean, this was an international oil company, 99 subsidiaries. You're moving from, today I'm speaking to somebody in, I don't know, in Paris, and tomorrow I'm speaking to somebody in Uganda. So I think the difficulty there was, it was hard to build relationships outside of the company. First of all, because I never really had the time to associate. Even with my friends, they would call me and say, what part of the world are you in? I was traveling a lot, I was moving around a lot. When the weekend comes, if I'm not working, I'm exhausted. So I found that when I came out, and I have to tell an anecdote here. So I went to live in Paris from 2008 to 2011. I came back to Nigeria and went to live in Abuja between 2012 and 2015. I left Total at the, let's say, beginning of 2017. And I knew exactly what I wanted to do, and so because I kind of remembered, I realized that I didn't know anyone, and I then began to reach out to people, to contact people that I'd known from before, set up meetings, and the bizarre thing was that people would ask me, "Oh, are you still in Paris, or where are you exactly?" And I thought that was really sad because, when people don't see you, they kind of don't remember you, And so having been out of not that I was ever really within the radar, but I mean, having been away for 7 years, it's like, oh, so are you still in Paris? And I was like, no, I'm back in Nigeria, and I'm actually beginning to do, my own thing, etc. But I tell you, I had to rebuild relationships from scratch. I took every single meeting. I would tell everybody, blah, 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 what I'm doing, what I was trying to do. People would say, don't actually say what you're doing. But I thought, if I don't say what I'm doing, how will they advise me? And because I was saying what I was doing, I was constantly introduced to different people, talk to this one, talk to that one. And I said, you know what, if I was invited to have a meeting with a cow, I would literally go, because you just don't know what will come out of those meetings. So what I saw was that women were connecting on every different level, but they really were not connecting for business. And women would chat, they would talk about different things, but never really about business, and never actually really about, what do you do day to day? And I really believe that we were leaving too much money on the table, because if I don't know what you're doing every day, how can I, connect with you? How do I know what you can do for me, what I can do for you? And the other thing was that, we weren't really talking about business. And I think business is a focus that we need to, business is a focus. Because I always say that, no matter how much, how many leaders we have, if we have leaders that are not powerful and powerful financially, like you don't have the money to back your leadership, you don't have the money to back the change you want to make, then, we're just really sort of like leaders in essence. So, yeah, that's really what we saw, and I felt it was important for women to get together and to... So when we first started, we started with the business dining clubs, and there was a rule that, okay, we know you're married, we know you have kids, not interested, let's just talk about the business of the day. What do you do? What do you want? Where are you going? This was it.
Thank you, because I did notice in your article as well, you said you feel we're living in an increasingly disconnected world. So is it getting a little bit better since you set up Gaia?
So I think that the context of the disconnection there was, so because I was saying that we're in a very connected world, but at the same time disconnected. And it's disconnected because when there is a lack of trust, then you do feel a little bit disconnected. You feel, sometimes alone actually, because you're not able. Maybe you're not able to actually trust because you've been burnt. Please, how many people have been burnt before by somebody who, they thought that they could really trust? Yeah, exactly. So, people are a little bit shyer about, just like opening up. But that's why I feel that, when you have a space for women, and, you're asking that they come with their authentic selves, when you tell them that, listen, we have an honor code here, it's mutual trust, it's integrity, and it's authenticity. What we're saying is that we're actually not really interested in what shoes you wear or what bag you carry. We're interested in who you are, we're interested in what you can bring, we're interested in what the club can do for you, and we're interested in your interactions within the club. How can we grow ourselves? That's really where we're at.
And before this conversation, I admit I wasn't sure whether you had competitors and who they were, so I went online and I looked at an article by hotels.nigeria, and there were lots of clubs listed, but it was like, the colonial ones like Lagos Polo Club, etc. And I was scrolling down and I honestly couldn't find anything. And I thought, gosh, I don't want to look like I don't know my stuff. And then guess what? This morning, you shared with me that you've been featured in the Financial Times. So please, give Gaia Africa a round of applause. That is really impressive. And they said that your club was the first of its kind in Lagos, but actually it's not.
In Africa.
It's Africa, yes. It's actually in Africa. You beat me to it. So,
however, there's another one now. So there's a club called The Third, We Are The Third, in Dakar, Senegal. And the founder said that Gaia inspired her to start.
Yes, you're the trailblazer, so congratulations. And so I will go back to Gaia, but not a wide question. Can you just explain some of the membership benefits so that we can understand more about what you offer?
Part of this extremely powerful community of women. You saw some of them today. We offer innovation, because each time we're learning, we're innovating. So we have our mini clubs. Our mini clubs are our small interest groups. And the idea for those mini clubs is that if you're interested in a certain thing, then you join that club and you will connect with somebody quite, quickly and quite deeply. We're very much a small group type club because, when you're in a small group and you will meet and get to know a few people at whatever event it is, okay? And then, we have an executive academy where we bring different learning twice a month. It used to be 4 times a month.
Is that the mastermind group?
No,
Okay.
we call them digital workshops.
Okay.
And so basically digital workshops on different things. We've done everything from menopause to cryptocurrency, mental health, angel investing, why you should invest in art, crisis management, corporate governance, the whole thing.
Lots of learning.
Yeah.
Right.
Lots of learning. And of course, there's the clubhouse. And within the clubhouse, there's a members' lounge where you can come, chill, entertain friends, meet, do some work. We have meeting rooms. We have a mini, what would I call it? A mini massage and facial room.
Wellness.
Yeah, but it's a lovely little cute room. Well, it's not really a spa, so I don't like to. But yeah, I mean, you can have massages there. You can have facials in there. We have a steam room. We have a changing room, etc. We used to have a fitness studio, but we're converting that to a boardroom. So you can imagine that people are more interested in those types of spaces because, of course, they have their fitness somewhere else, or maybe they have a fitness trainer that comes to them. And we have lots of other events, including events where, is specifically for gentlemen. And the idea for that is, we want to be inclusive.
Yes, you have something called Gentlemen's
Gentlemen's
Thursdays.
Thursday, yeah.
And how is that going?
Fantastically well. So we invite a gentleman to come talk to us about, his expertise. And, then it's a networking thing. We understand very, very well that it is not, we're a women's club, but that doesn't exclude men. Because we're dealing with men every day. We have business with every man, with men. We have partners that are men. So, yeah. The only day that men aren't allowed in the clubhouse is a Wednesday.
Right. And I've been very curious about something because this is something I know lots of men do maybe in their spare time, like one of my brother-in-laws has it. Do you have any investment clubs been generated from this club? Because I'm very curious. So women have gotten together and...
Thank you for that question. Very important question. Yes, we actually have 2 investment clubs. One was started in 2020 when we were in lockdown. And we used to have what we call cocktails and chill, which would basically be come with a drink and we chat. And we realized that, hold on, we're not spending money, so why we should pool our funds. And that investment club has now invested in like a couple of startups, money market, euro bonds, whatever, and pays us a dividend on a regular basis. Then we have what we call the co-op. The co-op is much larger, and the idea for the co-op was, first of all, so it started in, I would say I would actually say it really started, maybe at the end of 2023, because it was there, but but members didn't really understand what it was. Anyway, we had a town hall meeting, and it started from there. We decided to grow the funds, and then we made we wanted to grow the funds to a certain amount, a nice, tidy sum. And so last year we made our first investment in real estate with an upside of already 32%. Today it has an upside of 62%. So that was a really good one. And then we're also now looking at another investment, which is kind of like futures. So, and the idea is really for women to begin to get comfortable to bring deals to the members and to share those deals because shared risk. If you share your risk, then it's not so painful when you lose it because every investment has a potential to fail. But also, the rewards. So shared risk, shared reward, but, so we can do bigger things, but, in smaller units.
So they are women-led investments. They from your members.
Oh,
these-
totally.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good.
absolutely.
That's really great. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Well, it really has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for sparing your time, and thank you so much for your support many years ago. You really, really, did encourage me to keep going. So it has really been a pleasure. I feel very emotional that I'm here now doing my first fireside chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for listening, and thank you to the Gaia women that are here. You rock. For anyone who's interested in knowing a little bit more about Gaia Africa, we're on the web, www.gaiaafricaclub.com, and it tells you everything.
Thank
So
you
thank you,
so
Anita,
much.
and well
Thank
done,
you.
and well done for putting this together, and all the lessons that we learn every day. I took a few notes myself, so
Yes,
brilliant.
I learned a lot today.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
So thank you very much.
We didn't want that one to end too, did we? We're hoping for one or two more questions. Are you sure we shouldn't take one or two more questions? Do you want to ask a question? You do? Okay, I'm not seeing the hands up, so I'm going up. All right, we will respectfully ask you, please, Mrs. Candy Johnson, okay, to hold on for Lady Ivory to join the photo. Yes, ma'am. With the heels. This woman is such a bank of wisdom. Every time she comes up here, I take something from her. She just talked about coming up the stairs. Always do it sideways, just in case you trip because of your heel. And yes, I have been in such a terrible situation where I fell right there during the event, trying to go upstage, bounced back up and continued. So take some wisdom there, just with the foot, and come up there. Please, Anita, don't leave. Anita, please keep Mrs. Johnson, Candy Johnson. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. I was saying, don't leave, don't leave. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, please. Ebuka. No, mom is fine. Mom is fine. You want her to join you? Okay. Ebuka, bring them up very quickly, please. We're going to pick the winners of the raffles. Yes, please. I would like our special guest to pick some for us, especially the winning ticket for the getaway weekend. So please, we'll start with the pool membership. Pool membership is pink. 1 year pool membership. Okay. Is that just one ticket there? Okay, two. So it will be Minnie. Okay. Please present to. And the winner is, it is pink. Only if you have the pink slip. That's for pool membership. You know you bought pool membership. The number is 444095. Yay! Congratulations! Come up here, take a photo. Yes. So you have it as your claim to fame, but let's look at the ticket first. Bring the ticket, Ihaja. And you are such a fish. I love it. Come take a photo as a winner of this. When was it you signed up for swimming classes?
So last year?
Last year. I know the story because we met recently somewhere. It's 1-1. Okay, it's 1. Okay, I'm sorry. It's number 1, so it should be 1, right? And it's 1, thankfully. It is 1. Oh, thank God. I met her 2 weekends ago. We were walking out, and she said she only learned how to swim last year. And now she's won a full year membership. Who was it that said, prepare, then the opportunity comes? Congratulations. And that's the voucher here. You can present just from the envelope, right? Okay, so please present to her. Oh, we're so happy for you. Congratulations. Thank you. The next one is for jewelry. We have 4 possible winners for 100,000 naira worth of jewelry. 4 possible winners. So winner number 1, oh, please pick that. Thank you. Winner number 1, and this is the orange slip, please, to Mrs. Candy Johnson. Okay, Anita is picking this one. The first one goes to number 10. Congratulations. Please bring your ticket with you so we confirm. Number 10. Thank you. Congratulations. The second winner, come take a photo and receive the voucher. Please bring all of them. They're there. All the envelopes. Bring all. Okay. This is one. Yes. Thank you. All the brown ones are jewelry. The second winner. Okay. The second winner now. Yes, there are 4 winners for this category. Thank you, ma'am. Number 12. Congratulations. Come up, come up, come up, come up, come up. You were one of the first people in the room today. Congratulations. I'm so glad you made it. Number 12, please come up with your slip. The counter slip. Thank you. Yes, this is one. The slip. Oh, okay. No, okay. I'll leave that with you. Because she bought other tickets as well. Congratulations. That's her voucher. Yes, so please let's turn the envelope the other way. Okay. Okay. Number 3. All the brown envelopes are jewelry. Number 3 winner for jewelry worth 100,000 naira. Number 27. Congratulations. Where are you? Yeah, there she is. Please clap, clap, clap. Support, encourage, celebrate with. Congratulations, Hepzibah. All right. Please come in here for a photo with your voucher. And get ready for the last one in the category of 100,000 naira worth of jewelry. So glad you came. And the money, the proceeds from the tickets went to WARIF, Women in Risk International Foundation. Thank you for supporting a woman. Thank you. Number 17. Woo! Oh, wow, I'm so happy for you. And she came to me and said, Joyce, I have to win something today. I said, buy many tickets. One will work. I'm so happy. Congratulations. Yes, take all of them. Thank you. There's her voucher. Next, we're going to the champagne green. Champagne green. We have 1 case. Thank you. So, all right. All right. Madam Duak, congratulations. All right. Green, champagne, it's 1. Thank you so much, Mrs. Candy Johnson. Lady Made in Hebrew is coming up to do the honors for the drink voucher. Celebrate her. If you're not 75 years old in this room, please clap. Okay, we'll pick from there. This is for a case of twin set brut champagne. We have 1 winner for this. And it's number 17. Yay! Come over, come over. She's your staff. Wonderful. Please come over, come over. Yes, number 17. Did you come with it? Yes. There's the voucher, and then she would receive the, so please come into the center, take your photo. Next, we're going to breakfast for family of 4. It's yellow, the yellow slips. Congratulations. You won yourself 2 bottles of champagne, some champagne. You'll be having champagne for tonight. Oh, this is drink voucher from Federal Palace Hotel, not champagne. They would be giving you free drinks from Federal, they'll give you free drinks from Federal Palace Hotel. This one is what? fine. That's fine. We have breakfast for family of 4. Yellow, please. You're blocking, ma'am. Ma'am, please come this way. We'll pick one. Drum roll. Number 18. Congratulations. We're already celebrating. Are you coming? That you? Breakfast for 2. Breakfast for family of 4. Breakfast of family of 4. Okay. Congratulations. Breakfast for family of 4. Then, Federal Palace has also given us breakfast for 2 adults. And so we'll pick one now for that. Somebody's about to win this. Congratulations. All right? No, she tickets. Yes, thank you. Breakfast for 2 adults, number 13. Congratulations. Again, we are happy for you. Come over. Yes, you can. She bought the tickets, so why not? That's the idea. We said buy multiple tickets. Is that what we said? The more tickets, the more the chances of winning. So yes, you can win more, Seth. This one is for 2. The one for 4 has been given. This one, no, please come. This one was a gift from Federal Palace. So it's like a bonus gift that we didn't even announce, and you've won it. Congratulations. Please come in there. Yes. Casino, Brown. We have 2 vouchers for $500 casino outing for 1. Go in there and do your best to win more than $500. Lady Maiden, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you, ma'am. Lucky number 4. Going once, going twice, and has gone home already. Number 2, please. She probably has left. Thank you, ma'am. Lucky number 8. Going once. 8. There she is. Come on, girl. Congratulations. Yeah, you won. Damilola. Dami, yes. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. It's correct and complete. Please, stay in there. You shall not become a regular gambler. You will only do this because you were given a voucher. Somebody say amend. Put the D, amend. And our star prize, the weekend getaway for a couple, meaning 2 adults. And that's blue. Yes. Yeah, we call. Okay, we'll do one more because this first person wasn't there. Thank you. You have sense. Please pick one more. Because somebody has to win this, right? Thank you. Number 2 for casino. Yay, she got it. I was feeling the heat. The prayer was coming from somewhere around there. Like, God, remember me now. I bought this ticket too. Don't do like that. Here you go. That's a voucher for $500 worth of casinoing. May the force be with you as you bet right. Finally, the weekend getaway right here at Federal Palace Hotel 2025, courtesy Guardian Woman. Star prize. Hold on. There's one more. May somebody's destiny not be forgotten. Ma, please check it again. Just shut her eyes. Somebody say, pick me. Wow, what a